Hi everyone, welcome to Emergence 2023. I'd like to introduce our CEO, Steve Torso. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Richard. I think that was the shortest introduction in history. All right, so welcome everyone to Emergence. This is our second one. You may have seen we actually did, actually third if you include the online components we've been doing. But Emergence is something special to us. Obviously, last Friday, last week, we hosted this in Sydney. And we had something like sort of 600 people come to the event across 2 days. We featured 75 different companies. We had 40 different speakers and so forth. But this one is very special to us in that this is the largest amount of, you'll see throughout the day as attendees come through, this is the largest gathering that we've put together, in the UK. And we're super excited for the opportunity because everything, if you think about the entire theme of Emergence, the whole idea behind this event was to shine a spotlight on the entire ecosystem and all the different roles in which people play in it, whether it be from the investor side, whether it be to the founder side, or whether it be to the industry aspect that plays a role in this actual space. And I just want to, as a starting point, just to give you a bit of a layout for today. Obviously, we've got the exhibition room just off to the side there. So basically, we'll be moving a lot of the stuff into there. We really want to encourage everyone here to make sure you engage with all the companies that are actually participating. We've got some incredible companies being featured today, both on stage and also some that are just exhibiting, as part of the actual event. And what really makes this event, what makes what we do special is we are very much ecosystem driven, right? And I'll go through that as part of my presentation. But as I said, this event was really born out of putting a spotlight on the ecosystem. And for Wholesale Investor, just to give you a bit of background, we launched Wholesale Investor in 2008, and get this, we did it as a magazine, right? I get fear when I think about the idea of publishing a magazine ever again. And, we did that sort of from 2008 to 2012. And then 2012, we sort of started doing events where we would generate interest online for companies, and then we would host offline activities like today. And then in 2019, we started going heavily investing into the software aspect. So if you notice, if you've been onto the actual conference software for it, everything we think about now is how we can create visibility for the space as well. Everything we think about is how we can create relevance, and I'll take you through at the end for that. And, so basically our investor audience, so what's been nice is obviously we're also live streaming today as well. And the ambition from our side is to not just live stream it to a UK audience, but we're also inviting our Australian audience to it, our Asian audience as well, because they're effectively the 3 key markets that we're focused on. The history of this event kicked off in 2018. Where I said we really wanted to put the spotlight on the ecosystem and bring everyone together for a day. And what's beautiful about this networking aspect is you'll realize as you go around the room, all of you guys wear multiple hats. Some of you are investors and founders, some of you just wear the investor hat, some of you are maybe lawyers and also invest into private companies as well. And said that is what makes this ecosystem so unique, is that people do often wear those multiple hats. So effectively, we've got some incredible stuff coming up for the day. Obviously, we've got a lot of different keynotes, which I'll introduce the first one, and Richard will take you through the rest. And then obviously, we've got a range of different panel sessions. The theme for this entire event is the Great Transformation. So effectively, the first part, I mentioned 2008, is because that is obviously when we started WI. So the first week of October 2008, if anyone can remember that week, that's when we launched Wholesale Investor. So whilst watching the Dow Jones drop 18–19%, we were launching a private equity publication. We look like geniuses at the launch party. In fact, there was a girl that comes up to me who goes, "These guys are crazy. I can't believe they're launching a magazine right now," and not knowing that I was the founder, right? So that's to give you a bit of an idea. But this is, as I said, this is entrepreneurship, right? There's something, I was doing a presentation in Sydney and I was talking about all the different challenges that this whole marketplace is happening right now as far as fundraising, how challenging it is from a fundraising perspective, how valuations have gone down. Do you know what's undefeated? Founder optimism. And that's what makes this space work. And the fact is, all of us in this room are optimists. What's beautiful about today is you actually get to enjoy a bubble of optimism, right, for the entire day as you actually escape the real, because there's something crazy about all of us in that we're just natural optimists, whether you're on the investor side, the advisory side, or the founder side. But likewise, COVID as well also accelerated transformations. And this just continues to take place. And this is why I really love this whole theme of the great transformation, because for me, you've started to see it across a whole bunch of different platform technologies. Now, last year, what was really interesting is we noticed that the key areas that investors were focused on was obviously climate tech, did incredibly well for our clients, and then also yield-based opportunities was also very, very popular. And when we're thinking about the construct of this event, you sort of sit down, you think, especially, now, by the way, we come up with this name before ChatGPT come out, right? Just be clear, 90% of the event was done on ChatGPT, but not the titling of it. But the important part of this is you sit there and think this next 10 years represents the greatest investment opportunity for all of us, whether we're in founders investing into our own businesses or you're investors investing into companies, because these platform technologies basically are crossing a path, whether it be on food, whether it be on the food side, AI, energy storage, blockchain, life science, personalized healthcare, etc. So they're all going through their own transformations right now. And what's beautiful about, I was speaking at the hotel and staying out, she was asking like, why are you so passionate? Why do you, basically I've got jet lag, right? So I'm waking up at strange hours of the day at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., etc. So, there's not too many people about at that time. And, I was talking about what's beautiful about what we get to do is we get to see tomorrow, today, right? The future, the innovations that are coming down the pipeline, we get that first glimpse. And what's interesting is they're going through their adoption curves right now where they're crossing into that early adopters phase, right? For us, it's all normal, right? We are the early adopters. We are the ones that are using every single new technology that comes out and going aggressively and hard into it and encouraging others to join us with it, right? But the reality is the upside you can see is right on that pipeline right now. And there's these convergence of all these technology trends and these platform technologies that are coming together all at the one time, right? And then on the other side of that, whilst that's super exciting, what you're also seeing is also these headlines. My favorite one is, we all know the saying of software ate the world, now AI is eating software. We are seeing that take place in real time, right? And then this one, AI is quietly eating up the world's workforce with job automation. You can see that now in the increased productivity. In fact, the fact that someone like Microsoft actually literally come out and said, we are letting go of people and we're investing more into the AI. So, like, the fact they publicly said that is phenomenal. But you're seeing the rapid increase of efficiency. And also, the other thing I think is super important is, for a long time, companies like mine, a B2B business, we felt like, you would look at companies that were B2C that had the benefits of things like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram to scale, at rapid speeds through those platforms, right? We didn't really have that. Like, we have LinkedIn, but it's not a TikTok, right? But now we've got access to global data and scalable outreach, which can be in compliance, in which we can accelerate the growth of our businesses. So you put all these factors together and it represents one of the greatest times to be a founder or someone in business that's building a business. So it's really come down, the best thing about it is it comes down to our imagination and our ability to want to go down those different pathways. So the other part that we're all seeing is, obviously a lot of the layoffs. And I find this quite interesting because obviously everyone's still talking about, the sort of, and, we had this debate in Sydney where everyone basically, got to the point where they think the unemployment is being under sort of communicated about what it actually is. But we're all seeing these headlines consistently about all the different job layoffs and across all the big tech companies. And I made the comment that when you start seeing it take place in banks and telcos, that's when you know there's real trouble coming down the path, right? But and then all of a sudden you have 5 banks fall over in the space of a week. And you think, okay, this is interesting. But the reality is, does it impact the opportunity which it represents for some of the startups that we get to feature? And I said, in fact, it becomes the opportunity as well. So, by the way, our first keynote speaker, he's not going to be coming up right now, but our first keynote speaker is going to be Nick from Green Angel Ventures. And I appreciate Nick for participating. I said this is I said this has been one of the highest growth areas. I've never seen an area come on as strong for us as everything related to climate tech. So really looking forward to his presentations. The panel sessions we're going to be covering, I'm talking about investment trends across Q2 and Q3 in 2023, climate tech, AI, deep tech, tomorrow's luxury, and then life science. So really fitting in alignment with all the themes that we've talked about, as far as the great transformation. By the way, the actual name of the great transformation, I didn't personally come up with that. It actually come from, has anyone watched Tony Sieber's videos on YouTube? I highly recommend it to everyone. He was the one that actually come out with this. It was actually what inspired me to call the conference that name. So I highly recommend watching his series of not food, his series of videos on YouTube that he's put together. And as part of this, I'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors and supporters as part of the event. So firstly, Notwix. I don't know if Chris is here. When I first come to the UK, Chris is the kind of guy, one of the things I love doing, I love supporting people early in their journey, whether they're just starting as a fund manager, as an entrepreneur, giving people an opportunity, a platform, because people gave me an opportunity when I was first starting. Chris was the one that did it for me. 8 years ago, when we first came to the UK, he organised for us to do a showcase of Australian innovation companies at Bloomberg's offices. I will never forget someone making that move for us, and that was a big thing for us at that time. It may mean nothing to you guys, but as an Australian company doing their first activities in Bloomberg's head office, that was a phenomenal start for us. So Chris is an incredible guy, and I really appreciate his support for the event. Sticky, who you'll all get to see their details, as part of this, they've got an incredible, great little software app that's allowed us to make it super easy for you to see the agenda for today and so forth, and also be able to see everything that's coming up as part of the actual event. True Altitude said really appreciate their support, not just across this event, but over the last couple of events that we've done. Between Nathan and Eva being involved, obviously promoting the event, getting involved, helping us with the content, etc. Thank you very much. And then Cap Circle is Hugo, our team's initiative, where we want to bring our investors together where they've got the opportunity to collaborate more and more. And you'll see we'll create more opportunities for that going forward. So next part I'm going to talk about is our software. I'm going to talk a little bit about us. So we have built our own conference software for us. We crossed a big milestone for us as a company about just over a month to 6 weeks ago, where effectively now, as I said, I told you about our history. From a software solution, we can now say that no one globally has what we have from a software perspective, where you will notice that when you experience the conference software in CRISP, you get direct access to the deal rooms. The idea is how do you simplify and streamline the access to information from an investment perspective? How do you make it so it's easy for everyone to access? And that's where we started with the software. Then we thought, okay, well, we're doing a lot of showcase events, and I hated every different conference software that I use. So then we just, like every founder, we decided to build our own and integrate it into the actual platform. So that's why we wanted to create such a seamless experience. But more than that, we wanted to make everyone visible to each other. So whether you're an investor looking to connect with the companies that are participating in your relevant area, there's filters to make it easy to do that, or likewise for investors connecting with each other. So everything we do sits about how do we create an opportunity for tomorrow. That is our vision. Our mission is then empowering innovation, capital, and ambition, right? So they sit at the core of how we've thought about the software aspect. And then as you start to use the software more and more, you'll realize that we've actually built into it two-way AI ML matchmaking, right? So in the sense that you as an investor can see the most relevant companies for you. At first it starts as preferences, and then you actually get more recommendations the more active you are. Then the second part to that is companies can also see the most relevant investors for them. So we make it visible and basically open. And more that the connection is very similar in the likes of LinkedIn. So when you receive a connection, right, you've got the choice, you get a little bit of a summary, and then you got the choice whether you want to connect and continue a discussion or not connect. It's all sort of choice and optionality. So yeah, go to app.crisp.io. You may have received 1 or 2 emails inviting you to the software. Make sure you use it throughout today. And for those on the live stream, it's obviously quite a simplified experience online as well. So these are some of the aspects we've actually built into it. Most companies have set up, they've got their frequently asked questions in there, so you don't have to think about it. They've set up streamlined process as well, and we encourage them to put in their news, because in this space, we always hear pitch, pitch, pitch. But I know as investors, you also want to see how do companies execute, and that's what we encourage companies to put in their news feed, so you can actually see that. And then, of course, it's really easy for you to message directly with the founders as well. The matchmaking I mentioned, you see the most relevant deals for you. Companies see the most relevant investors for them. And there's 3 fundamental principles that we've utilized from a software building perspective, and that is build software that lets the ecosystem do what it naturally does. Second one is build a global scalable solution. The last one's the most important. There's a lot of friction in this space between the engagement of an investor and a founder. So we've tried to think of all the different ways in which we can actually minimize that friction in the actual journey. So if you've got any product suggestions, always happy to hear them. And obviously we'll have lots of conversations throughout the day. And obviously you mentioned about the conference software. All you have to do is literally go onto app.crisp.io and you see a red button. Click on that and you can see a list of all the companies being featured and all the attendees at the event as well that you can actually network with. So I'm going to finish on this note. The power of one conversation, right? What makes this unique is one conversation can change a trajectory of an entire business, right? And also it can change a trajectory of a portfolio. And that is what I love about this. Our whole belief is that we want to make sure that we can let you find the most relevant opportunity for you that either fits your background, your history, how you've made your money, etc. And then you've got a simplified way to engage and connect. The other part to it is this. Every single company that's in that exhibition hall, each of you have anywhere between 10 to 15 people in your network that could be relevant for one of these companies. So as you're going through today, really simple. If the company is not relevant for your portfolio, maybe it's relevant to someone in your network, right? So please assist in this process and provide introductions, right? We've got invite them to come into the software, invite them to check out the link, etc. Make it really, how we build is by actually facilitating the networking, and you can see our ambition and passion is really focused around doing this. So our next step, I'm going to introduce Nick. So Nick, please come onto the stage for the keynote address. Everyone, enjoy your Emergence experience. Once again, network with other companies, network with each other, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. My name is Nick Lyth, and I'm coming from Green Angel Syndicate originally, which is just changing its name to Green Angel Ventures. We are the only angel syndicate and now moving into fund management who specialize in the fight against climate change. We've been very successful as a syndicate. We're now up to 30 million in the course of the last 4 or 5 years, 30 million invested, and we've got an EIS fund that goes alongside it, which has just closed its record round. And that's now up to around 4 million. We've got 10 million of government money that's been put in alongside the fund. And as I say, we're now just launching our venture fund. And so we're looking for LPs, and that'll be for Series A, Series B, for professional investors. And we're looking for LPs for that. So if any of you are interested, talk to me afterwards. I'd like to know who you are. And so please, if you could, with apologies to Australia and Asia and anybody else who's streaming here in the UK or Europe, I'd like to know who in the room is an investor. First of all, hands up if you're an investor. Leave your hand up if you are a professional investor, in other words, if you're doing it for a job of work. And put your hands back up if you're a private investor, you're doing it on a personal basis. Hands up if you're an entrepreneur. Hands up if you're a student or academic. Nobody. So to those of you who can't see the audience and following this whilst you're streaming, the majority of people in the room are entrepreneurs. Probably just less than half are investors of one kind or another, more professional investors than private investors. Now, I'm really wanting to talk to you. And what this is a pep talk to me about how I, along with you, should be behaving in our professional lives. It applies to you entrepreneurs as well, but it particularly applies to investors. And the theme of this conference is an interesting one, igniting growth and innovation for a better tomorrow. What's a better tomorrow? Is that platitudinous? Yes, it is. And that's part of our problem in considering everything that we're doing in our world today. We're dominated by either platitudes that don't mean very much or terms which try to get precise that become confusing. And I'll explain more to you about that. But before I do, I want to shine the light on us as investors. Did you hear what I said? Hands up. Just someone shout out. How much has Green Angel Syndicate invested in the last 3 to 4 years? Can anybody just tell me? 30 million, thank you. Who in this room has ever seen 30 million pounds? You know, nobody's holding their hands up to those who are streaming. Nobody's there. Has anybody seen 1 million pounds? Does anyone know what, are you a banker?
I worked in a industrial payroll section many.
Okay, this gentleman worked in an industrial payroll section many, many years ago and has seen 1 million pounds. But he, 2 million. It's like an auction, isn't it? Going for 2 million. My point really is very, very simple. We are talking about opulent sums of money in a way that is entirely casual. That shows a form of carelessness. We are guilty of being careless about what we do because we do it day after day after day. Some of us are investing tens of millions. Some of us are investing hundreds of millions. There might even be someone in the room who's investing billions. But we talk about fund management and say, oh, it's not really a large fund unless it's got billions in it, is it? I mean, our venture fund is 50 to 70 million. And when I talk to people, as I am about to do, I say it's really a very small fund. 50 to 70 million is an enormous sum of money. And what I want to say to all of you, including the entrepreneurs who are raising 5 million, 6 million, 7 million for their businesses, is you are dealing with sums of money that ordinary people never normally see, that buy you influence over the world we live in that is out of all proportion to you as a single human being. That's the point. Your influence, your capacity to change the world you live in. Now, for the last 100, 200, 300 years, during which investment has been something that our capitalist economy has engaged in, the rules have been essentially steady state. You invest to try and make money. The capitalist systems allow you to do that. There are phenomena ranging from the South Sea bubble to the dot-com bubble, which mean that the whole thing gets out of proportion and out of kilter, and actually no one makes money. A lot of people lose an enormous amount of money. But by and large, it's steady state. And we think about what we are going to invest in order to make money for our investors. What I'm about to say to you is something that I think we all need to start doing. We need to change the framework. And the reason why we need to change the framework is because the world that we have an influence on is changing, has changed. The change has been radical. I'm going to explain what that is, but before I do, I'll tell you what my conclusion is going to be. What I think we now need to do is not invest for tomorrow. We need to start investing for the 22nd century. That framework, as you will understand, I hope, by the time I've finished, and I better watch my time, is simple, particularly when compared with the nonsensical babble that you're hearing about the way the investment world should really be changing in the context of climate change in particular. And the babble of voices giving us different definitions and different categories and different understandings and different metrics needs to be ignored, and we need to concentrate on something that is simple. Let me talk about the way in which the world has changed now from that steady state that we've all been investing in to something that is now far from steady. It starts with resource deprivation and overpopulation. In 1972, the Club of Rome published Limits to Growth, which famously had 3 planets, and it explained that if we carried on consuming at the rate we were, then we would be exhausting the planet's resources. Now, it doesn't need a Malthusian definition to make the observation that is as obvious as the nose on my face, that if any community consumes the resources it requires for life at a rate faster than they can be regenerated, that society, that community, will die. If I have time, I'll take you through the story of Easter Island, because it has a particular relevance to something that I want to say to you as a watchword. Stop cutting down the trees. Easter Island went from a population of 20 to 30,000 at its height from 1300 to 1500 AD, having been established as long ago as 900, around 900 when the Polynesians landed there. Anyway, stop cutting down the trees. Hang on to that thought. It's not what you think it is. Stop cutting down the trees if the trees are what you depend on for life. Now, the limits to growth in 1972 that talked about the 3 planets that we needed was published when the population of the world was 3.8 billion. It's now more than double that. The pressure on resources is even worse, and I was shocked last week when I read a report which revisited the limits to growth and said the regenerative capacity of our world is now worse than it was in 1972. We are producing less for a population that is more than double. That's overpopulation, and you know, in many ways, overpopulation isn't a problem. We know the solutions to overpopulation. The most obvious one is rationing. We've done rationing. We know rationing. We understand it. We don't, but certainly my parents did, and your grandparents possibly. Anybody who lived through the Second World War or the First World War was very familiar with rationing. I saw my 80-year-old cousin last night who remembers it herself when she was a little girl, because rationing in the UK continued into the 1950s, long after the end of the Second World War. So rationing, I mean, China has experimented with birth control to actually stop growing the population. These are things that can be done. However, our problem is that we've now hit another issue. And the other issue is climate change, and it's a feedback loop for resource scarcity. So a feedback loop is when things get worse, the fact of things getting worse makes things get even worse still. That's a feedback loop. It's continual. Things get worse. As a result of them getting worse, it gets worse still. Ice melting. So ice and the Arctic and Antarctic ice caps reflect the sun then leaves. When the ice melts at a rate of, let's say, 5 square meters per month, the consequence of the loss of those 5 square meters per month is that the next 5 square meters will be lost in half that time. That's a feedback loop. In other words, things get worse and worse and worse. And where we are now with climate change is, why are you smiling? I hope it's because you're agreeing with me. Where we are now with climate change is that the feedback loops that are affecting our world they're affecting us at a frightening pace and an accelerating pace. Things are happening very, very, very quickly. The world has become fragile. I'm going to explain the concept of fragile to you, because it hasn't been fragile before this. Our world has survived the Second World War. It survived the Black Death. It survived disasters that have been inflicted on the human population of our world throughout the history of humanity. We haven't been fragile, and one of the reasons for that is because the circumstances and conditions in which we live have remained relatively stable. Fragile, think of a plastic mug. You drop a plastic mug on this, and it bounces, and you can pick it up, and its shape hasn't changed. If I got a china pot and dropped it, it would probably fragment, but I could possibly glue it back together again so it regained its original shape. A fine wine glass I drop there and it shatters into a million pieces and you can't mend it. That's fragile, that you can't recover what you had. We have now become fragile. And that's why in our work as investors, people dealing with these enormous pots of money, we've got to recalibrate the relationship of what we're doing with that money to the reality of the world we live in. And that's why I'm using this investing in the 22nd century. A lot of you are much, much younger than me. A lot of you are under 40. Your children, if you have them, may well be alive to see the start of the 22nd century. Do you want them to say, why didn't you stop cutting down the trees when you could? That's why you've got to start thinking about the 22nd century. So what does that mean? What does thinking about the 22nd century mean? It means something very, very simple. Reality. Ask yourself, in reality, when you invest in something, including you entrepreneurs in the room, if we invest in you, what do these people make? How do they make it? Will that be doing harm to the world we live in? Will it be doing good, or will it be neutral? Ask yourself that, and only invest on the basis of those guidelines. Of course, it's axiomatic that we all want to make money. I don't need to say that. We're all investors. And it's also axiomatic that we want to make money before the start of the 22nd century. You can smile now. I'm going to be dead well before the start of the 22nd century, and I want to make money from the business that I've set up and the fund management that we're moving into. I don't want to, I want to see that in my hand. Is that greedy? I don't know why I'm talking to you, but is that greedy? No, she shook her head. I don't, but I mean, you might just be being nice. Maybe I am greedy. I mean, let's face it, I've got enormously more money than I need already, so it is greedy, really. Let's acknowledge it. But there's nothing, if what we're doing is effective in the way that what we have been doing as traditional investors has been effective in making money for people, including ourselves, that's what our job is. So making more money and making it now is a thoroughly good thing. But what I'm saying is that if we invest in the right things that are going to do good for our world, then they will be successful. And they will scale. We'll get out. I like the idea of a 4 to 5 year average exit. That's, but we will get our money out and make money, but they will scale up and scale up and scale up. And come the 22nd century, they will be big and effective in making a difference to the world as a result of what we have done. Alternatively, we can keep on investing in the wrong things. The Net Zero Banking Alliance at COP26 in Glasgow 18 months ago agreed in their egregiously sincere way to set a target of £5 invested in renewable energy for every one invested in finite fossil fuels. The following year, 2022, they achieved an average of 92 cents in renewable energy for every pound or dollar in finite fossil fuels. These are people who are letting us down. They're letting our world down. They're allowing their money to contribute to something that is going to do nothing other than damage. And the reason why they're doing it is because the prices went shooting up. The pound signs or dollar signs lit up in their eyes. They were and have made a lot of money out of doing more investing in the continuation of finite fossil fuels. It reminds me, I mean, I'm old enough, and some of you are old enough, to have watched, and in fact my work got me quite close to watching the tobacco industry, and the hoops of intellectual nonsense that clever people who worked in the tobacco industry jumped through in order to justify what they knew was doing harm to the people who were consuming their products, and pretend that there were reasons, nevertheless, for them to do it, was a sight to behold. They have not quite been ghettoized. The tobacco industry still exists. Tobacco consumption in the Western world, cigarette consumption, is enormously lower than it was. I mean, at its height, in the 50s, it was approaching 60% in the UK. 60% of the adult population smoked. It's now down to, I think, beneath 15%. It's small and is continuing to disappear. The oil and gas industry is the same. We know it's doing us harm. We continue to support it. Clearly, we can't just pull the rug from underneath it overnight. That's not feasible. But we shouldn't be doing it. And everybody in this room who's investing in startup businesses should be looking at them. You know, I'm going to say something very cruel now, and I'm going to apologize to the investors in this room that it relates to. But I go around and see the stands, and there are some businesses that I can see being set up looking for money that are going to do harm. And I don't think we should invest. And I'm sorry if by saying that I'm damaging your potential to raise money from this conference. But I'm actually not wrong. I'm sorry to you personally, but I'm not wrong, because I care about what happens at the start of the 22nd century. And that needs people who are going to do harm to stop doing it. Now let me just talk to you briefly. How long am I doing for time? Can somebody tell me? How much?
2 minutes.
Another 2 minutes, okay. I'm going to tell you what you shouldn't be doing. Ignore ESG, ignore sustainability, ignore impact, ignore climate tech, ignore all of the different... I went to a conference a week ago in Grosvenor Square, which was entirely devoted to working out what these things meant and how to measure them. What we all need to do is concentrate on reality. It's simple. There is only one question at the end of the day that's going to determine whether or not our planet is still habitable in 2100, and that's the concentration of carbon in the atmosphere. If it carries on going up, it's now at 420 parts per million. It is already 1/3 higher than the mean average that it's been at 300 parts per million for the last 10,000 years, the Holocene period. It's the concentration of carbon in the atmosphere that traps the warmth, causes the globe to warm, and the warming of the globe causes the climate to change. Now, in some senses, these are small changes. You know, we're at +1% right now. We're going to go over +1.5, and people treat this as a bogey figure. Yeah, I mean, if you warmed your bath up by more than 1.5 degrees, you'd be a bit more comfortable, probably. These are tiny, tiny figures, but that's what fragile is. Fragile is when small changes result in enormous consequences, and the enormous consequences are what we are already seeing. We are seeing, earlier this week, we heard the Committee on Climate Change in the UK, the Committee on Climate Change in the UK say that the UK has been, in the last year or two, hitting its worst records ever, and these are getting worse. For the first time, above an average temperature during the summer weeks of 40 degrees in the south of England. 40 degrees is hot. I mean, those of you who live here know how hot it is. It's getting hotter, it's not getting colder. That fragility is going to wreck our world unless we get on top of it, and that means carbon. So my words to you, and to all of us, it's pep talk to me as much as anything else, is let's invest for the 22nd century and make sure we stop cutting down trees now so that when our grandchildren or children are alive, they don't say, why didn't you stop when you could? If you want to invest in Green Angel Syndicate, come and talk to me later as private investors. If you want to talk about being a cornerstone investor in a new venture fund, come and talk to me. That's what we're going to do. We're going to pursue reality. We're going to make a difference. We're going to make our money work for the 22nd century, not for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. That was very interesting. Right, for our first panel, we've got the investment trends for Q2 and Q3. So I'd like to introduce a moderator who's Dominica Soriano. She's the Venture Operations and Ecosystem Lead at Cambridge Futures Tech. Is Dominica here? No. Okay, well, the next panelist will be the Managing Director at Techstars, which is Salim Chowdhury. No? Okay, Salim Chowdhury. Ah, hi. You're up next.
Excellent.
Ah, they're just setting up the mics. Right, everyone. Okay, this is Salim Chowdhury, the Managing Director at Techstars. Welcome.
Hi.
Is your mic working?
Yeah, check one, check two.
Okay. Maybe they still have to activate
Can you
it.
hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Is my microphone on, or do I just have to keep singing? Hello? Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you.
Delightful. I'm not Ennis. Ennis is a really, really nice guy. He's my former colleague. But he can't be here. So I'm the less good-looking, less interesting person that they've brought in as a substitute. I'm sorry.
Is Dominica here? Hi. Okay, you'll be the moderator, and you're from the Venture Operations and Ecosystem Lead at Cambridge Future Tech. Welcome. Our next panelist will be the CEO and co-founder at ShipShake, Daniel Sorko. Thank you. And then our last one is B2B software investor at Octopus Ventures, Constanza Diaz. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We have really amazing panel today. I hope you'll enjoy a lively discussion. I can see that it will be, as from what we already talked about in the back. So I'm Dominica Soriano.
Do you want to move in? So it's weird having a panel where you can't actually see somebody and you're talking to the side.
Okay.
So
No,
yeah,
that's good.
sorry.
So I guess, would you guys like to introduce yourself a little bit and what you're doing?
Yeah.
Starting with Daniel?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So yeah, I'm Daniel Safko. I'm the CEO and co-founder of ShipShake. It's a search engine that basically lets you search what VCs and investors are saying and what they're investing in by topic. So rather than fintech, health tech, green tech, you could type in something really specific like open banking or hydrogen marine propulsion systems, and you'll be able to find which investors are talking about that space or investing in that space. That's what we do.
Thank you. Constanza?
Hi, everyone. I'm Constanza. I'm an investor at Octopus Ventures. I joined in 2021, and I've been focusing on Series A and B stages into B2B SaaS companies in Europe. At Octopus, we've been around 15 years or so. We are quite large now. We are 60+ investors at the moment. We're one of the most active investors in early stage investing in Europe. And we're now covering all the way from pre-seed to Series B, and then we follow on after that. And as I said, we particularly focus in Europe and in the UK. However, we have we like to say that we have a global mindset. So sometimes we invest in companies from New Zealand or Australia that are looking to expand into Europe and using the UK as the regional office. But most of the time, our companies are European companies that are trying to expand into the US. We have a small office in New York to help with that.
Thank you. Salim?
Hi, I'm Salim. I am the Managing Director of Techstars in London. We are the most active early stage investor in Europe. And for that matter, in most parts of the world. We did 650 investments last year, spanning the globe. We have a footprint in 18 countries. We genuinely live and breathe the fact that talent is globally distributed, but opportunity is not. I say this as the son of an immigrant from a former colonized country. Admittedly, somebody from our land is now running this country. So, change can happen, and it's that belief in Britain and that belief that change can happen is why I run Techstars London. I've been investing across the globe. I'm a former founder, a couple of exits, and for me, this is my way of paying it forward and helping build the next generation of amazing entrepreneurs to feed the pipeline that these guys are actually encouraging, and many of you will hopefully back and invest.
Thank you. So I guess we should, given the time, jump straight into talking about the investment trends. Any factors that you see that are driving, and what are the investment trends for Q2 and Q3, in your opinions, please? Daniel, you want to start?
Yeah, so because we're a search engine and it's free to use, we get a lot of people searching for really random stuff. It doesn't neatly fit within defined tags or categories that investors might necessarily say that they invest in. And actually, that's been one of the most interesting things is we went live with it in September, and nothing neatly fits into the high-level generic tags that investors are currently using to market their capital. And so we think that that's really interesting because it means that those who've got deep domain knowledge and specialisms and write about certain topics or themes are actually able to attract relevant deal flow in a way that doesn't require them going to expensive networking sessions, et cetera, et cetera. So for us, that's a really interesting, I wouldn't even say trend. I think we're just tapping into something that was already there around actually the domains and sectors that are far deeper than what we're currently using to navigate the ecosystem. I think anyone who's an investor or a startup in the room is very used to having a very fat top of the funnel rather than one that's quite defined and narrow. I think there are some certain search topics and trends that we're seeing from founders. So a huge focus on ESG data and likewise around sort of climate-focused technologies, but some of these are not software-based, like ESG data monitoring. Lots of these are really quite deep around sort of like hydro, renewables, using kinetic energy from roads and things like that. So there are some certain areas where we're seeing trends about what founders are searching for. But the remarkable thing is actually just how many and how deep quite a lot of them are.
Interesting, very interesting. What about you, Constanza?
Yeah, in terms of trends, I would say that definitely there's been a shift since I joined in 2021 towards 2022 at Octopus. We definitely see in the market a little bit of a larger gap between founder expectations in terms of valuation. Rounds are taking longer. VCs in general are being a little bit more cautious, and some have taken the approach to wait and see. And that's sort of like related with the overall macroeconomic trend of companies being more conscious about their costs due to rising inflation and interest rates. So basically, companies trying to get a hold on their IT spend that has been impacting particularly B2B SaaS companies, which is the focus that I have. And then because of that, different trends emerge. But there's, as ever, an increasing focus on solutions that are actually what we call mission critical, and that can provide an ROI very tangible to their customers. And then I would say that the other biggest trend that we see in our space is, Gen AI, that I'm sure somebody else will touch on that.
Sorry, I haven't
later.
heard it. What is AI? Is this a thing? What is ChatGPT? What? Okay, cool. So investment trends. So I very much subscribe to the Destiny's Child thesis on this. And the next 4 months is going to be about how can you be a survivor? How are you going to make it? How are you going to keep on surviving, to paraphrase the wise words? I completely disagree with Daniel, like what you're doing, this whole notion of what I think we're going to see in the next 2 quarters is the death of the venture capitalist that just twattles on about on Twitter and goes on with lots of hype. The founders who, if you have to keep looking for people doing what you're doing to help grow, it's like they're gonna die. They're gonna be excellent. That's your anti-portfolio as far as I'm concerned. If you're an LP in the room, those are where you run away from. These next 2 months are about surviving. We've got a banking crisis. We all know this. We've got runaway inflation. Do we even know if our economic system can handle either of those two? So something as fragile as an early stage startup, you need founders with incredibly unfair rights and experiences to play. So, it's the people who've got deep, deep experience. It's not the ones who are like, hey, I'm quite entitled, so I can go get some funding. I'm very well networked. I can connect, right? It's actually going to be about the people more than anything who are going to make it. I'm going to keep going into Destiny's Child lyrics, aren't I, for the rest of it? But that's the whole trend, basically, to me. But look, I'm a crazy whack job early stage investor, right? These guys are looking at serious fundraising, Series A and above. I do the early stage, but for me, the next 2-3 months are about resilience. So our CEO has this lovely notion of, fuck you, sorry, I shouldn't swear. Sorry. She would never swear. Screw the unicorns. Unicorns, they live in bloody, they live in fields, and etc., and everything's magical and comfortable. No startup lives in a magic field. They live in a thorny mess, struggling where the food is scarce, and you have to be pretty fierce. You basically have to be a dragon, right? So what's the real investment trend? Screw the fluffy unicorn, right? It's about the survivor, the hard one, the ones that earned their stripes the hard way. They're the ones who are going to make it. So, yeah. And it's less about noise, it's more about the action, observed rather than explicitly stated.
So do you agree, guys? What do you think? Because this is kind of controversial.
Controversial?
I don't think we disagree. For us, I think you're going to find great quality founders who have domain knowledge. That's where they've got, in many instances, an unfair advantage. And I think if you're talking, by the way, I agree with what you said at the start in terms of human capital is very evenly distributed. Current access to financial capital is not. And if you're an investor and if you're looking for an arbitrage opportunity in a market where you're making a bet for 10 years, not for the next 2 or 3 quarters, actually I think you'll be pretty well served by someone who understands a domain and can find people and understands what an unfair domain advantage is. But ultimately, if you're an investor, you're marketing your capital, how do you find those founders with that domain expertise with unfair advantages? So I actually think we agree on that rather than disagree.
Cool, awesome.
Constanza, you tapped into valuation. Can you talk a little bit more about how you see the trends reflecting the valuation from your point of view?
I think valuation since, beginning of 2022 really has started to feel some pressure, mainly because at least at our stage, the sort of like pre-seed and seed stages are a little bit more protected of the impact of the public markets. But in later stages, we see, as the public markets has come down and multiples have come down, so have valuations that VCs can actually pay. And I would say that Europe has been a little bit more resilient versus the US. So I think in terms of the capital deployed, the decline hasn't been as pronounced as in the US. That might be because maybe the ecosystem is on a better foot, or it might be that we're actually slightly late, and we are going to see that impact in Q1 and Q2 and perhaps Q3. In terms of valuation, I guess there's been many sort of like bridge rounds, internal rounds that VCs have been doing during the past 12 months to maintain the high valuations from 2021. But it's hard to keep doing that. So we expect valuations to have more pressures.
Wait, there's not a never-ending flow of capital?
Apparently not.
Oh, damn it! Damn it!
Do you think that Europe's got like a lot of catch-up growth? Because that's, I mean, my personal view is like, yeah, there's a huge amount of catch-up growth potential.
Yeah, I think there is part of that. And if you look, like if you compare sort of like 2022 with 2020, I mean, we are still growing quite a bit. But I do think that we're also slightly late in the process, so we will feel the pain a little bit longer than startups in the US. Hopefully not that long, because as you said, there's still a lot of growth to catch up on, and you know, good startups that benefit from good fundamentals overall in the European market in terms of talent.
Yeah, plenty of talent there, but like I think so. One thing that's really exciting for me is the global arbitrage opportunity that's now VCs are very good at saying their market and their space is great, and obviously I'm going to tell you London is the greatest market for investing in startups, but my colleague in Paris will say the same. And my colleague in Lagos will say the same. And my colleague in Tel Aviv will say the same. And so everybody's telling you we're all wonderful, but it can't all be true, right? And so, but what you do find is spaces where people are able to be themselves, their authentic selves. How many of you in the room have been a founder? Excellent. How many of you were able to pull down more than 25,000 a year as an income as a founder in your first year or two? Very, very few of you, basically, right? So the whole thing about the founding starting journey is it's not just about the talent, it's where can the talent feel good and feel happy and comfortable and be able to feel inspired and engaged. That's often actually the lead determinant as to whether they'll thrive and the ecosystem you want to be thinking about. And it's that fit for founder and ecosystem. So, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting to see that most of basically our room are founders. So I guess, do you have any advice for founders that you would give them?
Can I do it the other way around?
Yeah, sure.
Guys, I've been in these rooms, and you have three people going on about what they think is interesting. What questions do you want answered? If you're a founder, you've got questions. If you're not an investor, you've got questions. So can I ask the audience what they want to hear from us?
Yeah.
Can we just take 3 questions quickly? Hands up, somebody. What do you actually want to hear? Why you sat here, other than this is more fun than being in the office?
That's right over there.
Yeah.
Back, yep, go.
So one of the challenges currently with Arcfina is early stage funding.
Yep.
Many of the funds, including the people sitting on the panel at this point in time, would rather look for scale up rather than necessarily return risk. There seems to be not enough aptitude for that in this. And the second part of the question is to do with angel investors, whether that is a good thing or can be a challenge.
Cool. Early stage investment and the appetite for risk, lots of scale up money, and are angels good or bad? Anybody else?
You said you believe that there's a cutting edge here for London, that it's great. Talk to us about that. Why do you believe it's a great cutting edge place to be for investment in early stage investment?
Okay, cool. We got 3. One last question, yeah.
A 2-3 million seed round in the climate space. How long to raise and what valuations?
Okay, cool. Right. Shall we deal with these lovely questions one by one? Early stage capital and the risk and scale up. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm an early stage investor. I'm generally the first institutional check, often the first capital into a company. Yeah, there isn't enough of us. It's hard to raise funds for the later stage. And being blunt, that ties into the second piece, the role of the angel investor. The real challenge is that there's a lot of very bad angel investors and some really wonderful ones, and it's really hard for founders to disambiguate the two. Because half the angels in London are ex-private equity boys and girls who think that you should be doing a term sheet for a startup like you're putting in 50 million into a PE turnaround looking for a 2x or 3x multiple. I'm seeing familiar faces and nods. So the risk appetite, we need way more capital. EIS, SEIS, hats off to the current government. One of the only thing that Quasi-Cartain did that was vaguely any good was increase the SEIS, EIS round. As for the rest of what he did, it's just an embarrassment. Really, it's living. We can make lots of Eton jokes anyway, but moving swiftly on.
Yeah, I mean, I focus at later stages. So I actually feel that Series A is where the gap is at the moment. So I'm a little bit surprised about the question in terms of sort of like seed, pre-seed, or angel rounds. But it's true that part of that is because we've moved to focus more on scale-ups because it's a little bit safer given the current environment. So it's a little bit self-inflicted into the industry. Everyone that was doing sort of like late seed or Series A, maybe we're pausing and focusing on other things. But I heard most people are going earlier because the pressure for valuation is slightly less when you are at the beginning. So I'm slightly surprised. I'm not sure if that's really what the data is saying in terms of the funding being lower at those early stages.
We've got a lot of data about what levels of capital that founders are looking for. They tell us when they sign up to our search engine. And yeah, the vast majority of fundraisers are like sub $500,000. Like the average is 1.5, but that's heavily skewed by people who are raising significantly higher values. Now, obviously, you expect there to be significant drop-off, but if you look at the ratios, I'd probably be expecting to see, it's kind of surprising to see how many there are that are looking for funding between like 150K and $500,000. It's that sort of angel or like really early stage institutional check. Massive gap in the market. I don't think it's being very well served at the moment. And I think there is a bit of I think the government's done a really good job, much with just to second your point around SEIS and EIS. It's a bit like gift aid, like government's outsourcing risk to people who are better qualified to take that investment decision. I think the government could be doing a lot more of it and could be essentially making that actually probably a bit more generous, especially if we want to have like a STEM-focused technology base grow in the country. We all know that like anything that's relatively deep tech just takes a lot more. I don't think the government should be making the call as to what deserves more, but I think investors actually probably know actually a deep tech startup that's doing something that's going to take 1 or 2 million to bring something to market actually deserves more tax incentive than the next dating app. No offense if anyone's building a dating app.
I mean, total offense if you're building another dating app from me. The world does not need any more dating apps. That really doesn't.
But we need more humans on Earth, so we need more dating.
What? Not really the two are correlated, last I checked. But anyway, why is London awesome? Here's why London's awesome for me. I think to the alluded point, if someone with origins from its former colony can now be the Prime Minister of the country, admittedly only after a white man and a white woman has failed. I mean, same in Scotland. Anyway, sorry, moving swiftly on. But here's the reason why London's, for me, the greatest place on earth to be a founder. One, access, no matter where you're from, the global talent visas, the ability to come in, it doesn't matter where you're born. That is probably, for me as an investor, great. You can be born from anywhere, you can fill the forms out, you can get a visa, more or less. And being blunt, if you're too lazy to fill out the forms, oh, we're not in Europe anymore, I want to be able to walk across. You're going to make a terrible bloody founder anyway. A bit of friction filling in visa paperwork? Really? Why? And look, this city, look around this room, where we are right now. No one, it's not, yes, it is mostly white men, but that said, pardon? Sorry? It's true. It is mostly white men, but at the same time, from all over the place, right? And it's not that, imagine if we were in France right now. What would this room makeup look like? Or in Germany? They're both amazing.
French white man.
Pardon?
French white man.
Right, this is the whole thing. And so my point is, I genuinely believe London is a more diverse city. It is 52% not British by the metrics. And that gives us a competitive edge because the markets are global, they're not local. And, we bless with the English language. The other key thing I'll say is that we have this amazing element of people willing to lift and uplift each other here, more so than others. Like, the thing I love about it here is, if you went to Oxford or Cambridge, which is a bad life choice anyway, I did it myself, so I'm allowed to say that. What's really interesting is that doesn't, nowadays, thankfully, doesn't mean you get to walk in and get venture capital funding. It's not like Germany, if you didn't go to VHU or France, you go to the Grande École, right? It doesn't make a difference. That's what makes London so amazing. And there are more and more people that way. One of the things I think has been So one of the things I look at in my data, I'm just going to show off now because I want to, if that's okay. I've been doing it all the way through, and I don't know why I changed. So in the last year, 54% of my investments have been in female-founded teams, and 78% are diverse by one metric or another. I do have a diversity problem, is that if you're a white public school boy, please apply to me. I only had 1 in the current batch and 0 in the last batch. Oh, and the current batch is a Web3 batch, by the way. So when people say you can't do deep tech or you can't do tech, and you can't have women or minorities in it, they're lazy. But the point is, it's not about diversity of investing, it's about talent. I don't invest in people based on their gender or where they're from or whatever. I base it on their lived experience, which is why we end up like this. And the thing is, London is probably the only other place is Silicon Valley, but London is one of the few places where there are enough enlightened people like me who aren't looking at where you went to school or what you did. And that's the other thing that makes it a brilliant place to be. So the beatniks, the rebels, the people that didn't quite fit in, the misfits, they are almost always the outlier founders, and London is probably the best place for them to call home. Almost on a par with Silicon Valley. The only difference is we have food, culture, art, history, greater diversity of talent, gender balances, ratios, healthcare, education. Sorry, I keep going on.
Okay, so with the time we have left, what are your guys' opinions on this?
I'm going to shut up. Sorry, I hog the time.
Yes.
Well, no, I 100% agree. I mean, we have a strong focus in London, but more broadly in the UK, I would say. So I think there's still a lot of good talent, especially now with the need for data scientists, AI in cities like Cambridge, for instance. So yeah, and I think we are in quite a, from looking at the VC industry, we're quite in a privileged position to be working in VC at the moment in Europe, given all the opportunities that are out there, all the growth that you mentioned at the very, sort of like catch-up growth at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think just seconding those points, like I'm here because the UK welcomed in my grandparents as refugees. I think if you look at the speakers today, if you look at founders in general, I think the vast majority of them come from families that have gone through like very high levels of risk just to get here, whether that was intentional or not, usually not. But I think inevitably you end up with people who are outliers in terms of, yeah, their willingness to take risk or just acceptance of risk within a family, and that actually shapes an upbringing. I'm really long on London as well. Like I think that this is the closest that Europe gets to America. So yeah,
So you would rather be in America?
I think America, by virtue of having, America has a high level of migration in a year. They have more space. It's just more possible politically to have it. Obviously, it causes all sorts of controversy, but yeah, America, like for every X number of millions that have gone through that risk, you're going to get some that turn out the next sort of whatever it is, next Google, like et cetera, that's going to happen because they get more of them. But I think the UK is really well placed, and I hope that the government makes it not necessarily easy, but there needs to be some level of barrier. But if you're talented, you should be able to come here, and that's actually one of the exciting things that we're able to do. Is we're bringing someone who's half Ukrainian, and we're going through like the visa application process at the moment. That actually has been made easier by the government, like leveling that out from on a global perspective, rather than only being focused on one geographic block. So that's I think why I'm long London, long UK.
Okay, well, thank you for your attendance here. We're running out of time, so yeah, I hope it was very useful and enjoyable for the audience. And if you have any question, please follow up later with us.
Find us all on the internet. We're all easily emailable.
Yeah.
We're all easily findable. Please do reach out.
Thanks, everyone. That was great. So now we have our first presenter for today. He's the head of fundraising for Nevomo, and this is Daniel Minks. Are you here? Sorry, we finished a bit earlier than planned. Is Daniel Minks here? Ah, great, thanks. Welcome, our first presenter today. And I'll set you up.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, yes, you've got this over here.
Right. Thank you very much. So I speak to here or?
Yep, you can speak to it.
Okay, sure. I guess. Thanks a lot. Okay. Okay, hello everybody. It's actually head of finance relations. Our founder couldn't make it today because of an expired passport. But either way, it's a pleasure to be here. Is this the first slide of the presentation? Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm here today to talk to you about Nevomo. We are a deep tech European company coming from Poland, but also wider Europe. Since soon, top of our company will be located in the Netherlands with subsidiaries around Europe. We are a Hyperloop inspired, but we have a different approach to Hyperloop. Since 2018, we really strongly believe that Hyperloop cannot happen contrary to railways, especially in Europe, where railways are very strong. We call ourselves a tubeless Hyperloop, and we are introducing it in a stepwise approach whilst using legacy railway infrastructure, which is the main difference between maglev in China and Japan, where a completely new infrastructure was required, and we just upgraded the existing ones. Our technology acts as a partner to the current infrastructure managers, not their competition. With it, we are helping solve some of their largest pains at the moment, which are capacity and efficiency of the aging analog technology used today. With our solutions, we are effectively enabling smaller distances between trains, allowing for more trains to be operated at any one time without the need to invest in new infrastructure. Here you can see the difference demonstrated, showing that we can reduce set distances about fourfold. Our technologies will also be used for cargo operations in ports with full electrification and automatization of individual carriages. On open infrastructure, our booster solution also allows cargo trains to go up and down hills without an extra locomotive as it is done today, saving money and time for the railway operators. We are introducing two versions of our system, one non-levitating one, which is slider or booster, where we keep the existing vehicles and we just modify the vehicles and infrastructure. And then two, a full mag rail, where we again use existing railway lines, but we equip them additionally with magnetic tracks where we can double the speed of the existing lines to up to 550 kilometers per hour. The market size of the whole transportation market is 2 trillion euro. Currently, on top of this, there is also a very strong trend of about 10% growth per year in the smart railway market. And we tapped into this very strongly, also taking account our IoT solution. We're currently testing our full-scale prototype on the largest passive levitation test track in Europe, Poland, in Nowa Serzyna, of 750 meters. We're also using the EIC Accelerator grant to implement more curves and switches and to prepare for our first homologation processes starting next year in cooperation with the Italian railways and possibly others as well. This is our product delivery pipeline. We are introducing the technologies in a stepwise manner, starting on closed infrastructures this year, moving on to semi-open and open infrastructure homologations in 24 and 25, with first passenger applications starting 26 and full levitation in the following years. Here you can see our major partners from the railway operator arena, among others, such as SNCF, Deutsche Bahn, RFI, and Duisport, which is the largest inland port in the world, with SNCF being our newest partner who has announced the cooperation with us on Hello Tomorrow in some weeks ago. Patent-wise, we have 12 applications filed, 7 patents already granted, and here you can see their geographies. We already know that we are going to get our first European patents, and so this map will become much darker very quickly. We are also patenting in some geographies that other Hyperloop related companies are not. For example, the Middle East, where we see that this is also quite important, and it also further allows us to really strongly advance in these markets. Fundraising-wise, we have raised 11 million euros so far, half of that in non-dilutable grants, half of that in equity. Plus, last year, we've been awarded the EICA Accelerator grant first and equity for 2.5 million for the grant part and 15 million for the equity part, euro, of course. Currently, we are raising 4 million euro for our post-seed pre-series A round, complementing the EICA grant. With this, we continue on delivering the prototypes and growing the commercial part of our operations. This will be followed then by Series A in the second half of this year. We will trigger the EIC Accelerator, equity part, and here we would like to raise about 20 million euro with a lead investor complementing the European Commission investment. Thank you very much for your time. If you want to come speak to me, we have a booth on the right. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Okay, our next company is the founder and MD of Boulevard, Dom Portman. Hi.
Here we go. Lovely. Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be here today to explain exactly what we're doing at Boulevard and how we're revolutionizing online marketplace selling using our disruptive tech platform. We all know the growth of online marketplace has been huge in the last couple of years. It's been a seismic shift from .com websites to consumers buying on the likes of Amazon, eBay, etc. But if you're a product-based business, you face a huge headache with accessing these markets. You have two routes to market. Either you do it yourself or you sell into the marketplace themselves who retail on the platform. At the moment, that comes with huge headaches. If you do it yourself, you end up with about 30 different software applications all performing different functions of marketplace selling, such as inventory sync, compliance, product data sync, pricing, and then you have the headache of order fulfillment on top of that, which is a very costly business. It is too technical and too costly to go down that route. If you sell into the marketplace, it's a very strained relationship, and marketplaces are very bullish in terms of how they operate. So that's where we come in. As Boulevard, we are the marketplace super seller, and we've developed a tech platform to manage the whole end-to-end listing, selling, and order fulfillment process. We have 2 distribution centers to process our orders. We partner with brands, manufacturers, and distributors of product, and we take the whole function with them, effectively becoming our supplier. We have over 120 brands who have accessed our service and entered this free partnership with ourselves, including the likes of Brother in stationery and Gilbert in sportswear. We've received transformative results for our partners, the likes of One for Fun and Nemesis now growing their sales and their margin through carving out our own margin in order fulfillment, right through to West Design, who we cleared lines that they were due to liquidate because they didn't have the right access to marketplaces to sell them to consumers. We've had 2 funding rounds to date. Our angel round at 480K in 2018, where we had the likes of Kaya Raghavan, an ex-global executive of Citibank, and Adam Bellamy, ex-CFO of Pure Gym, joined the round, and Fuel Ventures, experts in marketplace and technologies, we raised 2.2 million with in 2021, and we are growing at 100% year-on-year revenue today. We've achieved £10 million in revenue. So how do we know marketplaces are the place to be? Everyone shops on Amazon now, and I think COVID brought people who didn't want to shop on Amazon to have to shop on Amazon. And as you can see from those figures, 68% of consumers now find brands for the first time on marketplaces. There was the high street .coms, now there's .coms to marketplace. This is a revolution that's ongoing now. And at Boulevard, we are sector agnostic. We currently have 1 million product listings in a pool of 1 billion listings on Amazon. So we're only at the tip of the iceberg, and the capabilities of listing and selling that many products are only capable due to IGA, our tech platform. So how are we going to grow? Well, we have a pattern. When we had 350,000 product listings that we listed and sold, we had 3.4 million in revenue. Now we have 1 million listings, we have 10 million in revenue. There are over 1 billion listings on Amazon, and we already have a pipeline of 600,000 additional listings with new partners looking to partner with us and access our services. So we plan to reach 11 million listings by 2028, which would produce 147 million in revenue. This market has attracted significant investment. Garage sellers and small e-commerce have been overtaken by sophistication and tech. And in the last few years, FBA acquirers have raised over $15 billion in disclosed equity rounds. They didn't have IGA. They didn't have our unique partnership model. There are several unicorns in the space as well. And we've paid really close attention to our unit economics. And we understand very carefully what our main expenses are and how they don't scale when revenue scales. And we have a paper on this running through every single one. We've got a young, ambitious team who are marketplace and tech experts. And we have significant experience at board level with Fuel Ventures, who invested in 2021 on the board, and also advisors including Kaya Raghavan, ex-senior global exec at Citibank, and Greg Tufnell, the ex-CEO of Mothercare and director at Arcadia Group, and next bringing expertise of trading right the way through the 90s through to today. So we're seeking today £3 million in investment for our latest round. We have 10 million in revenue, and that will see us through to 147 million pounds in revenue. We've got a highly scalable market, a huge $500 billion total addressable market, and we're going to invest in our platform, IGA, 1.5 million pounds, 1 million pounds in our new business team to continue growing our listings, and 500,000 pounds in a unique piece of data-led buying technology going forwards. We have a booth just to the right out here, and I look forward to having further conversations with everyone later on today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We're quite strict on time, but everyone's racing through it now, so we still have a bit more. Our next one is Odondo, Amir Bulush, and he is the co-founder and COO. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Amir, the COO and one of the co-founders of Odondo. I'm joined by my co-founder and CEO, Bobby, here today. And I'm here to talk about Odondo, which is a technology-enabled customer service outsourcing business that's backed by the leading venture capital firm, Hambro Perks. So the global market for customer service is enormous at around £270 billion. But while customer service outsourcing to large businesses is a well-established practice, it is almost completely unserved for the £100 billion SME market, and that's the market that we focus on. So if you run a large business, you'll have long-term forecastable needs that lend themselves really well to working with a traditional outsourcer on a long-term contract. But the problem for SMEs and growth businesses is that their needs will flex and vary over time. And a traditional outsourcer just isn't flexible enough to deal with that and will almost certainly be too expensive for them as well. Their quality will be low as well because of the age and experience of the typical agent that works for them. I experienced these issues firsthand myself in my previous business where we ran a 150-man call centre in the UK and a 100-man centre out in Bangalore. So we founded Odondo to open up customer service outsourcing to the untapped SME market. And our business model was designed with these SMEs in mind. It's a marketplace gig model that matches agents to clients on demand. Our platform lets us organize an agent's schedule, sets them up with a secure working environment to do the work, provides our clients with a call center system to take and make calls, monitors the agent's performance, and generates forecasts and invoices for the work that we've done. And the benefits to our clients are that they get flexibility through the gig model, higher quality agents because of the agent experience, and we're also up to 40% cheaper than a traditional outsourcer. And a great example of a client of ours that works the model to their benefit is a company called Arbor Education. They're an edtech software business, and Arbor provides software to schools, so their customer support volumes are particularly high during term times, and then they drop right down out of term. Our model gives them that support at those busy periods and lets them dial down during the holidays. We've proven the model. We generated 2022 gross revenues of £1.7 million. We're currently live with 20 clients. We've worked in 8 languages across 3 continents, and we've built up a network of over 150 agents acquired at very negligible costs. Even though we focus on SMEs, you might be able to see from the list there that there's quite a range of businesses that we work with, from a FTSE 250 business and high-end global luxury brands, all the way down to some small niche businesses. What we've achieved so far has been through our tech-enabled business model, but real scale comes from launching what we'd call a self-service version of the platform. And this will bring together all the different tools and resources that an SME business will need to build and manage their own world-class customer service operation, and will be completely unique in market. Our vision for the product is to become one of the building blocks in the business building ecosystem. So, for example, an e-commerce business might use Shopify for its storefront, Stripe for its payment gateway, Salesforce for its CRM, and Odondo for its customer service function. The business is led day-to-day by me and Bobby. By way of background, I successfully exited my previous business, Energy Helpline, to private equity, which I helped build into one of the UK's top 3 energy price comparison services. And Bobby started his career in investment banking, spending over 10 years in M&A for banks including Morgan Stanley, HSBC, and Lehman Brothers. And he left banking in 2011 to co-found an e-commerce business, which he ran for about 5 years. And it was his experience there that sowed the seed for what later became Odondo. We're also lucky to be supported by a highly experienced advisory board, with each advisor curated with a specific area of our business in mind. So we're currently raising, sorry, this slide is slightly wrong. We're currently raising 750K. The round will fund our growth plans for the rest of the year and gets us very close to break even, and gives us enough runway to hit further proof points ahead of a larger growth raise at the end of the year. We've already secured 350K of commitments so far from our existing shareholders, including participation from Hamro Perks and several of our angel investors, and this has been at a £7.5 million pre-money valuation. We're keen to close the round quickly and move on now, and as part of the share offer, we're also providing 2 free shares for each one subscribed for, therefore pricing the round at an effective £2.5 million pre-money valuation. We're looking for a further 400K to complete the round. Thank you very much for your time. We've got a booth out in the main area there, and I'd love to chat to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. Okay, next we've got the co-founder. Okay, we've got, Kelda Showers, Richard White. Thank you. Got everything sorted over there. Which button do I press? Next, okay. Settle down.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So my name is Richard White. I'm CEO of Kelda Showers. We're looking to raise £2 million to continue to develop our technology, and for that we're offering up to 25% of the company's shares. We're in a lucky position that we've already raised $1 million of the $2 million. That $1 million allows us to continue the development of our existing showers. The additional $1 million we're looking for is for the next generation of product. So why Kelda? We're the pioneers of water saving, energy saving, and therefore carbon reduction showers. But while we do that, we hope that we actually enhance the user experience as well. And you can see on the bottom, we work with a lot of organizations. All of the numbers that I'll show you today are actually verified by the Energy Savings Trust, and our technology is developed with Southampton University. How does our technology work? Well, unlike aerated showers that suck in air and you end up with a mist, great for refreshing a vegetable, not good for washing shampoo out of your hair, ours are actually air-powered by a powerful fan. So the water's injected into the airflow. We've got great technology in the shower head that therefore produces individual droplet sizes that are 2.5 times bigger than a standard shower. So you actually get 15 times the impact, washes out shampoo, conditioner very quickly, so you don't have to spend any longer in the shower. So our initial technology we launched into the leisure centre sector. We've taken that technology and now taking it into the domestic sector with a glass panel product where you can adjust the temperature. In the leisure sector, we've got the option of having a time flow so that the showers can't be left on and there's only a limited period that the showers will therefore work. That technology has actually been in the Queen Elizabeth Olympic pool for more than 3 years. Those showers are hammered every day. So they get general public in the morning, school children all through the day, general public again. They're used about 110 times a day, and in 3 years we've never had to go back and do any maintenance or change anything. So we know the technology is incredibly robust. During COVID, obviously what was our core sector, the leisure centre sector, was basically closed down. So rather than sit on our hands, we went back to the university and developed a completely new technology, a world first, which is pure water and air into bubbles. And we've devised it so you can see it, you feel it, because it actually bursts onto your shoulder. So not only do you get a shower, you get a light massage at the same time. So great for basically bringing a spa experience to home. What we found is the initial technology for new build is fantastic for the family bathroom and would save the average family of four about £550 a year. And then this new bubble technology in the ensuite more as a relaxation getaway. And interesting research shows 40% of the UK's population actually showers just to relax, not because they need to get clean. We work very closely with the government as well, and we believe we're about to set a new, what they call the SAP standard. And what this chart shows is the national average of time people spend in the shower, the amount of water they use, versus the test results we've got, which shows people actually spend less time in our showers and use more than 50, or use less than 50% of the water and energy. So we're making tremendous savings. And at the same time, all the people that were part of the test, the overall rating was 8.3 out of 10 in terms of user experience, ease of use, rinsing out shampoo, conditioner. So we know the technology is well respected. There's a whole series of case studies. If you go onto our website, I won't take you all through it now. There's too many of them, but this was with Ascot Group Capital Land based out in Singapore, where we saved the base technology 74% of water and energy and 53% on bubble spa. And again, those same percentages are the reduction in carbon. The Queen Elizabeth pool I mentioned before, we reduced their consumption by 40%, had 100% user experience, and return on investment for leisure centres is between 4 months and 12 months. Similar for universities, this case study for IQ students, we reduced their water by 50%. They didn't spend any longer in the showers. And final case is Barrett's, where we're saving the average family about £350. I think I'm nearly out of time. Customer feedback, we've got very positive feedback from all of the sectors. The one at the bottom, very far bottom, I think is the most poignant in terms of the next generation technology. Our current technology needs an electrical connection to drive the fan. What we're looking to do is get the water flow to generate enough energy so you don't need an electrical connection. And this is probably the biggest business in America. They're saying the current technology is thousands of units. Get it self-powered, it's hundreds of thousands of units. So it's global potential is massive. Our current pipeline is 165 million a year, but our forecast is just to convert only 2% of that this year up to 9% in 3 years' time. So anybody who invests in the company on that basis, if we got a EBITDA and an exit multiple of 10, would get more than 6 times return on the investment they make. So like everybody else, we've got to stand outside. We've got videos we can show you of the product working. I'm very happy to take any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, next up before our break, we've got Melanie Grace and Faisal Saigol from SaigolEd.
Okay, hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Our company is called SaigolEd, and my name is Melanie Grace. I'm the co-founder and marketing director. This is Faisal Saigol, our co-founder and CEO. So Faisal, would you like to start?
Yes, so we are looking to transform a $200 billion tutoring and supply teaching industry. We're an edtech company, and I'll take you through a couple of stories actually to describe the two problems we're solving. The first is a mother's tale, actually my sister. I was in the back of a taxi with her, and she was almost in tears that her children were falling behind at school, and she couldn't afford enough tutoring for them. Now, she's very middle class. She's a doctor, married to a dentist, so comfortable by almost any metric. At this stage, the taxi driver turns around and says, she's lucky to be able to afford any tutoring. He'd love to, and he can't. So that's the first problem. Most people are locked out of tutoring. The second story is a head teacher's tale. So head teachers obviously run a bank of teachers. When those teachers are ill or have family problems, they draw on what are called supply teachers, temporary teachers. The problem with that market, A, it's bigger than 200 billion, which is the B2C market to parents. But the problem with it is that you have to pay per day minimum for supply teachers, and quality is variable because they're very rarely specialists in the class being missed, so teachers suffer and kids suffer. So those are the two problems, and Melanie will move on to the next slide for the solution.
Absolutely. So before the solution, we've still got the problem, which you quite rightly highlighted, Faisal, is tutoring and supply teaching is way too expensive, and it's a massive challenge for schools. You've got a 200 billion tutoring market, and lessons are 30 to 100 pounds, and that's just in the UK. So it's just so expensive. So 92% of parents are actually priced out of being able to afford this for their kids. And then also an even larger market is the supply teaching market. But here we have the happy solution.
The brand Kasum is owned by SaigolEd. It's a better consumer-facing brand, and it solves both problems. We have high quality, in fact, highest quality tutors, but from lower cost countries. Most teaching, even at schools these days, or a lot of teaching at schools these days, is online. The head teacher I was speaking to is at a boarding school where most of their classes are online. But the world's changed. These teachers have multiple years of teaching experience, 10 plus years of teaching experience, and we train them to US and UK curriculum standards. So the quality is higher, but the great thing is the cost is sliced. So the cost to us for these tutors and these supply teachers that are best in class is just £6 an hour, and we can reduce prices 80% below our competitors.
Absolutely. So you're probably thinking as well, why now? So COVID-ensured online learning is become the new norm. So everyone now, I'm sure you're using Zoom, or kids are doing face-to-face with tutors, and this is, just standard practice. Secondly, tutoring and supply teaching will inevitably move online. And, it's so important to have high quality, and that is exactly what we've sourced, what we have a pool of, and what we've really spent, over 2 years getting to. And we are first movers, so I'm sure, there's competitors out there, but we've spent such a long time really deep diving into the market to making sure that we really have a great, unique product, and, parents really are excited for us to launch, and head teachers.
So why us? We've got a great team, a little bit of nonsense university stuff, but Google, Microsoft winning awards in new tech. Our head of education is ex-Chegg, which is a $2 billion company. I've successfully invested more money than is sensible. We've got this deep pipeline of tutors that's been sourced, rigorous user research. We actually raised our first round 1.5 years ago, but spent no money on building the business until we were absolutely sure that we were addressing real pain points in a great competitive space for us. We're launching in 2 months, and we're fully funded to do so.
Absolutely, and I think as well, Faisal, it's, the fact with Cambridge and Harvard, with your background, it's, you didn't want me to say this, but it's, making it accessible when you've had such a great education and that isn't accessible to everyone is really important. So no matter what university or school you have been at, that shouldn't matter to every single parent. It should, be available mainstream. Financials?
The financials are great. So we've spent a lot of time thinking about this. It's a subscription-based business, so we take cash up front. Our tutors and teachers are on a variable cost basis paid in arrears, and the margins are circa 50%, 20% on gross basis, 20% EBITDA. In summary, we take cash in first and pay less cash out later. Year 5 across a B2C and B2School market, we're projecting $100 million of year 5 revenues and $20 million of EBITDA, but actually we're profitable from the get-go.
Okay, so our progress, which has been really exciting year for us, we've raised around $650,000 now. VCs lined up in the States for seed, Series A, and which will really put us at around 5 times our valuation. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here, but because we've raised $650,000, we're really only looking for around $150 for contingency. Like I say, we've got an absolutely fantastic team, so much research, so it's just nice to obviously be here and take the next steps.
The vision, by the way, is to go beyond the school curriculum. Essentially, we're bringing a wall down between fantastic tutors who are lower cost and Western consumers and schools that are used to much higher prices. That really can apply across all ages, all learning, hobbies, cooking, everything. But we'll start with the school curriculum and stay focused for now.
Absolutely, got a really focused target audience to begin with. So thank you so much for your time today. Please don't hesitate to connect with Faisal on LinkedIn, or our stand is in the back left corner over there in the exhibition centre. So thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a break now. As everyone said, you can go see all the stores on the outside. We're going to resume at for the next panel, which is Climate Tech. We'll resume at 12:09. Thank you. Right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break. Our next panel is our climate tech panel. Our moderator will be Nathan Kelleher. He's the co-founder and partner of True Altitude. Sorry, I'm a bit rushed. Thanks, Nathan. No problem. Sorry if I've been quick. Could we close the door, please? If anyone... Thank you. Okay. Next up is Paul Miller, Nick Lyth. Okay. Hi again. Hi. And then also Daniel Carew. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Yep, we're on. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name's Nathan Kelleher. I'm the founding partner of True Altitude. Just a quick bit on True Altitude. We're an advisory business globally based in Australia, UAE, and the UK. And we work with early stage businesses all the way up to, say, Series A, Series B, helping with fundraising, advisory, and general corporate assistance with their fundraising. And joined today by three gentlemen. We're talking today around climate tech, and we're looking at obviously the opportunities and challenges in climate tech. We had a bit of a few people drop off today, so we've had a couple jump in at last minute. So we'll obviously, thankfully, we've got very experienced people who know this space really well. So look forward to going through. So firstly, Paul, tell us a bit about Bethnal Green Ventures and yourself.
Hello everybody. My name is Paul Miller. I'm one of the managing partners at Bethnal Green Ventures. We're an early stage tech for good venture investor. So we typically invest at pre-seed stage and then make follow-on investments into those businesses. We have three impact themes that we're looking for, which are a sustainable planet, which is we're covering today, but we also invest in ventures that are addressing a better society. So that could be in education or employability. And healthy lives, so mental, physical health startups as well. We've been investing for just over 10 years now, so we've invested in about 160 businesses, predominantly in the UK, but also a few businesses in Western Europe as well. So yeah, that's us.
Excellent. And Nick?
For those of you who didn't hear my talk earlier today, my name's Nick Lyth, and I'm founder and president of Green Angel Syndicate, which is just transitioning to Green Angel Ventures. Green Angel Syndicate is the only angel investment syndicate in the UK specializing in the fight against climate change. Are we okay there?
Gonna get rescued.
Is it me? Shall I try again? So we're the only angel syndicate in the UK specializing in the fight against climate change, and we're now transitioning into fund management with the launch of a Series A venture fund for institutional investors and corporate investors and family offices. And what the fight against climate change means, again, for those of you who didn't hear my talk earlier today, is that we are only interested in businesses that are developing innovations that are going to reduce carbon emissions, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and or remove carbon from the atmosphere. Because if we don't get carbon right now, nothing else is going to matter. There won't be anything else. And my theme this morning was investing for the 22nd century. That's what we've got to do. Make it so that the people who are alive when they see who might be our children, who see the start of the 22nd century, do not look back and think of us as the fools who did nothing when we could. So that's me.
Thanks, Nick. Daniel?
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Daniel Carew. I'm a deep tech investor. I work for IQ Capital. We're an early stage fund here in the UK. looking at what we call DeepTech. So DeepTech for me is a breakthrough type technology, right? It's something where someone's made some innovation in science and engineering which really kind of moves the needle. And we go in quite early. I help those founders with some magic technology, figure out where the market applications is. So, for me, much to what you were saying, it's all about sort of changing the world for the better. So, I've made a few climate investments as well. I tend to look at it from the technology perspective and then figure out how to grow those companies and really make billion-dollar companies in whatever vertical that the tech, has the best approach. So I've been sort of very successful at that. I've got a few NASDAQ listed ones. I tend to focus on things like AI, robotics, climate, defense, wherever there's like a real technical kind of breakthrough. And I tend to do a lot of hardware, software type businesses. So that's something I'll be speaking about today as well.
Excellent. Yeah, definitely. So from my background, I was sort of in logistics. I was in technology. We had e-commerce and the such. What I've seen, because that was always very common, it was always prevalent for us. What I've seen in the last couple of years is obviously a shift, even in all of the areas, verticals, towards climate tech. So I think it's very opportune. I love the fact that it's on stage now at events like this where it's front and center. I guess, climate tech, obviously, whilst it's been an issue for a long time, it's been around for a long time, the actual fundraising and the challenges that startups have, because a lot of these startups are very early stage. What are you guys sort of seeing? What are the key challenges that startups are getting in terms of raising money?
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely changed for the better. I mean, actually, Nick and I we're co-investors in several startups that I think found it very, very hard to fundraise. I would say 5 to 10 years ago was a completely different environment for climate tech. There was certainly there was a bit of a hangover from the early noughties in terms of green tech investing, where there was a huge amount of money piled into renewables and things like that went bust, basically. And there was still a bit of a hangover of that. That seems to have gone away now, and I think there's also an understanding that the market for climate tech is going to grow and grow and grow. I think we'll certainly see there being probably 10 times more renewable energy over the next 20 years. We'll see maybe 10 times more people employed in renewable energy and so on over the next 20 years. So the growth of the market for this kind of technology and for what I would describe as the picks and shovels, the things that make that work, not necessarily like new renewables or new installations, but the technology that makes them all work and makes them work with existing systems, that's where there's real growth. And so actually fundraising for climate tech ventures is still hard, there's no doubt about that, but it's a lot better than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, I'd agree with Paul completely. But I would note that actually there is more and more and more money coming in. It's actually pouring in. We've doubled in size. We've doubled the syndicate in size. The fund alongside is going really well. But I'd say there are two traps, and they're the different sides of the same coin. One is actually on the entrepreneurs themselves, and that is that there are a lot of people now who are maybe jumping on the bandwagon. Is that too cruel? I mean, they're bringing forward tech that is, it's sort of designed to fool us and make us think that well, this could work and it could be good, and that you really need people who understand the deep tech. I mean, I'm guessing, Dan, that's really where you're at. The flip side of that coin is the absolute babble of noise about the different categorizations, the ESG, the sustainability, the impact, the clean tech, the climate tech, and the way people are complicating it, so that actually from the investor side, there is a degree of confusion about what we're trying to do, which was why the speech to those of you who did hear it this morning, invest for the 22nd century and invest in reality. Don't mess around with anything else. Ignore the fools who are trying to persuade us that ESG means something that we can start measuring?
Well, I mean, for me, I was, when I started my venture career, clean tech was still a thing, right? And I saw it sort of do the boom and the bust. And the way I tend to think about it, everyone talks about the Gartner hype cycle, right? Where you've got this boom and then sort of this plateau of productivity. I mean, for me, I think there's a few like booms before, right? So I think you get this kind of wave that eventually kind of like stabilizes into something that's valuable. And that's where I think we are now. I think, there is a bit of a boom, but having been through kind of two or three previous cycles, depending how you want to count, I do think it's reached critical mass now, right? I do think there's enough enthusiasm on both the government side, the corporate side, et cetera, as well as the entrepreneurs. Now, I still think people are kind of figuring out how to get to this productivity and really show kind of business value and really cement that into our economies, right? So yeah, for me, the deep tech bit, I'm quite excited because now I can do really interesting hardware type investments in things which were previously too obscure for many investors. And now there's a way of kind of connecting that with capital and explaining, here's the story, this is why we're going to change the world, and it falls under this sort of clean tech, climate tech type thing. So I think it's here to stay, right? I think climate tech is now going to be a venture vertical like bio, right? And that's where we are. So, but I do think we all gonna kind of work together and make sure that it is a productive one, and we do get those billion-dollar companies, and it is here to stay.
For sure. I'm just digging in, obviously, on the responses there. So I guess one of the challenges, obviously, when you're looking at any tech, and I've done a lot of enterprise sales tech, and you're selling into big businesses and such, is climate tech going to go through that same thing where you've got big businesses who have traditionally never been in this space? Now they've got to make, they've got impacts. I've spoken to like companies like Maersk and all that who have to shift their whole business model in shipping, which is one of the biggest producers of, obviously, carbon emissions. How, for a startup to get into that and sort of get their niche into such a large company, given that there's competitive forces internally that you're competing against?
Yeah, I think that the thing that's shifted in the last few years is that those companies want to find the startups now. Before they were cynical to the point of like, they're there, dear, kind of, about startups. But there's more and more examples of startups helping large companies to achieve their climate goals. Yeah. And I think there is a desire from the point of view of large companies. The other side of it actually is that often climate tech is working in very heavily regulated markets. So if you're working in energy or transport or all those kinds of things, they're very, very heavily regulated. And startups often have problems working in heavily regulated markets. Yeah. Again, I think that has started to change a bit as well. And certainly we've worked with companies where they haven't been able to sell their product early on because essentially the regulation and the mood music of the regulators hasn't caught up with where the startup is. And so you have to be really patient as a startup. But when it does flip, it flips really well. And then that startup is very well positioned to take advantage of that. So yeah, there's actually some parallels with health tech investing, actually, I think, sometimes in terms of like the nature of regulation and how it interacts with startups.
For sure. And Nick, I sort of had a different question for you, I guess.
Go on.
You touched on the fact that obviously there's so many verticals in climate tech, and we do this often. People say fintech and act like fintech's one thing when it isn't. There's 50 different categories of fintech. I see climate tech doing the same thing, and you touched on it obviously in your answer, is that there's a splintering effect here, between the different verticals. Is there really that many, or are people creating their own niche to look like they're different?
Oh yeah, I think there really is that many, and I think they're actually multiplying. I think it's so early and it's all so new that what is so early? The process of trying to monitor and measure the ESG and things like this. And it's so insubstantial because it's not real. And I'm deeply, deeply critical. I've been talking about the subject of climate change and resource use and resource decline for 20 years. And I've been saying the same thing that I'm saying now. We are given language to allow us to understand a shared reality, the reality I share with you and you. And by sharing that reality, we can discuss it in a way that brings meaning to solving the problems it represents. From the invention of sustainable development by Brundtland in 1989, 1988, through to the development of climate change that Lord Stern and Al Gore conducted in 2006, 2007, through corporate social responsibility to ESG, the politicians and their approach to it. What we've got is a spaghetti of language that doesn't help us understand or share the common reality. It obscures it. And the longer we carry on doing that, the harder it will continue to be to solve the problem. During those years, from 1988 to 2023, where we are now, things have not just continued to get worse because we haven't solved the problems, they've got immeasurably worse. The cost of putting that right has not just got higher, it's got immeasurably higher. So my point is start using language so that it means something and stop talking nonsense. Talk about the world as it really is. And that's why the conference I went to a week ago was lamentable. A huge conference in a hotel off Grosvenor Square that was all about understanding ESG. We need a conference to try and understand ESG, and at the end of which, we still don't understand ESG. Why? So that's my answer.
Very good answer, yeah. Then just looking at, you mentioned around hardware. So we've just come off the back of a massive valuation drop in software, SaaS valuations. You know, a lot of people in this room would have felt that last year. Hardware has always been a bit, you know, there was very few VCs would invest into hardware. I don't see in climate tech how hardware can't play a part.
Well, yeah.
And is that something that you're sort of seeing in the market?
Yeah, that's exactly my thesis as well, right? I mean, a climate tech, you know, as you mentioned, it does come down to kind of use and transport of energy, right? And we're talking about really big infrastructure. You know, all around the world, you think of the grid, you think of oil and gas, you know, all of it, right? It's super big and super at scale. I think the other thing is, you know, myself as an engineer, I don't see hardware and software as different, right? I actually see them, like, you can't have software without hardware. You can't have hardware these days without software, right? It's a system, and you know, maybe it's balanced more one way than the other way. So, but I do think in climate tech there is this hardware type thing. And you know, the shift is more towards the hardware just because of the nature of the industry and the scale, right? Which can be super scary, but at the same time, it's a massive opportunity because, you know, if you get some of that hardware, that infrastructure is around for 40 years, right? So, for example, I did a recent investment in a company called Ionate. They have designed a power transformer, okay? And instead of being fixed like traditional power transformers, it can vary itself millisecond by millisecond. Okay, think of it like a router for energy. And you know, I talked to a bunch of utilities, and they were like, "Oh, this will never work." And then at the end of the call, they're like, "Wow, there hasn't been a breakthrough like this in 100 years, right?" Like, and then the next thing people start to think of is like, "Wow, if I can get that in the grid, I've got like a 40-year monopoly, right?" Because you know, that transformer is going to be there for 40 years. That's the life cycle of a transformer. So if I've got a software layer running on top of that, I've got a 40-year monopoly in what is basically, you know, a country-sized market, right? And that, I think, is how we're going to have to think about making those investments. And it is going to be a massive opportunity. But back to your point, right? I do think the language, there is something about being able to tell that story, right? And having those things that people kind of, you know, understand. Because if you go and look at SaaS, it's very clear in terms of how those business models type work, right? And you know, over the time that's evolved, and people can communicate that and understand the good businesses from the bad businesses. I do think in climate tech, we're in that sort of stage where we're still trying to figure that out, right? Figure out what those opportunities are, figure out how to do that, you know, at both a VC scale, investor, and so on. But I mean, it will happen.
Excellent. I think, you know, anytime you're talking about anything technology-wise, I think innovation and the way to get to innovation for big businesses, and I go back to that because, you know, you've got to get into that space. What role is VC playing at the moment in innovation here? In some verticals, they don't play any role, they're just merely investing. But that's different here? Like, is a VC important to this journey for a startup?
Well, I think the truth is VC only plays a minor role in innovation. You've got universities, research, actually governments, fund a lot of innovation before it even gets to the VC stage. I think we're at an interesting point in climate tech where it's actually the innovations in and of themselves are fine, but to actually achieve what we're trying to do, we need mass adoption. And that's actually where VCs traditionally have been much better. So they've been much better at like helping these things be adopted. So find the business models, find the routes to market, all those kinds of things. And that's, to me, is the exciting thing about climate tech, is we're actually going to go from, there's lots of great technologies out there that can help with this, whether it's around behavior change or resource efficiency or electrification. There's lots of different things where we kind of know how to do it. But actually, hopefully, the VC dollars over the next 10 years will drive mass adoption of those, which actually drives down emissions. And I think that's the part of the cycle that we're probably in, more so than I love what you're doing in terms of deep tech and so on, but the distance from it being invented to it being adopted worries me sometimes. And I think I'm more interested in the adoption bit now. But I completely respect the need for the
Well, I think
innovation
we
as
sort
well.
of have different investment methodologies,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because I mean, for me, it's about kind of identifying that really breakthrough tech and then thinking about how similar breakthrough tech kind of got into the market, right? And how did it happen in history and what was the path that happened? What might be the best one for this tech, right? So for me, I take tech risk, right? And then I figure out kind of how to get it to market. And then once I've sort of got that figured out, then I hope, someone like you comes in and like puts loads of money in it, and it's like, yeah, great, we're really gonna push this, big, right? And for me, that's sort of my sort of go to market and how I help founders and so on.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm a technology dunce, and I mean I think Dan and Paul are way ahead of me, and I'm not sure that there's a single one of the 35 businesses that we've invested in that I've actually understood what they're doing. Should I have said that? But what I say is something that, I'm completely with you, Paul, about adoption. If you can't sell it, you can't succeed. And that's why I don't think it matters whether I understand technology. Good ideas are 2 a penny. That's the easy bit. You come up with a good idea, you work at it, and you love being in the lab, because you're safe in the lab and you can work on it and work on it and work on it, and then you can persuade somebody like Dan this is brilliant. Anybody can persuade somebody like me that it's brilliant, because I really don't understand. But if you can't set up a company, employ people, make it at a cost, find customers to sell it at a price and at a volume where you're making a profit that keeps your company going, doesn't really matter what your idea is. If you can't sell it, you can't succeed. And in the economy that has the characteristics of modern, developed capitalism, which is competition, if you can't sell it better than the people who are selling those things which do something comparable, maybe not as well, but something comparable, if you can't sell it better than they're selling theirs, you can't succeed either. So what I look for with our deals is whether they've already got traction, whether they've already got customers, and how well they sell. I rehearse them to pitch to us, because when they pitch to us, I want them to succeed. And it's all about what you're saying, Paul, because if they can't do that, then they're never going to scale. They're just going to drift around at the bottom of the pile.
Yep, certainly. I guess, for everyone in this space in the room today who's got a startup, I think capital raising strategies and sort of how you go about this in a somewhat nascent market is a big challenge. What advice would you give to startup founders now about how to firstly get in front of the three of yourselves, but just in front of investors in general?
So I think in this space, actually probably more than many others, it's about picking the right investor, so the investor that's got the right profile for what you're trying to do. So if you are coming along with something that does need a lot of capital to get it to market, then BGV isn't for you because we don't have a lot of capital. You know, our first investments are like tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
So the climate tech investments that we're probably most interested in are those ones where I describe it as like the sort of the software that makes things work, rather than the big hardware installation that needs lots of work in order, you know, needs lots of capital to get to market. Yep. Or they're things to do with behavior change. So things that can help people change their behavior, again, usually using software. We're not against hardware, but our profile as BGV suits more software-based businesses. And for us, we're focused on businesses where they're pre-seed stage, so it's typically a founding team plus a really deep understanding of the problem they're trying to solve, and a prototype or an early product, and that's what we look for. So I think it's really understanding, you know, the stage you're at, what you're trying to do, and then finding the investor that can best help you at that stage.
Yep, for sure.
You ready? Is everyone listening? So this is for them.
Yeah, for them, not me.
Go to the Green Angel Syndicate website, look for the investment criteria on the entrepreneurs page. If you fit them, essentially, you've got to be reducing carbon emissions. Your technology must be capable of doing that. And then there are some other criteria. Go to the home page of the website, click on the Apply for Funding button, and apply for funding. Does that answer your question?
It certainly does. I think it was very clear. Daniel?
Yeah, for me, you know, approaching an investor, it's all about the story, right? So it is very much about storytelling, and being able to kind of tell a compelling story about how you got from this thing, about what you got today, and how you're going to kind of get to the future, right? And I think quite often that requires you to kind of tell a story of what the future is going to be like, and then how you have the thing that's going to fit into it and make that possible, right? And you're very much selling people on kind of what that future looks like, right? And so, you know, quite often when someone approaches me with a piece of, you know, deep tech, right, some breakthrough, you know, for me it's about trying to craft that story with them about why their thing is so good. And why this is sort of inevitable, right? And how that is sort of the greener pastures of the future, and how to do that step by step, right? And you really, you know, have to think about, you know, I tell founders, it's about building a team, okay? You got to think of your investors as a team, and you know, you got to think several rounds ahead. You know, think about it like a chess game. Think about, you know, I've got these people, and they're going to connect me to those people, and you know, so stage by stage in terms of, you know, venture and how you're going to get the money. But also, you know, for me, there's a lot of engineering involved, right? And I often tell founders, you don't need to do all the engineering up front, okay? You just need to do the thing that will get you some proof points to then convert you to the next thing, okay? So there's an infinite amount of engineering money in the future, okay? But right now, what is the thing that you can kind of prove to get to that proof point to then show that that future is going to come true, okay? And I think that is that kind of works for every kind of business, whether you're in climate or so on, right? So think about that, you know, and you can think about how effective that story is, right? So when I tell people at my barbecue, I quite often think of like a barbecue test. So, you know, how can I describe the business in one sentence such that people say, oh, I invested in this really cool thing, right? And all their friends at the barbecue go, wow, you're a really smart guy because you invested in that business, right? And I mean, think about it in that, because it is very much a human kind of interaction, and you need to think about selling it in that way.
Excellent, thank you. We've got just a couple of minutes left, so a really quick one. Just interested to understand what's the coolest company you guys have seen in this space in the last 6 months. It doesn't have to be one you invested into, but yeah, something that's doing innovation. On the spot.
You didn't prep us for this. Well, a company I'm super excited about at the moment is actually one that we invested in nearly 10 years ago, which tells you a bit, I think, about the space. But it's a company called Piccolo, which Green Angel Syndicate is also invested in. And what they do is provide the software that enables what are now known as flexibility marketplaces for electricity. So in order for electricity grids to go green, you need real change, which is that you need to introduce need to manage supply, demand, and storage now, and that never used to be the case. And Piclo have basically developed the software that enables that to happen. And they're already being used now by the majority of the grid providers in the UK. They're spread to Italy. They've just got their first customers in the US as well. And they were well ahead of the curve in terms of really imagining that the grid was going to need to move to this system. They basically convinced the whole electricity system in the UK that was going to need to be possible, and now they're in a very good position, I think, and they've just announced their Series B round, which is about £8 million. And I think that they're going to really motor on now.
I'm not going to nominate anything, so if I nominate one of the 35, the other 34. What I am going to say is that when I was running Green Angel Syndicate on my own, and it was very experimental, James Johnson of Piclo came to me, not just once, but a year or two later, twice. Both times I turned him down. Fortunately, more people joined Green Angel Syndicate, and when he came the third time, we invested because he's been spectacularly successful, and Paul is exactly right. It's a very, very interesting company, which just shows what a bad judge I am.
And sometimes it takes 3 times.
Yeah, for me, I'm super sold on Ionate, right? I think about the size of the problem that we need to tackle. Solving greenhouse gases, right? The amount of electrification which is going to happen. The grid is just not prepared, right? Not only that, but industry and manufacturing. And Ionate is just all about selling these transformer boxes, okay, and doing it in a step-by-step fashion. And I really like where not everyone needs to convert all at once, okay? And you can kind of go in and do piecemeal type things, and over time it builds into this massive thing. And I believe the way they've done this about this transformer, which is smart, right? Is like a router. Will transform our grids and our factories into kind of more of an internet style, transmission of energy, and it introduces this flexibility that I've never ever seen before. And that actually means that we kind of get like storage for free, right? Because they can modify the energy, and they can, because the grid is all about matching source with demand, right? And what they can do is they can actually cheat, and they can be within the voltage parameters such that they can supply less voltage to your homes, and you don't even know, such that it's like distributed sort of adaptive energy at the edge, and that I think that is going to be fantastic.
I turned down Ionate as well.
This sounds like it's going to be a winner.
Dan's made me really regret it. Do you want me to go through the list?
I think what comes here, if you say no, Nick, it's going to be a highly successful business to come back to you later. And then you get on board and it works anyway. This is like flashing at us now, so we've got to get off. But really appreciate guys for coming on, especially short notice. And really love this space. I'd also encourage everyone, we spoke about capital raising strategies. There's little stickers on the back of your chairs there. If you want to tap there and have a look, there's an excellent ebook sort of covering that space. And I'd encourage you to sort of have a look at that. But thank you, everyone. Standing room only. Amazing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, our next presenter is David from VideoXRM. He is the CEO. Thanks, David.
So this is forward and this is back.
Yeah.
And the timer will start when?
Yeah.
As soon as I start talking, basically. Yeah. I should wait till people come in first, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, if I just click, this is going to go forward.
Yep.
So I'll start there. I'm just going to jump over.
Okay.
I don't have enough time.
Okay, yeah. But you'd have to start.
Testing.
You'd have to start now.
Just go. And
Yeah, just go. Because we've got a tight schedule and timing.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Baker. I'm the CEO of VideoXRM. Can everybody hear me okay? I hope? Great. So I'm going to jump around the deck just because of the time limitations this afternoon. So I'm going to start here. So what is VideoXRM in one sentence or less? We're a media discovery platform. We're a B2B media discovery platform where the videos and audio can actually be found, unlike YouTube and to some extent Vimeo, Dailymotion, etc. In terms of storytelling, the idea was 3 years ago, why is there no external facing corporate video audio library where the companies can be found? So if you went to YouTube today as an example, you typed in photolithography companies, AI companies, cardiac monitoring companies, you'd get disparate and irrelevant results. On our platform, you find exactly what you're looking for, and the reason is because of the indexing. When Google bought YouTube, they didn't do the indexing to the extent that we do, and so basically you search off keywords, internet exhaust, cookies, etc. We index everything, 150,000 industry categories and growing, 60 filters, 1,250 drop-downs, 25 different pieces of data inside the video. Everything gets indexed and databased. That way it can actually be found. So why would YouTube not do this? Because if you could have your results targeted and fast, like on our platform, you would destroy your ad-serving business. So the problem for companies and for front-end users is companies' video and audio can't be found. That's why you don't see a lot of views and subscribers on business-to-business video on YouTube. And front-end users, whomever they are, investors, recruiters, et cetera, also have difficulty finding the videos and the audio. And as I described, they can find such on our platform. Here's a couple examples of search criteria or search queries, that can be found, whether you are a recruiter searching for a medical device robotics CEO, whether you're in aviation, looking for an aviation company for investment, whether you're a wind turbine manufacturer searching for carbon blades and specifically production process videos, you can find it on our platform. So these are all the things that we index. We don't have time to go into it, but I'm happy to provide the deck to anybody who wants it. Our platform is basically a couple of different things from a functional standpoint for the companies. It's a discovery platform, it's a distribution platform, and it's a monetization platform. I'll get into that in another slide vis-a-vis business model. Here we go. So we will make money from three things. Our revenues will begin in April. It'll be small, but our first revenues will come from promotional services, things like VideoXRM TV, sponsored results, profile boosting of companies, et cetera. And then it'll move to, in the fall, we'll be launching premium content, so companies can sell their content on a pay-per-view, pay-per-download, pay-per-subscription, pay-per-collection basis. And thirdly, it will be subscriptions, but that will take a couple of years, 2 to 3 years. With this kind of a platform, if you charge too early, too fast, too much, you're dead in the water because you don't have brand equity yet, and you need to have lots of companies and lots of content on platform, then you can charge subscription. But again, initial revenues will start with promotional services in April. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Okay, so this is our competitive map. I think I already told you the most important thing, which is why YouTube wouldn't want to do this, because again, if the search results are fast and easy, there's less ad serving. So this is our traction. We started with 50 videos in October. We're up to 5,000 now. Actually, Wholesale Investor is on our platform also. You can find their videos on our platform. This is really what we need to measure now is traction. So in terms of chronology in the business, first we need to get more and more content on platform, then more companies, and then the easiest part is to spend money to drive traffic to the front page. 1 patent issued, 4 pending. 30 seconds. Raising $5 million, 50% of it is for technology, where it says proprietary content and data acquisition. That's really more AI, ML, and data scientists. We have an opportunity with capital to drive our technology whereby we're automatically processing every video with machine vision, natural language processing, and video object recognition. If we can do that, we have a chance to make our competitors irrelevant because we'll be able to take in massive amounts of video quickly, process it all, categorize and classify it in a very granular way, the way no one else can do so, and it'll be a huge lead for us, probably forever. Revenue forecast, exits, I'm out of time, but you can see potential suitors for us. We'll either go public or sell the company. We've already had inquiries to sell, but we're not going to do that. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to provide you with the deck.
Thank you, David. And you can find David outside of this booth. Thanks, David. Yeah, it goes. Okay, next up, we've got our CEO of Salad Money, Tim Rooney. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Rooney from Salad Money. Here to talk to you today about an opportunity we have. Let's hope this works. We've got a loan note program. We've been trading since May 2019. We have lent £30 million to 30,000 customers in the UK in the last 4 years, using solely open banking to make affordable and appropriate lending decisions. There's a disclaimer. You can read that later. I'll sort of run through and give you the bits that I think are interesting. This is all very important. But effectively, we can run through a bit more. That's the loan note program. Let's talk to you about who we are and what we do. So we've focused on lending affordably to a huge proportion of the population, typically subprime individuals in initially in the NHS and then subsequently in public sector. That marketplace has changed dramatically in the last 12 months with the exits of people like Amigo, Wonga, Mr. Lender, Smart Pig, Ferratum, Safety Net, Tapley. There's been a whole raft of those businesses moving out of the space through unaffordable lending. We've had 3 complaints that have gone to the Financial Ombudsman in the last 4 years out of 30,000 borrowing opportunities. And all of them have been rejected by the Financial Ombudsman. And we think it's because we're using open banking. Open banking it's been around for about 5 or 6 years now. It seems to be hitting the headlines as the sort of new tech thing on the block. We've actually taken our 30,000 customers and put them into a retrospective analysis with a major credit bureau in the UK. And guess what? They're all subprime customers. A lot of those individuals have had county court judgments in the last 6 years. Typically, they would not have been lent to, or they would have been lent to irresponsibly by the high-cost lenders. The statistics are quite staggering. We are seeing an incredible amount of demand in the market. We are quite convinced that that demand's not going to go away, as I say, with a lot of the lenders pulling out of that space. The Financial Ombudsman and the FCA seem to be getting their act together and regulating now quite strictly. Here's some stats on who we lend to. Typically, our average borrower is 46, female, 2 children, northwest, northeast of the country. And as I say, typically they are borrowing from high-cost lenders, and we've given some of those along the bottom there. We're lending to key workers, and typically the loan size is around £1,000. They're taking a term loan over 18 months. Our APRs range from 39.9 up to 79.5. That sounds excruciating, doesn't it, 79.5? But we know and can see that our borrowers are borrowing from typically lenders at 500% plus. Now, we're not happy to stay at 79.5. One of the things that we're striving to do is to get the loan book up to a significant size such that we can go to NatWest across the road, who we've already had conversations with, who will lend to us at a rate so we can offer mid-cost lending at about 49.5. But we are stuck in this position where we're trying to grow a loan book, improve our loss position, and we can talk about that a little bit further. I've only got 1 minute left, so I don't know how I'm going to cram it all in. And ultimately, our operational costs, we've got a very tight rein on those operational costs. We're only 27 people Similar businesses are usually 3 or 4 times the number. We have AI that we use, a product which is our own proprietary piece called Crouton, which has brought our losses down to less than 10% during the lifetime of loans, which is quite staggering for this sector. That's a bit about open banking. It is transformational and it works really well. We've had to convince quite a few people on that. It is definitely superior for underwriting the customers that we are serving. And you can see there on the right-hand side that graph that shows that certainly against TransUnion, our AI is much better. Really rich data set. It's allowed us to manually underwrite or reduce that manual underwrite element, as I say, decrease those losses. There's some stats on refinancing. We do bring the interest rate down. So we start off at 79.5, goes to 69, then 59. We've been written about. We've got some great senior debt providers on there. And we've been backed by HM Treasury. We had £7 million from Fair for All Finance through the Unclaimed Assets Register to help us on that. And we are now one of the largest CDFIs in the UK. Be really happy to talk to you. We've got lots of data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Okay, next up is the founder and CEO of Waterfall Glass, Matthias Gattei. Oh, there you are.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Nice to meet you all. My name is Matthias. I'm an academic and founder of Waterfall Glass. Our company basically puts water in glass. We do it for a very simple reason. We want to save the planet. Windows play a huge part in greenhouse gas emissions. You probably know about 40% of all the emissions in the world are windows, are buildings, and about 40% of that is windows. So the windows are responsible as much greenhouse gas emissions than all cars in the world. But we are not improving them because they're too expensive to improve. So in order, if we want to save the world, we have to improve our windows, but we can't do it with the current technology. In order to do that, we have to do one of the two things. Either we produce windows that save more energy, or we produce windows that are much cheaper to do. Waterfall Glass does both. How does it do it? So basically, you lose 60% of your energy bill on radiation. Water absorbs radiation. It blocks it before it would get out. It works during the summer, and it also works during the winter. So in that case, it's a superior window compared to any other technology that exists. This is the technology. So we have a new build solution. So in case of a new build, it's a triple glass unit. We have also a retrofit solution, in which case it's a secondary window. And in case of a secondary glass, it saves more energy than any other product, but it's also cheaper to do because as a secondary glazing, you save 30% of the project cost because you don't have to replace your existing window, which is really efficient and superior solution to anything that you have out there. We are an academic background company. Waterfall Glass is not a product-based startup. It's a license-based startup. So we developed the technology as an academics. And basically, the way we developed this, that any glass factory in the world can produce this. Any construction company in the world can install this if they have experience in Windows. So in that sense, we are offering license to them, and they can deliver the projects. They can do the sales through their networks and so on. This way, we have no limit to build, no limit to scale, no limit to grow. But also, we don't have issues with what product-based companies usually have, so we don't produce the window ourselves in that way. This is our team. You can see me there. Matthias, I'm one of the founders. Faisal is our energy expert. Daniel is our project manager. And I have with me here today also Pierre Wederstan, who's our first investor and also our CFO. And our colleague Tom is from New York. He's a professional in construction and sales. We are fortunate to have advisors from around the world, experts in different areas, facade engineering, glass manufacturing, and property management, and so forth. We already have projects in the pipeline. Again, our academic background is academia, so we developed about this technology for a decade. so our investors don't have to spend on R&D. But the company is relatively new, so we already signed license agreements in New York City, and also we are negotiating additional license agreements in Europe and in the Middle East. So we're growing quite rapidly, again, because we have no limit to grow, so anyone can do this. And we already have projects in the pipeline in United States and in Europe. Again, just a recap, why are we better? Because we are more energy efficient. We have low embedded carbon, so the product, we basically put water in it, so we don't have high carbon when you manufacture the product. And we can retrofit as a secondary glazing. And in that case, our quote is actually cheaper than a window replacement, despite the fact that we save more energy and the window itself is actually more expensive. There is a massive change in legislation that actually started this year. A few examples. So one is the local Law 97 in New York City that introduces carbon tax on buildings. It's going to change massively the market. The buildings that you can see on the map, the New York map, are not all the buildings in New York. These are the buildings that are affected by the tax. These are going to pay a large lots of money. So like one of the things, for example, Bank of America is going to pay about between $1 and $2 million right now, and the tax is increasing every year. So it's actually scaling up to motivate these buildings users to retrofit. Similar to the Energy Efficiency Act in the UK, by 2030, all buildings that will be rented has to have an EPC rating of B. That affects a lot of buildings, and so on. We work with architects, developers, energy retrofit companies to do our sales with us. This works for us at the best. We seek 450,000 investment in this round. Most of it, we use it for sales and marketing. We have already the existing patents, so the R&D cost is minimal. And this is our financial projections. We aim to reach about 12 million in license fees in a few years. And this is pretty much it. Thank you very much for your attention. And be happy to talk to you on our stand. Let us know if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matej. Okay, next up we have the Group CEO of Simply, James Cooper-Jones. Thank you.
G'day everyone, I'm James from Simply, across from Australia, and so excited to present to you about Simply. So Simply is a world-class portfolio of world-class HR technology companies. We're targeting the $30 billion HR technology industry. Our core mission is to deliver HR technologies that deliver on team wellness, employee engagement, and diversity and inclusion, and deliver those simply to the busy business manager. What we do is we have a portfolio of brands that we run under a brand portfolio strategy. A good example of a brand portfolio strategy is Facebook or Meta, where they acquire brands or develop brands and run them under their own brand structure, which is what we do. Where we live is in the recruitment, employee engagement and onboarding space, and we have a technology that allows us to, that has an offering in each of those verticals. We started our brand in 2021 and launched one of our core products and saw an opportunity in 2022. As the saying goes, luck in business is where opportunity meets preparation. And having launched our first product and having also done our technology development roadmap and our comparator analysis, we saw an opportunity in the correction of the tech space in 2022 to execute on a roll-up strategy. We have a high caliber advisory board spanning the USA, Australia and the UK, including 2 university partners here in the UK, the University of Manchester and the University of Birmingham. And they helped us identify this opportunity, and that allowed us then to roll up 4 brands within our portfolio and saw us move very quickly into what is now a profitable group structure. We're very selective on our technologies that we executed on. We executed on about 3 or 5% of all businesses that we looked at, and we've been very selective in the criteria of our technologies. We were looking for companies that were true SaaS, that can be and that have proven revenue, proven in one region, but have a global application. And that's seen us very quickly develop, as I mentioned, a profitable strategy funded by our investor base out of Singapore and Australia. Talking about AI, we have 2 programs in AI and ML. On the left-hand side there, you can see our what we believe is very topical at the moment, identifying key trends and matching employers with job candidates on values. This is a program that we're running in Australia, and we're receiving the rebate there under the Australian tax incentive scheme, so all expenditure receives a 40% rebate. On the right-hand side, most of our technologies are applicable to ChatGPT, and so we are developing integrations with ChatGPT, and particularly in that diversity and inclusion space, ChatGPT has huge application to remove unconscious bias, and so we're excited about that. Then finally, talking about, I mentioned our advisory board. We have an advisory board. Probably one of the things we did very well and did right at the early stages was to get a high caliber advisory board spanning academia and industry into Silicon Valley, into some of the biggest companies in Australia, as well as industry understanding here in the UK and the EU. And they've helped us build our strategy, which we've been able to execute on 2021, which, as I said, has seen us expand from an early stage startup to a company that's servicing some of the biggest companies in the world, Disney, Ford, Michael Page, and from Perth, Australia, move into Singapore, London, North America, and Latin America. So we're well supported out from our investor base in Singapore and Australia, and then also investment bank in the EU, but we're always looking for better, for increased capital support. So if this is something that you thought you might interest you, don't hesitate to swing by our booth. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Okay, next up we've got the founder and CEO of Jiva.ai, Manish Patel. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Manish and I'm CEO and co-founder of Jiva. Now I've been in the AI game for almost 20 years now, and if you look really closely at my forehead, I've got the imprint of a keyboard. That's me banging my head against a keyboard for ages and ages, plugging away at Python code, trying to create something that works. This is what AI is. It's hard. It's expensive to get the right people. You spend a lot of time doing it, and even when you get to a workable, multimodal, explainable solution, the market has already changed and you have to start all over again. So what if I told you that I could make AI as easy as composing an email? That's what Jiva is. Create, test, validate, and deploy AI solutions all under the same roof. So what have we done? We've saved you potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in your journey of creating your solution. We've saved you a lot of time, and in that journey, our customers have retained 100% of their IP. But this isn't some kind of pre-MVP pipe dream. We've been there and done it. We actually went out and created things as complex as medical diagnostics to prove that our platform worked. I'll give you a very quick example from our liver disease project that we did with Roche and Manchester University. What we did was we spent 9 months doing it the traditional way, in Python code, creating a medical diagnostic that was of high fidelity that the clinicians could actually use in clinic with patients. So it took 9 months to create that AI. Flip over to our platform, it took 3 days to create a better solution. That's the kind of productivity increase we can provide to any customer who wants to create an AI with our technology. So we're by no means the only AI platform out there. There's a few. As you go down that list, it becomes more and more difficult to actually use those particular products. The moats on which we put ourselves, so the thing that makes us unique is this aspect of no code, multimodal and explainable, and AutoML. So these particular things that make it very, very easy for our customers to create AI solutions of any complexity. A lot of those companies, well, actually 3 of those companies, are multi-billion-dollar businesses. And there is, therefore, enough customers out there ready and willing to actually pay good money for our services. We are a B2B SaaS company. We've found early traction in healthcare and life sciences, but we are pan-industry. Our customers pay a monthly subscription and can optionally pay top-up tickets every month to get to the amount of computation and storage they need to create their solutions. We've engaged with multiple B2B channels, companies large and small in there, that will help us scale over the next few months and years. We've had an incredible journey since our seed funding round in 2021. We raised £1.3 million just after COVID. In that time, we've become revenue generating. We're on course to being 1 million ARR this year. We've identified credible routes to market and scalable scalable routes to market. And we've also created 2 medical diagnostics, one of which is going down the FDA regulatory route right now. So we've done an incredible lot, even though we're a very, very small team. And that's why we're so confident about our numbers. We're confident we can make a really good go of this. We think we can operate in this very large market, in a market that is now alive with conversation about AI thanks to ChatGPT. In fact, most of the people that we talk to and approach are already considering using AI machine learning in some shape or form, and I'm sure that number is now much more than 50%. But we can't do any of those things without investment, and that's why I'm here. We are raising £2.5 million minimum to get ourselves to a point where we can grow our development team, grow our sales team, and execute on our marketing plan to be able to grow to that size. We're more or less halfway through that. We have solid commitments, a term sheet on the table as well, and we have a term sheet from an existing investor. In the last 2 years since our seed funding round, we've built an absolutely kick-ass team. I can't go through everyone here, but pretty much everyone's a PhD. We have finance experts, data science experts, AI experts, people who have founded companies, exited companies, and invested in companies. We have the whole shebang from our core team to our board. So I'll give you a few minutes back. Thank you for listening. I'll be on table 14, and I'll be glad to talk to you if you're interested in Jiva. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got our next panel. It's an AI panel. We will welcome our first moderator, which is Steve Torso, our CEO. Next up, our panelists are Eva Dobrzanska. She's the head of distribution at True Altitude. And then we've got the venture associate at Plug and Play, who's Camilla Jodi. I hope I pronounced that okay. And then the last person is Daniel Carew. Again, welcome, Dr. Daniel. And he's from the principal at IQ Capital.
Okay, mic is on. Okay, so obviously this is, for me, very excited to be moderating this as a panel session, just given that, I think on November 30th, the transformation happened. And obviously this has been a hot area. This has been an area of interest for some time. But it obviously got taken to a whole new level on November 30th with the release of ChatGPT. So as a starting point, can I just hand over to everyone just to give a quick introduction to yourselves, your firm, and so forth?
Awesome, yeah. So my name is Eva. I'm part of True Altitude. We are an investment firm and advisory working with early stage startups to help them become more investable. We help them with capital raising strategy. We help to connect to investors. A lot of the stuff that we do, I try to always put out on my LinkedIn. And we also recently released an ebook on capital raising strategies, which we were kindly able to offer to partner with you guys. And you'll be able to see the stickers on the back of your chairs to check it out. And essentially everything that we do is to ensure that the companies nowadays, especially in the more shaky markets, are able to grow, scale, and build sustainable business models that are VC backable.
Hi everybody, my name is Camelia. I'm a venture associate at Plug and Play. Plug and Play is an early stage VC based in the Silicon Valley with about 40 offices worldwide. We have about 30 unicorns. And apart from our VC activity, we also offer venture as a service to our network of corporate partners, essentially helping them with their innovation goals.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Carew. I was on the previous panel, so I'll keep the intro a bit shorter. But thanks for letting me be here. So my background, I'm an engineer. I've got a PhD. I work in deep tech investment with IQ Capital. We're a deep tech investor in the UK, about 400 million under management. I always look for breakthrough technology. So as an engineer, I'm looking for kind of the next tool, right? The next building block of the future, and how that is going to get out there and change the world. So for me, I've done a few AI investments, of which one is generative, so very topical, and it's definitely an exciting space. So I'm really looking forward to kind of how this panel is going to play out.
Brilliant. So let's start with that, Daniel. So effectively, obviously this whole theme for this event is the great transformation, and we were talking earlier about how the convergence of different platform technologies, and obviously AI is playing a role across medicine, across all sorts of different areas. But the first question sort of to go with is, explain the importance of generative AI and also its role in society. Just a nice light question to kick off.
That's a great. So, maybe I'll just talk about the role in society. Generative AI is about kind of creating new things, right? So you see it in marketing, you see it in images, you see it in text, and so on. And I guess I think of it as kind of like the next, layer, in the infrastructure, right? So, we had sort of compute, and then we kind of got, code that runs on the compute, and, we interface with it that way. And we had PowerPoint and those sorts of things, right? Which is sort of how we interface and build stuff that we then use to talk to each other. I mean, what I really think, what's come out with ChatGPT is that I think that is like another layer on top of that, right? And, it will replace PowerPoint and, Word and all the rest, right?
Like, it's crazy when you can go into something like Tome. And has anyone used the software Tome, Tome.app? Has anyone used it? You can literally just write one topic and it kicks off 10 slides on a PowerPoint. You're like, what the hell?
And the role in society, I think, is going to be really, really interesting to see what happens, right? Because I think, I kind of think of it, we were having this discussion earlier, I kind of think of it like Facebook on steroids, right? We're going to have just so much content which is basically free and everyone's generating it, right? And I think it's either going to drive us crazy or it's going to make us more human, okay? Because there's just going to be so much stuff out there, right? When everything's like free, what do the new business models look like, right? And like, how do you even know you're talking to a person? It opens this whole sort of, directions and issues and from a societal point of view, right? And I think the other thing is, like, it touches so many different areas. We're used as a society to having disruption, but this one could be different, right?
And it genuinely feels like every single week something new is coming out where this week it's basically they're using AI models and they actually don't need models to model closing.
I think the stuff on generative as well, because it's a creative era where we can actually get inputs created by the system. So I've seen someone using this basically where they weren't exactly sure what questions to ask ChatGPT to get what they wanted. So they just ask it, can you tell me what sort of questions I should ask you to get to this exact outcome? And then the chat was able to tell it themselves. So I think that level of guidance that we're going to get into getting to the outcomes faster, I think of it as like an amplifier to a human knowledge.
I think it's really important to note that there has been sort of a paradigm shift, if you can call it that, in how we perceive AI, meaning that, in the past couple of years, we went from seeing it as a tool to automatically analyze data and then draw inferences from the patterns in the output, and now we're creating content that is virtually indistinguishable from human content. And so the implications in terms of productivity, in terms of potentially cost savings, are huge, and you touched on this earlier, Daniel, but the sheer number of applications is also what makes it relevant to virtually anyone. It goes so much further than ChatGPT and the chatbot use case. There are implications in the healthcare industry, in finance and economics. On the flip side, there's a couple of ethical concerns as well, and I think that's really what makes it so interesting and so important to discuss.
So on this society part, obviously, you know, there's a working aspect to it, and you mentioned about productivity and efficiency. Our conversation was, my belief is that when you proactively use it, you know, as someone such as me, I think that you can convert one person's output into what previously 3 to 5 people would do. So my question to you, Camille, is you said the size of Plug and Play is incredible track record. How do you see this in the future for some of the companies, the new companies that are coming out, where the previous capital that they would require to grow and scale and the content, how does that look, you know, sort of 2 to 3 years from now as this exponentially improves?
You mean in terms of the productivity of the
yes.
startups? I mean, it's hard to tell. I think it's a bit early to tell, but it can really go either way. You know, some people mentioned that perhaps it could have a positive impact on productivity in the sense that it kind of frees up our time to pursue creative outlets. And other people say that it's actually going to, in the long term, have negative effects and kind of teach us to be less creative and have less critical thinking, and that is going to have a big impact, obviously, on the creative process when you create a startup, essentially. And so it's a bit early to tell, you know, what direction this will take.
I'll lead this a little bit further and add to. I was speaking with the founder this morning, and he said last year they wanted to add they wanted to add an element to their application for their software. And last year he got quoted $80,000 from a coding house to be able to do this application. And so just for fun, he thought he'd play with ChatGPT-4, and effectively within a couple hours, what previously got quoted for 80K, he had now been able to, actually in a couple of hours he had the code, and within 2 days they had it executed inside their actual software. So then you think, from a society aspect, how does that impact jobs going forward? How does it impact roles, etc.?
Well, I mean, this is a really good point, right? And I don't think we know, okay? But I also don't think we kind of know what the implications are yet, right? So taking the point about, you know, marketing. So if we think about this as a new layer in the infrastructure, right? When we got cloud infrastructure, suddenly, you know, the theory is that because we got Amazon, we suddenly saw this great sort of balloon of software companies because you no longer had to have a server on premise and so on, right? And it was all a distributed type thing, right? Well, now if we think of marketing as kind of like, or marketing content, as you were saying, now being able to be generated by that, I mean, that's interesting, okay? But, you know, it is going to be a new tool, but everyone has that tool, okay? So, you know, what's going to happen when suddenly just the amount of volume, right, of everyone pumping out marketing, okay? And it's like suddenly everything's turned up to 10, right? And like, I find it quite hard to kind of call what the impact of that is going to be, okay? Yeah. And this is why I say, you know, going back to the beginning, we're either going to go crazy or we're going to go become more human, right? Because it's either going to be such that you just totally switch off. And I'm trying to like extrapolate or trying to think through how this might work, right?
And I think we still will need the human element to check on the quality and audit it and monitor it, and also ensure that there is enough data being fed into it to ensure that these systems are reliable. Because the AI systems are only as reliable as the amount of data we feed into it. So who checks on the quality of data? Who checks on how accurate the input, how accurate the outputs are, given what is actually that we're trying to achieve? So I think, if anything, I think it was Ginny Rometty, one of previous CEO at IBM. I used to work for IBM, and she was basically saying that with AI coming in as the new era, this will also elevate the roles of humans. So yes, we might no longer have software developers on that level if you're saying that, you know, it could be coded with AI, so they will need to like jump on that one level ahead where they will be in that auditing element to it.
The human element is really, I think, especially relevant, and we've kind of seen this with Meta's Galactica algorithm that was an algorithm destined to the scientific community and was taken down essentially after 2 days or 3 days of it being put online.
I actually missed that news. What happened with that?
Well, essentially, Meta came up with a chatbot algorithm that would help scientists and the rest of the scientific community with research papers and scientific content. And it was heavily criticized because it was essentially spreading misinformation. So the output that came from the algorithm was wrong. Yeah. There were a couple of issues. And so after just 2 or 3 days of being put online, it was taken down. And I think that really goes to show, and you mentioned this about the technology is only as good as the input. And so if
Yeah.
there's any sort of bias, any sort of errors, then that's going to be reflected in the output.
Yeah. I think it was Google's Bard that they asked it a question, I'm going at 8 miles per hour, how much I'm going to go in 8 hours? And the chat responds 12 miles.
but you know, I think with ChatGPT that it's improved a lot, right? So I mean now, I mean, what's interesting is that, you know, we express everything through language, right? You know, so everything we've done is basically language, and it is possible that language is also the key in terms of how we've created everything, right? Like however our brains are wired, and you know, I think this way because I invested in this company Opteron, which takes the neuromorphic patterns out of insects and puts them in robots, right? And I believe there are kind of these sort of building blocks that have emerged, and my current sort of thinking is that language could be kind of like the building block, which is kind of the center of how we make discoveries. And it's really interesting that we now have these large language models which can do this, okay? And what seems to be emerging is that you can actually ask it questions where it's starting to be able to do logical type things. So I was explaining this morning about, you know, someone was saying, like, you know, if you get the International Space Station close to the sun, which one melts first, right? Like which part? And it's interesting that it can give you a logical answer, and then you can think through that, right? But I mean, it's just, for me, it's astounding that it's made that jump, right? And that I think is quite interesting.
So let's keep going down that path. So what do you see as some of the additional business application? Like the reality is they got launched on November 30th. All of us are seeing a whole bunch of stuff come out. My team is showing me new plugins every single day for doing different stuff. There's stuff that, you know, there's plugins for pretty much everything from a Chrome perspective. What other business applications are you guys starting to see come out from founders already?
I think one application that's pretty relevant to my team specifically, because I focus on retail and e-commerce, is generative AI in fashion. We've seen a couple of startups that are starting to use the algorithm to actually design entire collections without having any team behind it. And Nike actually released a pair of digital sneakers that was created by the GAN algorithm a couple months ago. And they partnered up with an art collective called Tarabios. So that really goes to show that even big brands are starting to test out the technology and really use it to essentially kind of substitute creative output.
Isn't it fascinating, like when you think about robotics and you think about the way in which sort of like warehouses have changed as far as the less of a requirement for humans, and then literally the first industry that, you know, AI has gone after has been the creative industries. Yeah. And yeah, and obviously the coding aspect as well. I start to baffle and think, how much faster does innovation, like, and obviously the other part to AI is the pace at which it improves is also exponential. So what does this mean for you on the investment side, for the founders, the applications they're going to come out? Like I thought crypto, like if anyone follows crypto, that's blistering fast as how that sort of how fast that sort of ecosystem moves. Then you think, how fast is this going to move?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the infrastructure type thing is the closest analog that I have to try and predict that, right? So every time you get a new platform, you know, TikTok, Facebook, you know, LinkedIn, you know, there's sort of a jump, right, in terms of the people who get there and exploit it first, or then, you know, first mover advantage and so on. You know, as a deep tech investor, I'm always kind of looking for, you know, how is this tech build, you know, competitive advantage, right? And you know, I do think there is this whole world of software, but I think it's going to be unclear as to how much ChatGPT is going to replace that, right? And I think, you know, paradoxically that might make the hardware element more important, right? So going back to the warehouses, we're always going to have warehouses, right? But I mean, if there's more content, right, around using the apparel thing, to me, you know, Nike, maybe we'll get to the point where, you know, everyone can have like the perfect design for themselves, right? And then I think, okay, well, I mean, the content in the front end is gonna vary like infinitely, right? And then the next level down is like, okay, well, how do we have like manufacturing, which is going to be able to serve that, right? And so, you know, I'm trying to think about where's the next business is really going to have durable, like competitive advantage, right? And I think there's a business model type question of how this happens. So, you know, one of the businesses that I invested into is called Toffee AM. They're a spin-out from Imperial College. They're a generative AI thing, although they use a different method, right? They don't use the transformers and so on. But they can design engineering parts, right? And again, the question is, like, how do you have, like, what's the value when everything's sort of free, right? When each design is free, how do you then, like, lock in kind of business value and competitive advantage and so on, right?
That's when we look at AI not just as a standalone industry or a sector, or more as a tool that permeates all of the industries, and we should be using it. So it's the same as SaaS models, and when mobile came along, and now we've got AI. So it will be down to businesses across sectors and industries to implement it, to improve on their processes, make things faster, make things more efficient, and grow. So I think it is that shift that's going to potentially give rise to totally new business models as well.
Well, I think we're going to see a generational change in the software, right? So going back to this, engineering example, previously people used to design a thing and then test it. Well, now, we asked Toffee, I need a thing that fits in this box, and this much fluid comes in and this much fluid comes out, and it's got to, like, the heat exchanger's got to, be this efficient, right? And it searches sort of all design space and then says, this is the best one, okay? And then, for every problem, right? To me, that's going to be like a generational change in terms of the software like the engineering tools that every engineer uses, right? You're not going to be going and doing the design. You're going to be doing something different, right? And it'll be about testing, and then, the frontier is going to move forward. Yeah, exactly. The frontier is going to move forward, right? And this is sort of the pattern every time you get a new tool. It's just this one, is quite big, right? And it touches a lot of parts. So, it's a bit more difficult to kind of predict.
I suppose the skill set's going to be as far as the input that helps create that middle aspect, and then the quality control on the output.
It's going to be about crafting the right questions.
Yeah.
Right? Like you were telling me this morning, like, the things that you're doing on the airplane was just like, wow, right? And it'll be about this, which I think is a human thing, right? How do I ask the right question?
Yeah. I gave the example. So for me on the flight over, so typically I'm sure, I flew from Australia, right? So it's a long haul flight. So typically when I normally fly, I write lots of content. This time I didn't write lots of content, I actually wrote lots of questions, because I knew I was going to be stopping in Doha, and I thought I'll use that 2 hours in Doha to basically ask those in questions so ChatGPT can write it, and then on the second flight, I'll check the quality of that. And I was like, that was the first, I was like, and I just reflected on that when I landed. I thought, that's interesting, because I literally didn't really write anything. I was just checking what had been done and modifying stuff. And I was going to ask a question for you, Camilla. I think one of the exciting areas for me, like literally since we started WI, there's been a lot of areas that sort of come in and out of fashion. The one area which has always stayed hot has been in healthcare, right? Obviously, because whether it be population, and then obviously now there's been a move to that sort of personalized healthcare. Is there anything you're seeing from how, or what do you think, what sort of you envision how it could impact that sort of in the areas of healthcare?
I think healthcare compared to consumer tech is a bit early stage when we were talking about applying generative AI. But there are a couple of applications. I think the one that's probably the most interesting is potentially using generative AI to generate candidate molecules and be able to actually test out different treatments for cures and disease prevention. That's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out, and also using generative AI for hospital procedure improvement and diagnostics. I think there's quite a lot of potential in that industry.
So the other part, and just out of curiosity, who is using ChatGPT right now? Okay, I've got a question for everyone. Who uses ChatGPT more than they ask questions to Google? Wow. For me, I spend so much time on ChatGPT. Like, because when I sat there, I thought, and just so you know, Google were part of our event in Sydney. I sat there and thought, I know they're bringing out Bard, but I just couldn't believe how much time I spend asking it questions like, and it is healthcare.
Steve, can I make a point, please? Because
Sure.
you're talking about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a company and a product. It is not generative AI. It's not conversational AI. The young lady referred to IBM. If you go to IBM's website and look up conversational AI, you'll see a paper written, I think, 8 years ago, that is exactly about the technology you're referring to. So there's a buzz around ChatGPT. And I would argue, perhaps wrongly, it's about advertising revenue, and it's about a battle between Microsoft and Google. That's what ChatGPT is about. The subject of conversational AI, generative AI, and the young lady referred to it from a medical That's breakthrough technology. Two words. One is fundamental. The word trust needs to come into our conversation. Because if you can't trust it, you're not going to be able to work with it. And then off the back of trust, then you've got the human aspect in terms of application and intelligence and using it in a proper way. There will be people who will use it for bad methods, and there will be people who use it for good methods. But it's not about ChatGPT, it's about generative AI conversation.
Correct. And the other part to that is every innovation that's being created, whether it be social media, whether it be the internet, typically is going to be used for both the productive and also the destructive at the same time as well.
But I'm probably the oldest person in the room. I remember getting a calculator. So I grew up in a time when you added up, subtracted, multiplied, divided. All of a sudden, a calculator was in my hand, and I was 8 times more productive. That is actually within my lifetime. And what we're talking about is iteration of technology, competencies, capabilities. That's what's really exciting.
I completely agree.
That gets back to the society thing, right?
Actually, that's actually the next topic, is the ethical considerations, funny enough. You're right on point with that. It's a very good segue. Okay, so effectively, let's go on to that, right? So here's the parts that we're being brought up as from the ethical concerns. So there's been things that have been discovered such as bias. You know, obviously Microsoft tried their own version and, you know, basically turned into a Nazi within 3 days. You know, discrimination, transparency, etc. Let's speak about some of these issues. Who wants to go first?
Wow, yeah, great. Yeah, the bias thing is quite interesting, right? Although I think, you know, the newest version, you know, it hallucinates less, right? So that's less of an issue. You know, it is being solved, right? The newest version, you know, it's using data which isn't as old as the old one, right? But I mean, you know, it'll amplify whatever the bias is of the people who are gonna use it, right? So if you're generating marketing content for climate, or you're generating it to sell, I don't know, cocaine, right? Whatever your bias is, suddenly, you know, it's a tool. It's gonna amplify whatever that is, right? And yeah, so it's another tool in the toolbox, and I don't think we yet know kind of what the I guess the magnitude of that will be, right? But you know, people will figure it out, and then we're going to have to sort of figure it out as a society, right?
It was actually really funny, like within days, you know, go to your point, within days people were trying to break it, and obviously people were very successful at doing that.
And this thing, I think it'll amplify people, right?
Yeah.
You know, it'll...
Which is what social media did, which is what the internet did.
And now it's going to be a lot bigger, so interesting.
Camelia, any thoughts from you?
And I think another issue that we have is that we don't really have a regulatory body that oversees this technology. And so if we don't really enforce, you know, the sharing of information and, let's say, operational testing results from AI companies to downstream developers, then we don't really have a way of getting that transparency that is needed. And I think that is definitely going to be an issue in the next few years. Trying to find a system of accountability, of just regulations and guidelines to really know how to use the technology effectively.
I'd like to ask it that question, right? You know, what sort of things should we be thinking about philosophically to kind of you know, deal with what's coming and how we use it, right?
So not so much on transparency and bias, but I think also one of the other risks is that some. Because it's such a big shift, it could lead to actually some things like ceasing to exist. So an example with generative AI able to create artwork now. So before photography came along, most of the artists, they were painting hyper-realistic paintings because they aimed to present reality. Then when technology came along to be able to produce photographs, they were free to paint more abstract works. And modern art came along. So, you know, Van Gogh's Starry Night is not a representation of how the night looks at the sky, it's his own interpretation of it. So I think now with AI coming into play and being able to generate artwork and music and text, we might see some of the old forms of expression actually cease to exist, but then equally new ones to emerge as well. And I think that's going to be a conversation, a whole new conversation about, how do we make sure that it is unbiased if we want it that way? And and AI is only as good as the data we feed into it. So it's going to be a whole new conversation layer about data sharing, data privacy, and data protection as well, if we're going
It'll be
into
fascinating
this.
to see what entertainment is. Like I saw
Yeah.
there was a video that was completely created on generative AI. I mentioned about the models, which is also generative AI. And you think, how does entertainment and how does art look? So 3 to 5 years from now.
And another interesting thing that's happening, because obviously now, like with whole Google and all of the search engines, they run on SEO, they run on keywords. But with AI, they use vector embeddings, so they can actually compare meaning. So you can have an article that uses all sorts of completely different keywords, and another article that uses all different keywords and all different words, and no word has been repeated between the two of them, but they could be talking about the same thing. And with AI, we'll be able to see that meaning parallel and actually understand it. So my question is, it's going to be interesting to see like how SEO might change going forward.
So one of the things has got mentioned in here about and this was obviously in the last couple of days, that obviously 1,000 leaders, including Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak, signed the open letter. And I think there was a really good question asked in a podcast of what is going to come first as far as, basically the governance aspect, when you think that there's still, and I'm just going to go to another sector, there's still no actual real governance for crypto. And we're, 6 years in to from the real sort of when the hype cycle started. So effectively, if it does take 6 years, 6 years to get together, to get the act together on a governance perspective, then what meaning does it really have?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to amplify some of those issues, right? And I think it's sort of incumbent on every engineer and technologist, right, to kind of think through what the implications of what they're doing and how it's going to affect people, right? And I think, as we've seen with Facebook and others, sometimes people kind of abdicate that responsibility. But I think this is kind of forcing us perhaps to confront that, right? So, going back, I think it will force people to become more human, right? They're going to have to think about ethics. They're going to have to think about that, and I think it's going to shine like quite a strong light on that and how people use it, because I think just historically, the more you give people more powerful tools, right? The more restraint, the more thoughtfulness that you need to exhibit in order to use those, right, and not sort of destroy the world around you. And I think that's going to like step up a whole nother level now.
As someone that creates a lot of content, I think for me, in some ways, it's actually given me time back whilst allowing me to produce more. Just a thought I had while we were sort of chatting earlier. So given we've got literally 40 seconds left, and I was going to say, so the last topic is around future of generative AI and also society. So basically, like, what do you see as a potential impact going forward on generative AI and its society in the future?
Well,
poor Daniel's always going first. It's always the worst when you're on a panel to go first.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have an impact. I mean, I going back to toffee. I mean, I can see what's, I think I can see what's going to happen there, right? We're going to have, it's going to be a whole new generation of how we model engineering parts, how we generate them, how we test them, and so on, right? So I think it's going to be an industry by industry specific sort of impact. Sorry, that's kind of a weak answer, but it's hard to, it's going to be really specific, right? According to kind of the geography of the tech around it and, what people do and so on. So I think it's going to be quite hard to generalize.
I'll just go back to the jobs one. I just keep thinking about Sam Altman's love of looking at, the universal basic income. And just, I think, like, obviously he's thinking that there is going to be significant job destruction as part of this.
I think what could get better is those industries where knowledge asymmetry persists quite a lot. And the way I see it is literally the world of capital raising. Because founders can try they try to target investors as best as they can. But we're only really relying on the amount of public knowledge on what investments have been made and what do they invest in and so on. And there's a lot of knowledge asymmetry between what the investors are actually able to invest in at that specific point in time. And I think one of my really good friends, he's building this AI tool to basically help to navigate this landscape better. So I think, this is very timely, obviously, for the conference here. I think it's going to make founders' lives easier and VCs' lives easier as well to find the deals that suit. So better investments, better returns, better outcomes, maybe lesser risk of recession type situation.
Just want to add, so just quickly, I was going to say, when I'm getting this flashing like I'm over time, apologies, Hugo. So literally 3 days after there was launched, I literally sent out an email to all the founders basically showing them how to use it to create. One of the hardest things as a founder is to how to communicate your opportunity in a digestible way to investors, because you're too close to your business, and especially the technical founders struggle with this. And it's like, even if it's just a simple thing of helping someone communicate what they do in a simple way, that's powerful.
Because that goes back to the keywords. What if you describe your business in all the right keywords, but you're not going to capture the overall meaning? That's going to close up the targeting for a potential whole other investors. You could describe your business as, let's say, augmented reality business, you know, but you could also target metaverse investors, because that's basically augmented reality too. So yeah, I think the potential to use AI is to basically open up way more opportunities in capital raising too.
Cool. Camelia, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, I'm honestly interested to see the impact that it's going to have on creative industries, if it's going to lead to mass automation of jobs or not. That'll be interesting to see.
You had a question?
Just want some confirmation here. We spoke of bias, and is it even possible, given that AI, the way I understand it, it doesn't have consciousness. So if you were to ask a question on money, for example, in this room, it might give you great answers, but it does not know that it is answering a bunch of VCs and founders and investors in it, right? That consciousness is not there, and therefore it potentially may not have a bias in its response, as opposed to somebody else you ask, and IQ Capital obviously has got its own biases, for example, and therefore the answer that Daniel may give completely, you may not be able to say that it's completely unbiased, right?
But I think to me that's the exciting part, right? Because it's the input versus the output, right? So the bias could be, I'm a 5-year-old looking to make money. Provide me with some suggestions. Versus, I'm a VC and I'm into my second fund. What are some other ways I could generate additional returns on my fund?
But you might get completely different responses from Daniel as opposed to AI. I think AI would be pretty unbiased in its response, potentially. The other thing I want to ask you, I could be completely wrong. To take the sense of smell and sense of taste, I think these two areas have not been impacted yet, at least to the extent that sense of speech and sense of hearing and sense of seeing have been affected by AI. So is it even possible that these two areas at the moment are virgin territories for AI to penetrate over a long period of time?
I mean, I think that's quite an interesting point, right? Because I mean, this comes back to like, what is consciousness, right? And I mean, my sort of belief is that consciousness is probably the interaction of your body and your brain, right? And we were having this debate like internally here just recently, and I think actually, a lot of what you think is sort of your consciousness is your own biorhythms kind of like interacting with your head, right? And I think I think that is going to be like a fruitful part. And we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But coming back to your bias thing, right? I think secrets are going to become really important, right? Because when somebody has all these tools and there's all this data, you either got to have a better tool or you got to hide, right? And I think people will have secrets, which is like, if you know my secret, then I know you're a person, right? Or we've met, or you can't just email them and say, hey, I met you in like that beach and whatever. And how do you know, right? It's completely plausible, right? And they'll need to have a thing where they know a secret thing such that that actually happened and it's just not a hallucination.
That's very interesting, yeah.
That comes back to trust again. So the interaction with people has to be fundamentally built on trust. And trust is something which is difficult to attain, very easy to lose. And I think that is a business principle we need to take.
Now we're 6 minutes over, so the process of usual going through final thoughts, we're just going to have to skip. Thank you very much, everyone, for the panel session. I hope everyone sort of enjoyed that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a break now. We'll resume at 14:08. So I'll see you all then. Cheers.
Hello. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speakers for our DeepTech panel. The moderator is Francesco Perticarari, General Partner of Silicon Roundabout Ventures. Joining them, Dominic Falcao, Xavier Parker, and Jonathan Crook. Hopefully, is everyone ready at the back? Can you hear me okay? Perfect.
Hi everyone, how are you all doing? Good? Yes, be quiet. How are you doing? Great. Oh, there we go, that's much better. It's a DeepTech panel, come on, this is the fun bit. All right, so I'm Francesco, I run Silicon Roundabout Ventures. I'm a solo GP DeepTech fund, I invest in DeepTech. And going forward this way, I'm joined by 3 amazing panelists. I'll let you guys introduce yourself. Jonathan, go first.
Yeah, I'm Jonathan Crook. I'm the deputy head, not the head, of the government's venture capital unit. The head is a very cool Asian woman who I'm very delighted to work for. So yes, I work for the government's venture capital unit, which sits within the Department for Business and Trade.
Cool. I'm Xavier Parker. I'm one of the co-founders and COO of Cambridge Future Tech, which is a deep tech venture builder for digital and physical sciences. I'm also currently CEO of a deep tech startup as well, so I'm on both sides, which is an edge AI semiconductor company called Minion AI.
And Dominic Falco, one of the founders of Deep Science Ventures, a venture studio focusing on climate, pharmaceuticals, computation, and healthcare that has built 35 companies to date over the last 6 years, with investment from Gates, Elon Musk, Patrick Collison, and others.
Cool, awesome. So let's start with some questions. I guess the first question is something that we were talking before, because I think it's a great question, but I'm going to tweak it slightly, which is, in Europe, we have probably two big issues. Number one is the fact that there are probably not enough specialists in deep tech in general. But the second one is that as the specialists start to arise, like we've launched a new fund, like now we've started to have incubators, accelerator, early stage funds, then what happens later? In the sense that when a company reaches Series A, then Series B, deep tech could require a lot more capital than traditional venture, and so why don't we have in Europe yet venture capital funds that are able to lead with multi-tens type tickets and not just sort of wait for a follow, wait for a US company to VC to come and follow? What's your opinion, guys?
I think Jonathan's probably a really good one for this, but the thing I was going to say on this, I saw the top 50 VC funds assets under management thing. Someone brought it out this morning, and there was not a single UK fund in there. There was a couple of Europeans, I think it was 4 Europeans, lots in the US, a couple in China, a couple in the Middle East, but not a single UK one. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges, is that there's actually, when you're investing, let's say 50 million tickets, you need to have a fund that can support that. In the UK, we have a really fantastic seed thing, and I think that's changed over the last 20 years in deep tech. There's becoming a really good A team, A investment things, but when it comes to B+, we were talking about this before, that's where I think the challenge is becoming. And I'd love to hear Jonathan's thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think it's very much recognised by government, so we're aware that in terms of UK VCs raising money from LPs, that last year there were fewer funds raising, but larger scale. So I think North Zone were the largest with about 840-ish million, and then another 6 to 7 raising 350 to 500. But the key thing is the LPs. So I've just come from New York yesterday. With the BVCA, we've got 10 UK VCs which are traveling around the US and speaking to LPs. Everything for example, the New York State Pension Fund, which has got billions and billions. And a lot of it, I think, is the institutional manner of the UK. So I don't know if you're aware of the UK government's new policy called LIFTS, which is looking to unlock pension funds, particularly direct contribution pension funding, which, to quote Anne Glover, who you may know, who is obviously very much an industry leader in venture capital, her frustration that for years and years of hard work of UK individuals, it's, the benefit is accruing to organisations such as the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund. And I think it's a social cultural aspect of the perception of risk, of investment and reward, which hopefully will be addressed in the UK, particularly that aspect of institutional capital and the understanding that to scale and to achieve takes time and it takes lots of effort, but also capital, and we can't afford to fall behind. Hence the LIFTS initiative, which is 500 million of match funding, and then subsequently, hopefully, we can open the gates to more capital.
Cool. In terms of then improving the ecosystem, one thing that has always bugged me is why we've just, for example, I don't know if you know the stats, but in terms of deep tech investors in Europe, if you check the last Deal Room report, the Europe as a whole has now leveled up with China, more or less, depending on sort of which Chinese source you get. Obviously still way, way, way behind the US. But then, of course, something like Deal Room is an independent platform. Each European country, from the UK to, but also inside the EU, tends to sort of run its own program. Don't you think that to create a stronger ecosystem, besides the internal programs, we should also try and connect the European ecosystems, helping founders to cross borders more easily, investors to cross border more easily, which should enable basically cross-pollination between a VC based in Poland and a startup based in the UK and vice versa, for example?
I'll take this from the ventures point of view. So we're raising for Mignon at the moment, and with that we are talking to investors a load of investors in Munich in Germany, a couple in Paris, a load in the US and a load in the UK. And I don't think we've had a friction of like when they'll deploy. The US ones are probably the hardest because they don't really like to invest anywhere outside of Menlo Park. But other than that, it's been relatively straightforward. The Bavarian investors, they are absolutely keen to see things that are coming out of the UK. And they're really keen for these kind of technologies because the UK has such a strong pedigree. So I think from that point of view, it's fine. Setting up companies and doing that, if I was running a company that way, that's where I think it'd be really hard. If I then need to try and set up a company in Europe to work with the EIC or something like that, that's where I think there's friction, and I think that's...
Where you've got to sign with blood in front of a notary and a
yeah,
priest.
exactly.
Christ,
one of our companies, one of our portfolio companies set up an office in Ireland to work with the EIC recently, and they need 50% of their operations in the EU and in Ireland, and 3 of the founders are EU citizens as well, so they're from across the EU, and it's still really challenging. So I think that's a challenge. I don't think the investors, I don't know, from what I've seen recently, I don't think that's the big challenge. In Europe, outside, I think that's becoming more of a challenge, though.
Jonathan?
Okay, so just to abstract slightly, if we take the UK government's taxonomy of technology sectors, we look at 20, and we prioritise deep tech, life sciences, and clean tech for the support of my organisation. Now, when we look at deep tech, we take the subsectors of AI, quantum, robotics, and semiconductors. And the key thing is obviously that national importance about how to scale. Now, the government released 2 weeks ago the International Technology Strategy, where we're looking at the understanding that it's in our interest to get investment, co-investment from countries which have got the same interests as us. So we did a tour of Scandinavia and the Baltics, and we heard the same message again from VCs there. We love the UK. We don't want to go into it on our own because it's very competitive, and we were only going to get the second or third order opportunities. We want co-investment, or ideally we want LP relationships. But of course, that depends on timing. And then the other aspect is these technologies, I think all the developed world are understanding that this is probably going to be the inflection point in terms of the global economy and the next step up in change. So it's becoming very competitive. Therefore, a lot of capital is needed. So if you're a quantum company and you want Series A, you're going to be 15 plus. And we said about how constricted potentially the availability of capital is in the UK. We want the right people on the cap table. So my organisation, for example, achieved broking deals of 960 million last year into UK companies, which is about 4.5% of all UK companies that got VC investment from overseas. So the same thing now is, can we do more with, say, getting those right partnerships? If we look at the performance of some of the VCs in Finland, they are always in the top half in terms of the league table. And there's some fascinating, deep skilled, deep knowledgeable general partners as well there.
Cool. Dominic, what do you see on your end of the market?
I mean, we talked a little bit about regulation on how sources of capital from an LP perspective arise, but I think Because when we form companies, we create them so we can put them anywhere. So we just put a company in Berlin. We're just putting a company at the moment in San Francisco. Recently put one onto the East Coast. And what we're finding when we have conversations with investors who we'd expect to follow on is that often even the European investors are steering for a US base for the company as the opening gambit. Saw a step change in that recently with the Inflation Reduction Act on the climate side, where the subsidies for things in the cutting edge fields like direct air capture and hydrogen are so powerful that there's an overwhelming competitive advantage to being based in the US. And also the expectation is that the majority of dry powder that comes later on down the line will also subsequently be in the US because there's so much confidence on the demand side, which is where the problem was initially. So from a competitive perspective, we not only lack like a supply issue on the capital, but we also we're also shortly going to see a lack of deal flow on the supply of companies too, as more and more migrate to places where the regulatory environment is simply more receptive to what they're trying to do.
Cool, right. So one thing that I just realized, by the way, we're 4 blokes up here. Why do you think deep tech has got an even deeper problem than tech in general with diversity?
Because it hires exclusively and overwhelmingly from finance, which also has a diversity issue, I think.
Yeah, because there is a culture clash. Do you think that that's an issue, the fact that LPs look for track record is built at previous funds or angel, whatever, and then, or careers. There has been a historically SaaS software-driven investment pack. And so if VCs now want to invest in deep tech, I'm experiencing it with myself, you're kind of pushed into do something very small because, of course, you need to prove yourself and whatever. But by the time the ecosystem matures, then, of course, the US is already 2-3 leaps ahead of the game. So do you think that can impact? Of course, I think that's an impact on culture, diversity, and also deep tech investing in general. What's your take on how to fast track, potentially shortcut all of these issues?
I mean, just to build on that, VC as an industry built almost on superstition. It's based on heuristics and pattern matching, right? And one of the most fundamental pattern matching is appearance. So you have a white man, and that is the pattern that you see in success. Survivorship bias is the dominant way of making predictions and developing theses in VC. And so obviously it's hard to introduce a diverse culture of individuals. You also see massive homogeneity amongst LPs. So your average LP is an old white man, and their pattern of success, looking to their own success and looking deep inside themselves, is that people who are a little bit like them, who they can connect with. There's a lot of metaphor that covers the prejudice that underlies the sector. Like I've shown up to LP offices before, and I'm white passing under most circumstances. By the time I had a beard and was shown to the supply entrance because they thought I was delivering goods.
Yeah.
And I wonder how hard it must be for people who are more strikingly from a diverse background.
Yeah.
I think a big thing. I think it's definitely that. That's where LPs are, especially if they're the pension funds and people like that. There's an interesting one in terms of diversity and entrepreneurship, full stop. In terms of the numbers of founders that were getting investment, one of the things that shifted was there were more female VCs, which meant there was more female investment into female founder-led companies and things like that. And I think that's probably the trend is, one step back up the supply chain. If you go upstream into the LPs, it's a case of that, or it's family offices, which again are even less ethnically diverse, gender diverse, maybe more ethnically diverse. But it's always the case that I think it's that pattern recognition. They're investing in people that are like them, that in the UK went to private school or public school, or then went to Oxford or Cambridge or Imperial or something like that, and blah, 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 blah. Spent 10 years at Goldman Sachs and then started something. I think that's definitely spot on.
Actually, that's a good continuing this trend, because you're touching on Cambridge and Oxford, and as a DAT and as the government, how do you guys potentially balance the fact that we have excellent centers throughout the UK, throughout Europe, but at the same time, over-focusing too much on them might mean that other centers lag behind? And for example, in university specifically, and I think we had one question prepared on academia. Academia can be quite challenging. Some universities might have come a long way into helping startups spin out. Some universities might not even encourage spin-outs at all. So how do you balance all of these things?
Well, can I just make the point about diversity, first of all, in terms of government efforts? So a very definitive policy to be able to assist founders and VC investors from a minority background. So Cornerstone VC, you may have heard of, pull them in. We've done all we can to help them, and really excited by what they do and how they do it. There's a forthcoming breakfast for female VC partners, which the government is running. And that's part of a wider initiative. So, for example, in Norway at the moment, the DPT team is running an event at the Norway Stock Exchange just for female founders and just for female VC heads. We ran a Femtech event about August last year. So please don't underestimate the amount of effort which is ongoing, but also try and understand supply. Because if you go back to school and you see how the core STEM subjects are encouraged, and then how people get that love of those subjects to be able to develop the knowledge and passion to pursue what naturally falls into some of the VC world and startup world.
And then touching on academia, then what do you think we can improve, to also help, encourage spin-outs, but also across the boards, again, not just in specific centers that maybe got a little bit ahead of the game?
Yeah, I think university education and the way research is conducted is going to undertake quite a profound change because of technology. And I am very fortunate in that I personally live about a kilometre away from a university, and most of the people I hang out with are university lecturers. And I always say to them, your purpose of publishing is to be able to publish more and to do more research. And it seems to be about the quantity rather than the quality. I mean, for example, there's some particular well-known lord who seems to be publishing or co-authoring a paper every other day. And obviously he's not doing that. He's doing that for the league table. And I think this is one of the frustrating aspects of partly with the UK is everything takes time and we have to focus on some of the difficult stuff. And I think we're seeing that now with some of the universities. And I've been working with Owen, who's the chief executive of your company.
Yeah, my co-founder.
And also there's a Treasury-led review of university spin-outs. And there's some very, very fascinating data coming out. And I think there is going to be quite a change in how technology transfer occurs, but also the way in which academics are encouraged, but encouraged to partner with people who get the commercialization. Because if you look at some of the success of the US companies, yes, you've got deep academic experts, and then, funny enough, you have these commercialization experts. I think that's a good segue to you.
I think a really interesting thing, going back to Francesco's question and linking this together, an earlier question, was one of the challenges that we do have in raising capital into ventures in the UK is the spin-out policies from universities. This isn't to harp on any negative on any things like this, but when we're talking about the equity percentage that UK universities have compared to what they are in the States, I think MIT take about 3%. There is a fee up front, about $100,000, something like that, that comes out of the first financing, and that's it. That's the agreement. UK universities range from 3% on the very extreme lowest up to 40, 50, 60 more percent is what we've seen, and that's really, really hard from a investor point of view, because if the founding team, the academics, and then the rest of the founding team aren't incentivized to build a company, to do the hard thing of actually building a company, they're not going to do it. They're not going to be incentivized, and it's too much of a risk for investors. So the stuff that Jonathan's talking about, the UK review on this, the Treasury review, I know the science, whatever the department that works with science in the UK is working on, there's a lot of conversations happening, and it's a slow-moving thing, and I think there's going to be more and more progress. And I think that's a really key thing to get DeepTech out there, because whilst I do agree with the fact that research is about quantity, not quality a lot of the time, there is so much fantastic intellectual property that's been developed within UK universities that hasn't been spun out or hasn't been considered spun out because the process of actually spinning out is so hard. We're talking to one really prominent professor I won't say with the field or anything here, but one really prominent professor. All of the research is really commercial. It's like big impact, climate stuff as well, and like really strong commercial potential. Hadn't spun anything out for 20 years because it was just too hard. The process working with the TTO was too hard. And it's things like that. If we can streamline that, if there's a standardization and it becomes easier, we'll see more and more deep tech companies, and then we'll see more and more funding coming into the UK, and that's better for everyone that's involved in this.
And then we'll see endowments at universities.
Yes.
Can I just a counterpoint? So before we started Deep Science Ventures, which operates independent of any single university and is developing its own intellectual property as the basis of the companies that we form rather than licensing, one of the motives was to entirely bypass having to license technology from tech transfer offices. And yet, perhaps surprisingly, I completely disagree with the broad, overwhelming narrative that the main bottleneck in spinning companies out in the UK is tech transfer policy. The standard comparison between MIT and UK universities is kind of flawed in the sense that MIT is not the representative US university. And in fact, you see just as much range in tech transfer policies across the US as you do across the UK. And in fact, also, you don't really see a correlation between in the UK, especially, you don't see a correlation between how much equity universities take and the rate of spin-outs. If that data existed, there'd be a really good argument to say, it does exist, but it doesn't show the argument. There'd be a really good argument to say, we've got to lower the price, make it easier to spin technology out in order to increase the rate of spin-outs. That's not the main barrier. Actually, the main barrier is typically the fact that the people that you're looking at when you're counting spin-outs are professional academics. They are professors who have been on a 20 or 30-year career trajectory to get to that point. And also, the vast majority of companies coming out of universities, outnumbering spin-outs 50-1, are companies started by PhDs and postdocs. Overwhelmingly outnumber the number of profs. So I think there's a number of things that are kind of broken around that narrative. And if you actually look at what really drives spin-out productivity, it's about the ecosystem around those universities. That also drives lowering take of equity from the university. So if you have a really healthy ecosystem like MIT does, and it starts to become integrated with the university, it allows the university to take less and less of the equity in the company because they have lower and lower costs. So at the moment, universities in the UK have to cover the cost of IP, proof of concept, commercialization, and then they can spin a company out with investors who then are going to give you very little low valuations. There's not really good competition in the UK for the outcome, the spin-outs. We don't have lots of funds investing in UK spin-outs. So I think it's I get quite frustrated because I do think we can do better on tech transfer policy, but I don't think it's the only thing. And it has such an iron-hard grasp of the narrative in this country.
I think the one thing on that, and I think part of the research, and I know that this isn't published, is whilst the numbers aren't correlated, the valuations and exit points are, and the capital that comes in is, and that's not published, and that is not, that is a draft research thing that we have with working with some other people, but there is a correlation there. But I do take your point about the ecosystem around it needed to actually build a company. The commercialization part about academics and professors specifically are not the right people to run companies most of the time. I completely agree with that. A really, really solid postdoc and a good PhD team is usually the best team to do this, with the academic, the professor sitting back as an advisor or something like that. But over time, as that company becomes more and more commercial, the professor is less and less involved, and then you are actually building in an engineering team, not a scientific team, and things like that as you go to market. I think that's absolutely crucial, and that is definitely a difference between the UK and US ecosystem, is that naturally academics in the UK are not entrepreneurial and in the same way that they are in the States. I think that's a huge
Actually, that one inspires me a pretty good question for all of you, rapid fire. Are we doomed in Europe, UK, because of our culture to be always less successful, because always less risk averse? Because I think, to your point there, this is happening in corporates as well. I mean, we don't talk too much about corporates. I just backed two companies that were not uni-spin out, but corporates, well, people that left corporates to launch a DeepTech business. And in that case, you also see the same, where, again, if the corporate is involved, they try to take too much because they don't even understand. If they're not involved, they don't support. But irrespective of whether it's a roadblocker or not, then wouldn't arguably be the fact that you're trying to take so much, the fact that we're just not dreaming big enough, the fact that if you want to take 50% is because you're expecting the company to sell at best for 10, 20 million, whereas if you take 3% or 5% and you hope for loads of rounds of funding, you really hope that to become a multi-billion-dollar company. So the question for you is, are we just not dreaming big enough to build big quantum computers and hyperloops and genuine tech?
I've got one small thing on this before I pass it off. Recently, speaking to a UK fund, and they were talking about what they need to bring to their investment committee, their partner meeting, to make a decision, is they need to justify why this company is going to be at $1 billion valuation by this time. That's cool. And I was in San Francisco talking to A16Z, Andreessen Horowitz, and they said, yeah, we don't invest in anything we don't believe is going to be 100 billion at exit. And I think that's a big difference there. That's 2 orders of magnitude jump. And that really does identify. And by the way, the fund I'm talking about in the UK is a very big fund that has a big focus on deep tech and things like that as well. So it's a big difference.
Jonathan, what do you think?
Well, to stress the point about corporates, and and of course I speak in Chatham House rules, and I sort of mix slightly the government and the personal perspective here. So UK corporate venture capital instance in the FTSE 100 is, I think, the lowest across the developed nations. If we compare against the stock exchange in France and in Germany, I think they're up to nearly 90%. Corporate venture capital generally has more capital, they do bigger deals, and the instance is generally growing. Why don't we have that in the UK? Why do we have such low productivity? And I think a lot of it is aspirational. I think a lot of it is generational. And I think a lot of it is also linked to people who game the system for the personal, let's call it compensation, whether it's share buybacks or whether it's not corporate malfeasance, but it's ways to game the system rather than thinking long term, how can we actually improve the lot of the country? So there's an organisation called Global Corporate Venturing, which was established by an FT journalist, which has done some fantastic work with the government in Brazil and has bloomed this CVC ecosystem, which is having demonstrable results. Can we achieve the same thing in the UK? Can we get more companies listing in a stock exchange? Can we change this mindset at the top level? I do not have an answer to that. Previously, I ran an insurtech, working with the insurance industry. I used to be an amateur boxer. I used to get punched in the face very hard and it hurt. It reminds me of trying to work with insurers.
That's great. So in terms of then, to sort of, because we're getting into slide below the last 5 minutes, on the positive side, what are the best trends you're seeing in deep tech right now? And the potential that we can potentially have here in Europe that maybe the US or Asia is still not having, and we have the potential to exploit?
I mean, I think there's 3 broad technical trends I would point to, and then I think there's like a kind of meta trend. If I've got time, quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
I'd say electrochemistry or basing chemistry on electrons rather than on petrochemical hydrocarbons is one that you're going to see. The second one is around botany, mycology, biodiversity, and starting to rebase economies on regenerative economics. And the third is on cell and gene therapy, advanced therapeutics, moving from molecule to organism scale therapies. And then the meta that I'd say is on meta-scientific innovation and meta-scientific entrepreneurship, meaning the creation of new institutions or the new modes of doing innovation. There is a really lively debate and discussion and growth of the way of ideas of how we develop ideas, which I think is long-term directly proportional to our ability of generating ideas. So I think those are the kind of 4.
Xavier. Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay with you. I know that's a little bit early. I've just been told to stick to the time. So I appreciate the conversation. Sorry.
I was following that. All right, then just one trend.
Semiconductor IP design things, basically the legacy of ARM.
In DeepTech quantum encryption, in life sciences, check out a company called BitBio.
Great. Thank you very much, guys. And thank you very much for hosting us. That's all right.
So thank you to that deep tech panel. Now for our next speaker, the director of Make Good, Give Back, Phil Williams.
Thanks. That's great. Thank you. How do I keep? Don't all go.
So you said
Hey, have you ever, in some time in your life, asked yourself the question, after accumulating all these business and financial skills through your life, that you still didn't have any handle on your financial circumstances? And that maybe you'd been working too hard, earning a living, or working for other people. And then secondly, did you ever feel really embarrassed and regretted pressing go on that button just as you'd entered all of your personal data onto that app? Well, I have, many times. And so I decided some time ago to do something about it, and this is where it led to. Mago Give Back is a social impact business. We're for real. We want to make money too, but we really want to help people. We want you to think about not yourself as an employer, as a customer. That comes later. Think of yourself as a real person, and your data means a lot to you, and it should be yours, and you own it. We're going to help you do that, and we do it in 4 simple ways. But we're tackling the cost of living crisis that is really raging around the country here. I live in Australia, but for the record, I'm from Wolverhampton, which is a very diverse culture, I can promise you. And I'm very proud of that area. It has its own financial well-being strategy, which is part of the national one, which I want to tell you about very quickly. So in 4 ways, we'll help Julie make her data her own. We'll make it hers, make it work for her. And we'll, if she chooses, make that data pay her. And if she chooses as well, maybe make it count and contribute to some charities that she's interested in. So you're asking me, who is Julie? Well, she's our most valuable person, an MVP. She's a real person, and she's a financially squeezed mum. So maybe what you don't know is that she's 24 to 35, married, kids, job, looks after the family finances as a way to manage the financial well-being of her family, and she's an early adopter. While she's doing these things, which pretty much everybody does, her view of being squeezed is that she's not in crisis, but she's trapped by money. And her view of financial well-being, which everybody has a definition for, is that she wants to be secure, she wants to be resilient, in control, and getting on with life every day, tomorrow, and the rest of her life. So why is she so important and so valuable? Well, if you didn't know, maybe I could ask, too quick a presentation, how many people know about the National Financial Wellbeing Strategy? Correct, nobody. There is one in every Northern Hemisphere country. Also in Australia, it's dormant. I'm looking to kick that off. The one in the UK, I'm looking to help along. It's the leading financial wellbeing strategy, believe it or not. And it's got some pretty big goals. You may not be aware of them. I'd like to bring that to your attention, but this is about our platform, which is going to help execute that. So why is Julie important? Because she's key to unlocking it for everybody in this room. How do we know that? Well, there's some good research, but what's the problem we're trying to tackle here in 5 minutes? Well, really, the problem is that national strategy has thousands of organizations trying to make it work, but it can't execute at scale. We want to help it do that, break it down into 3 smaller problems. First of all, millions of us need to self-engage. We don't want to. We're too busy earning a living. I am. There's some big challenges here, but engaging large organizations is a problem. They tell us we need a business case. Of course we do. And helping the helpers, the starved of funds of insights. So what are the challenges? I don't need to tell all of us about the cost of living crisis in the UK. But your data's going to waste. Julie's data's going to waste. It's not helping her improve her financial well-being. So there's lots of challenges here. I'm really going to move on and just tell you that so that it's actually a really big problem. It's not just 1 million Julies in the UK alone. It's not even 9 million people that pay for bills for food with credit cards. It's 40 million people. After 70 years, after some big conflicts, we still have a lot of struggling and squeezed people in the country. $25 billion a year goes to third-party data. None of that money goes back to any people. We want to help that along. Over $1 trillion is spent on getting to know people, but they still don't. So what we're looking to do is actually fix that problem. But first of all with Julie, and then the rest of everybody. And that's how to implement a national program, perhaps. We've got 3 parts of our platform. We want to build the business cases for businesses. You can see the business case there, $1 trillion. There's got to be a business case in there somewhere. But basically, eliminate spend on third-party data, which none of us like. Goodbye cookies. And how are we going to do that? Well, it pays. 5 grand, 50 pounds every company, 100 companies, there are the numbers. This business can make money too. And have we got a team to do it? Well, in the short time, there's some of it. I'm part of that. It's a good team. We've got an investment idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Phil Williams from Make Good, Give Back. They are at table 27, booth 27. No worries if you want to find out more. Now, welcome to the stage our next speaker, Ronald Rubens for SentioCX.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's doing well. I have a Dutch accent, but that's because I live in the Netherlands. But anyway, so we all know the experience of trying to get a hold of our energy provider or bank or insurance company, and then we have to talk to a bot, and then we get stuck in the bot, and then we have a hard time to get out of the bot to actually talk to a human being. So what we do at SentioCX, we determine the friction in a bot dialogue, we integrate with bot vendors, and then we proactively, seamlessly transfer the chat to a live agent. So the problem that exists, okay, there we go. The problem that exists is that 1.6 billion a year is lost because of customer churn. And 70% of people leave because of poor customer service. If you think about this, is that almost 60% of customers feel that they lost the human touch of customer experience. Now, if you drill down in terms of what the problem is that a lot of people experience long hold times. So over the last 2 years, hold times have increased by almost 50%. And also, they have a hard time to get to the right agent. 1 out of 3 is not able to resolve the issue. And then on the other end, you have the agents who are getting burned out because they're experiencing a lot of pressure and they need to do more. So currently, the way it works is that there is the bot space, and the whole space around live agents is a bit sort of disconnected. And the way it works is that sequentially all these chats are being routed to agents. But the problem is that customers don't know how long it's going to take, and also they don't know whether the agent is able to resolve it. So what we do is we have a core, which is an algorithm that we've developed that actually determines that friction, looks at the intent. So in the event that you want to cancel your contract, then it proactively routes it to an agent with high priority who is able to retain the customer. So this could be an agent with a skill of customer retention or contract management or what have you. So so what we do is 2 things. So we prioritize the chats, we prioritize the routing, and then we assign it to the right people. It could be knowledge workers as well, and then we publish predicted wait time. So the market is huge. A conversational AI market is growing at a rate of almost 25%. Gartner says it's growing almost at 75%. And then we have the customer experience space, or the workspaces, that is actually growing quite significantly. And we basically have a solution that sort of builds that bridge in between those 2 spaces. All right. In terms of our business plan, so what we want to achieve is we want to raise 3 million euros or $3 million to actually get to a point where we have 5 million of ARR by December 2024. And with almost more than 100 customers. We developed a product. The product works. There's a lot of interest, especially with large banks and insurance companies that actually want to do pilots with us because it works better in terms of bigger corporations that need to handle a lot of traffic. So what we're seeking is then the 3 million euros, as I explained. I mean, we also need to expand on our go-to-market capabilities. We have a product, it's patented. The algorithm is patented in the US, so we're pretty proud of that. One of the things that we're very unique at, for example, is that during the wait time, when a customer gets a message that the next agent is available in, let's say, 2 minutes, if that person becomes angry or there is he or she would say, I'm going to go to your competitor, then we recognize that word. And based on that word, we can actually adjust the priority. So instead of that customer waiting for 2 minutes, they can actually wait for 10 seconds. So we have this whole mechanism, which we call conversation orchestration, to bring the chat with the live agents. And the other thing what we do is if there's not sufficient agents, we can allocate what we call reserve agents, or we can actually declassify low priority intents, which means that the lowest priority chats are basically being kept in the bot on purpose. So even if the customer is requesting it, And the reason why we do that is because we want to make room for high priority chats. So it's a great opportunity. I think it's the missing pillar in AI, especially for customer experience. A lot of people talk about conversational AI. How does the machine or the computer respond to the human being? The second is agent assist. How can the agent say the right things? And the third element is, in my humble view, underemphasized, which is the agent pairing, is liberating the person out of the bot, especially when they use ChatGPT, is to get that bot over to the live agent on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronald. That was SentioCX. They are set up at booth 5. And then next up should be COPYTRACK. There we go. So please welcome to the stage Marcus Schmidt.
Couldn't be more German, this name. So, yeah, I'm Marcus, CEO of COPYTRACK, and I guess I have to click here, right? Thanks for being here today. It's all about image monitoring at COPYTRACK. If you look at it, 3 billion images are uploaded and shared in the internet every day. And 85% of these images are actually used without a proper license. Now, on the other hand, you have brands and products which are counterfeit or are in gray markets, and the damage is 500 billion a year. So I called it quite a problem. Now, the solution that we have developed is a crawling system that is able to crawl basically 99% of the internet by time. And in addition, we have been building an image matching AI with a very high precision, also close to 100%, no matter whether the image is cropped, flipped, color changed, or in a collage. Attached to that, we also have a legal tech process with a network of lawyers that takes care of the copyright cases at least. So the market opportunity we see are two. One is in the area of copyright violations. It's a huge market, as you see, 75,000 photographers that we tend to obtain, e-commerce, image agencies, and in the area of brand and product violations, it's similarly big. So what's our traction? On the left column, you see we are basically already market leading in this area. We have 45,000 clients from over 100 countries. We are processing, 10,000 is not correct anymore, 12,000 cases per month, and have also quite some tractions in the revenue, which is around 2.2 to 2.6 million a year. Based on the same technology, we want now to launch a product for brand and product violations. Based on the same technology, we already have first clients there, and that's what we are looking for a funding, and for the whole group, a funding for scaling the business. The team is very experienced, also staying with COPYTRACK already since the beginning, actually. I have done an exit already in a similar business, legal tech area. And the case that we want to make up is that we have now really a solid proof phase with this amount of clients and the revenue we have. Now it's time to scale, and that's why we are looking for 3 to 5 million at the moment. And we estimate that we need 1.5 years about to implement everything, and then it's actually let's call it the earning phase of this investment. The investment opportunity is twofold. We want to start right away. So we have one ticket of 500K as convertible with a discount so that we can start immediately. And in the midterm, we are looking for these 3 to 5 million. They will be basically used to build this second product line, and then also the process enhancements to scale the core business. And of course, it's sales and marketing that is required afterwards. Yeah, so if you have any questions, you can talk to me. I'm at booth number, I think 17, right?
17.
Exactly. And I'll give the rest of the time to my
Thank you.
colleague that will follow.
Thank you. So that was COPYTRACK, like you said, booth number 17. And up next in the cybersecurity space is VSFT Holdings, presented with Simon Wolf.
Got it. Hey everyone. So VSFT is a pure play voice biometrics organization. So we offer guaranteed identity assurance in predominantly the contact center, banking space, but also many enterprise solutions as well. I'll flick through as quickly as I can. Just a slide here on where we stand based on some independent research by Opus, but I'm going to try and focus on the product itself, given I'm the CPO. So there are three different types of voice biometrics. I'm not sure how aware everyone is, but active voice biometrics is when you need to say something very specific. So we offer that, where you need to say, you've probably heard things like my voice is my password is my voice, those kind of things. But you have to say that specific phrase and you need to be who you are. We offer passive voice biometrics, which is basically conversational, normally with an agent in the contact center. So you can speak freely and you can be authenticated in under 3 seconds of natural speech. And then we come to what I'll show you in a second, which is our newest technology, which we call CSAI, which is basically an OTP-based authentication method. So you will receive a random OTP that you'll need to repeat back. So CSAI, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the attack vectors that we're experiencing in the voice biometric space at the moment. So deepfake, synthetic voice attacks, replay attacks. It's the kind of stuff VSFT is our bread and butter. It's what we do. It's some super cool technology under the hood that you don't see. But it's something that we are acutely aware of and need to deal with on an ongoing basis. And the newest technology that we've released, we actually released it to the market in January, is what we call CSAI. I may not be able to show you. There is a short video on here, but I think I'll flick past it and just talk through the experience rather than show the video. But basically, at the point that you're looking to authenticate, and that can be logging into a digital kind of app, it could be processing a transaction. We work with a number of banks in the US where we're working with them as a step-up authentication for a banking transaction. But you'll be presented with a random 9-digit code at the point that you need to authenticate. Now that code doesn't exist in the world until you press the mic button that generates that code, and that protects very strongly against a replay attack, which it eliminates, because obviously you can record someone saying, please authenticate me with my voice, and replay it back. You can't do that with a code that doesn't exist until the point that it's created. The same with the synthetic voice creation that you'll see out there. Yes, we have the technology under the hood, but by the nature of this piece of functionality, the fact that the code doesn't exist, you'd need to type it into a synthetic voice creator, and you'd need to then play it back, and we can pick up, even based on the tiny pause that you would need to do that, that it's not a genuine person speaking that phrase back. That's a little bit extra on that, but I'll flick past that. We published a load of recent blog posts on deepfake detection and how our technology works. I won't talk through this. This is heavily scientific and above my level of expertise, I would suggest. This is our chief research officer has put this page together, but he's published a bunch of research recently. There was a very famous Emma Watson deepfake that was publicized, also a Morgan Freeman one. And these blog posts just show how sophisticated these kind of attack vectors are becoming, but also how our technology protects against it. And you can see on the graph at the bottom there, the blue kind of spikes indicate where we can prove that it's a real voice, and the red kind of spikes prove where we can prove that it's a deepfake. And that happens in real time, and actually it's something we can now offer outside of the voice biometric space, even if there's an incumbent provider in there, just to prove whether it's a deepfake or a real voice. The last slide here, just to show that we built our products as in what we call privacy by design. Because we are a pure play voice biometrics company, we're the only company to have 4 privacy seals from the European Union. It's something which we pride ourselves on, and we have a whole bunch of patents, and the pending ones on the CSAI technology I just showed you are something which we just brought to the market. And that's it. We're at booth number 3 if you want to come and have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, was that COPYTRACK? No, it wasn't. It was VSFT Holdings, and as you said, booth number 3. So up next is Justin Sycamore from Arcfina. Is he here yet? Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justin Sycamore. I'm here to talk to you about Arcfin today. We are Arcfina. We are a capital markets technology platform, and our focus is credit hedge funds. We're a few weeks short of starting our capital raise, which is a seed round funding. And before I go into the problems that Arcfina addresses, I would like to just introduce myself and talk about the team a little bit. So I've been in fintech since 1996. I originally trained as a software engineer. I then moved into sales leadership, and then into senior management at some of the largest vendors in the industry. In 2008, I started my own software firm, which I built up to 1,500 clients and over 500,000 users. I sold that in 2016, so I've been through the route before. I've been self-funded on this opportunity since October 2021. Very pleased to be joined by Muriel, who's been the lead developer on the project since we started in October 21. He'll join full-time as part of this round as the CTO. And we're also in discussions with a chief commercial officer who I've worked with for many years to bring them on board. They're currently employed in the industry at the moment. A bit more background. So I raised £335,000 of pre-seed funding in June last year. With that, I've built an MVP, which went live for login in October last year. I now have 2 beta clients that I'm working very closely with. One of them is about to go into production in the next few weeks, and the other one is also going to be contributing to revenue by the end of the month. So I'll have both production clients and revenue in the next few weeks, ready for the funding round. But let me talk a little bit more about Arcfina and the problem that we address. So as I mentioned, it's a technology platform for credit hedge funds. So a credit hedge fund is a specific segment of hedge funds that invest in credit-related instruments, such as bonds. They no longer have a solution by the mainstream providers. The big providers have all grown into very large companies. There's been a lot of acquisition in the industry over the last 10 years, which I've witnessed by working at them. And they invest their development dollars really into short-term revenues. And that means that this space in the bottom left there, credit hedge funds, is completely neglected. If you go into any credit hedge fund, you'll find that they'll say, we use this software, but it doesn't do what we need. They have to use Excel, or they employ in-house developers. So I saw that opportunity, and that's what I left my full-time role to set up to address that specific issue. You can see the rest of the honeycomb there represents some of the other bits of functionality that these vendors focus on. The other side to the opportunity is to do with shared ledger and blockchain or distributed ledger within capital markets. There's a major change coming, which this provides an opportunity for disruption. So today, as you can see on the left-hand side, everyone maintains their own database of trades, and they have to reconcile them every single day with every other market participant. It's a big overhead, it's a lot of risk, and there are errors. It costs the industry about $15 billion a year. With a shared or distributed ledger, everyone that they trust, everyone can trade on one single record of the trade, and that can be settled immediately. So what this means is that the technology providers have to do a radical shift in the way that they fundamentally operate their technology platforms. So that's an opportunity. So Arcfina is the solution to that. We've built that as a portfolio management platform, initially focused on addressing those needs of the credit hedge funds, but we've also built it ready for that future world of ledger, in which funds and market participants trade using a shared ledger infrastructure. But we've also built it to address the whole of the market as well, so we can address that big opportunity. How big is that market? As you can see in my pyramid here, we've divided it by tier of asset manager and the region that they're in. The tip that we're addressing at the moment is the red bit at the top, about $41 million worth of revenue, but with expansion and the disruptive opportunity, we can address those 28,000 firms globally that take this sort of technology on, which represents annual revenues of 21 billion. So it's a large market. So finally, where we are, as I mentioned earlier, we're in our second round of funding. We're looking for 1.25 million. That's a 2-year plan. After that 2 years, we anticipate having about between 9 and 12 clients, £1 million of revenue, and that will be a platform for us to raise Series A funding to launch into the US, which is the largest share of the market. The exit would be through future rounds, trade sale, or IPO. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. That was Arcfina, and they are at booth number 34. So next up is our 5th panel. That's tomorrow's luxury panel. I think we'll give it a few minutes if everyone's ready. I also forgot to mention all those companies as well that had just presented. Of course, feel free to connect with them on CRISP as well. So tomorrow's luxury panel is moderated by Hauk, Associate at Olma Capital, Marco, Chief Design Officer at Artemest, and Philippe, Managing Partner at Olma Capital as well, and then Ben Leslie, Investment Director at Puma Private Equity. Enjoy.
I reckon I'll take the side one and then I can see you guys.
Where is it?
Right, here we are. Are our mics on yet? No. Doesn't seem like it. It's good to know. Oh, yeah. Jeremy, could you guys maybe shift a bit down so you watch the audience? But
Like this?
yeah, perfect.
I'll make a joke about not being Ben.
That's good.
Just a bit.
Ça va?
Are you taking this away?
Sorry?
Are you taking it away or somebody will?
I think we're waiting for
minutes
that. All right, I reckon we are good to start. Thank you everyone for coming. I'm very happy to be here and very happy to be joined by a distinguished set of guests over here. The panel today will be focused on what we call tomorrow's luxury. So this is all about the future of the luxury sector. And so just to set the stage briefly before we get into the discussions, I want to just give some context on the idea of the luxury industry. And I think it's worth mentioning that this is quite different from many other industries. Usually it's defined with a type of good or service, say the car industry or the banking industry. But for me, the luxury industry is more so a collection of many industries and a particular market position within that. So it's more at the upper echelon of a range of industries. And so, of course, it has a long history. It's proven to be a sector that's resilient through wars, recessions, now also pandemic. But there's also great changes coming and already happening, as we've been seeing. And for me, this is what we call tomorrow's luxury. So this is really driven by technological change, by demographics. What this means is that people are now looking at experiential luxury. They're looking at personalization. They're looking at seamless digital offerings and a whole load of other things that we'll get into. So this is a very complex and ever-changing world, so I'm glad that we have people like you to guide us through it. And I think we should just jump straight into the discussion. I'd love for you guys to first also just introduce yourself briefly. Diana, perhaps you can begin.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Diana Nieto. I am the co-founder of Positive Luxury. We are an ESG and sustainability collaboration platform, and we help companies to understand where they are from an ESG perspective, help them to put transitional plans, not just setting target, actually how are they going to get there, and help all the different areas in the actual organization, so all the different teams, to really, kind of get together and drive that change from a social, environmental, and governance standpoint.
That's super important. And I mean, of course, sustainability is one of the key drivers of this move towards tomorrow's luxury. Marco, do you want to go next?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. I'm Marco Deseri, Chief Digital Officer at Artemest. I spent more than 20 years in technology and digital businesses and more than 15 in luxury e-commerce. Before Artemest, I spent 7 years at Hughes before the IPO and learning about how to scale a luxury and e-commerce company. At Artemest, we are building a marketplace, bringing together all of the best artisans and makers in the home, furniture, and design space. We are applying a highly curated and editorial selection to bring luxury customers an end-to-end experience that is digital, but also very, very curated and high-end.
All right, very cool. I mean, we have the sustainability, we have the digital. They're all two super important elements of this. Philippe?
Yeah, my name is Philippe Derville-Edition, and I've been working in the private equity sector for the last 30 years. Actually, the irony of the history is that I've started working in this building 30 years ago in 155 Bishopsgate. For Framlington, and then after Johnny Biardi, who was also in this building. So, I mean, it's a pretty interesting situation. We started together with Jeremy, we started Olma 10 years ago, and we're specialized in investing in small and medium-sized businesses in the luxury field, both in the traditional and in the digital sphere. We have so far invested 79 million euro in 14 projects, and we've done already 3 exits, 2 writes-off, unfortunately, but 3 exits at an IRR of 30% plus. And we've really invested in a geography that is mainly in France, Italy, and Switzerland. And I think we'll detail later on some of our portfolio companies.
So I'm Jeremy. I'm not Ben Leslie, who's younger and more good-looking than I am. That's life. And we set it up 10 years ago. And just in terms of, I think age, we're at a period of life which is very, very difficult geopolitically. And I think that experience is incredibly important. You guys are much younger, and you've got what you call fluid intelligence, where you're much more innovative and creative. At my age, you get something called constructive intelligence. And you're much more scared of the downside on everything that's going on. And this is my 5th crash. The first one was in '87 at Cazenove. I just managed to keep my job. The second one was in '98. By pure luck, we managed to sell our business in Moscow to UBS. I still lost a lot of money because I left half of it on the table. The third one was in 2002, the net crisis. We'd set up a company called Under Trois Imo in France, and the home store, a $6 billion company, said, we'll buy it off you for 64 million. We said, yours. Then they came back and said, no, it'd be 32 cash, 32 in a quoted European company. We said, yours. Then I said, we've got no money. They lent us 2 million. And then a month later, they went bust, the $6 billion company. And we had a bill with Ashurst Morris Crisps of 600 grand. And then in the 2007 and 8 crash, feeling very smug, had 4 hedge funds, 2 of them went under. So when we started off with Philippe, the key driver to us was preservation of capital. And we're very, very, very conservative. There's very little leverage, and we try to invest in market leaders, but I'll let Philippe talk more about it.
Thanks. It's a very timely introduction in many ways. And I mean, can we apply the luxury sector to this? How has that been faring? I mean, the very high-level statistics certainly show that it's done okay through 2008, COVID, etc. But how has it been from your perspective, Philippe, as an actual investor in businesses?
I think that what has been interesting about the luxury sector is that for the last 30 years, it has been an extremely resilient sector. But clearly, we have experienced something absolutely unique over the last 3 years, where we had this 2 years of COVID, and now I would say a crisis emerging, and it's just amazing to see how interestingly those companies are reacting. And I think maybe Marco, you could explain us how Artemis has been facing the COVID, and I would say the opposite of. I would say what would have expected. The COVID has been a fantastic platform for businesses that are digital and that have a strong digital component.
Yes, as I was saying before, we are a digital company, but we were also very lucky during that period of time because our focus is on the home. And those categories during COVID, with people spending more time at home and also basically reconsidering their life, as some changes are still longer lasting, people are still working from home today, they basically became more conscious about how important home is in our everyday life. And during those times, part of our business, the business that works with hospitality client, basically came to almost a complete halt and stop. But on the other side, the consumer business basically was extremely resilient and skyrocketed and growth way faster than we expected. So yeah, it was a great opportunity for us. We tried to size it in the best way.
And did the transformation to the digital on your side operationally play a big part in maintaining the resilience?
I think that from an operational point of view, yes, there were a few implications. One thing that we noticed, we operate a marketplace with more than 1,500 companies, from the very small artisan to the medium-sized company. And for all of them, basically, their opportunities to sell to clients were completely shut. And they were coming to us like a last resort, asking for help in selling their items. From an operation point of view, being a digital business, we were very ready to react, to continue operating with absolutely no slowdowns. In part, it was because we were ready to work from home, and all of the operation were run digitally and continued working smoothly through that time.
Cool, yeah, very interesting. And I believe now that we're on kind of the digital trend part of this, Diana, it would be great to get your perspective as well on whether there's any kind of digital levers or trends that you see maybe facilitating the change to ESG optimal.
Yes, I mean, for where we sit, we work with luxury brands across 7 verticals. So experience is one of them, kind of fashion, accessories, beauty, travel and hospitality, and so on. So what we see is in most businesses, the digital trend is quite, high up in terms of their priorities, but sustainability is basically the other side of that coin. So when you look at the two trends almost in parallel, you can see that there is a beautiful coherence in terms of what has happened in digital many, many years ago, back in the year 2000, and what's happening right now in sustainability. So if you think about the silos and the idea that digital was a silo, 20 years ago, sustainability used to be like this. It's now moving out of the silo and being integrated in every part of the business. And actually, the digital play is super important in order to, a couple of things. One is transparency. I mean, everybody, I'm sure that the transparency piece is very important for everybody. Legislation is changing, forcing that transparency across the entire business and across the value chain. And the other point is about the elephant in the room, about consumption, right? So, we are in a trend in which we have now 5 generations working in the workplace. The younger crowd is about buying less and buying better. The older guys about growth. And there is this kind of friction. So what technology is doing is actually taking some of this friction away and helping integrate the value chain to the end consumer and driving that transparency throughout and making, you know, a lot of these processes, I wouldn't say frictionless, but starting to actually see how these two things can actually start working together. So I think it's super exciting time right now. I know it's hard and it's crisis-like, but you know, I'm from South America, I'm from Argentina, so the only thing we know is crisis. So this is a great opportunity.
So you're well trained.
I think that's what crisis is exactly true, and it's very well to talk about trends and everything like that. But COVID for some of our companies was tough. We managed for one of our companies, Click and Boat, in the height of COVID, when Paris and Spain were totally locked down, to convince the management to take their car, to drive to Barcelona, and to pick up our biggest competitor for 1/10 of the price that we were negotiating before COVID. So, and we also managed to sell our stake in a hotel company for 3 times cash on cash. So it's about people today. The easy money's made. And if you can take opportunities which will come through crises the whole time, you benefit enormously.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because I mean that's exactly what you're doing as well, is helping companies seize opportunities, right? Because many see sustainability and ESG as a massive risk, and yes, it is a massive risk, but it's also a huge opportunity, right? So I guess that's a lot about what you do for companies as well, no?
Absolutely. I mean, sustainability is like the elephant in the room. Every time that you say sustainability, people are like, no. But if you can actually break it down and make it easy, it's about sustainability is the heart of the organization. You can bake it into the strategy. ESG, second elephant in the room, is about the wallet and the minds. And then you have this regenerative leadership, which is about, you know, kind of much more inclusive, much more dynamic, much more empathic. And actually you have minds, hearts, hands, and wallet. And what is exciting is the fact that the mindset of most leaders right now are seeing sustainability as a couple of things. One is a cost-cutting exercise. It's much easier to say, we are not going to travel because we're going to be eco-efficient or eco-conscious, instead of saying, we are not going to travel because we actually want to cut our costs by 30%. Secondly, is about more efficiency within the value chains in terms of how do you work with key suppliers, how do you invest in those key suppliers, and how you develop those key suppliers over time, versus we are going to squeeze our suppliers to the max, to the point that we can actually get what we need from them. So the mindset of sustainability is becoming an enabler to actually drive efficiencies, drive better costs. But the most important thing, you talk about people, is this talent piece, which is, you know, for many years has been an employee market, you know, changing jobs every 5 minutes and all the things I'm sure you guys are used to in terms of your pain points. But now it's about how you actually retain this talent, how you have the best talent and retain them. And actually, as sustainability is moving out of the silo and, you know, moving into the organization, people feel that they can actually play a role into actually solving these problems for the company and for the world. So it's becoming really exciting time for people and for talent in general. And I guess the last point, and I know you want me to not speak as much as I do, but women have more words than men.
I totally agree with that. I totally expect to do that. I've got 3 sisters, so yeah, I agree with that. But your thing about talent and employees being able to be empowered, Hawk, who has been with us for about 1.5 years, he used to work for a sustainability company, and he's now driving that area in our business because we're too old and we don't know what to do. But there's a very good combination. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and it's something that now, because of course you point out that comes from the consumers, and it is absolutely a bottom-up as well as you mentioned regulation. But what we're seeing, and I think you agree with this, Philippe, is that actually the LPs and the investors are increasingly asking very difficult questions about this, absolutely as it should be. So I think that's something absolutely everyone should be on top of at this day and age. But if we just take a quick step back here and look back to the kind of because this is a very important element of tomorrow's luxury, but it's also one out of many. So Mark, you've spoken a bit about digitalization. Philippe, can you give us any kind of insights into how the sector actually has changed over the 10, 12 years that you've been investing into it? Do you see any, maybe
Yeah, no,
examples?
clearly, in our portfolio today, we have about 300 million of revenues in the digital sphere. But we also have very traditional businesses such as a vineyard in Burgundy. And we have, and maybe I would say it's a little example, but this is how, you know, a business that for 100 years have been working always in the same way. And we had to do at a very small level, in a very small company, a kind of a revolution, where basically we tried for 4 or 5 years to digitalize the business, to be omni-channel. And we've been facing, you know, each time a wall, and we've not been able at all to convince, you know, people to plug in into a distribution network, a new distribution network. One of the examples basically was to say, but how can I put up my price on the internet when my distributors in Asia, in the US, in France are going to see, you know, prices that could be conflicting. So at the end of the day, what we did is that we set up a team in Paris that was working fully on the digital part of the business. We did all the work alone, not being a wine specialist. We came 4 months later to the team in Burgundy, and we say, okay, this is the way we're going to do it. You plug in into more, you put all your, all the 42 wines that we have in the portfolio, you all plug them in, and we find a price that would be coherent for our distribution, making sure that there won't be any conflict with anybody. So this is a very little example, that shows that, you know, in 3 years' time, we went from 0 being done in the digital sphere, 0 being done in direct sales, and we added a wine school also in the business in Puligny-Montrachet, and we end up today to make 25% of our sales in the most traditional businesses, I would say, in the world. You know, wine, we've been able to do 25% of our sales that are direct sales. And that is, I would say, typically something that, you know, we've been fighting for. Maybe it has been one of the worst challenges that we have, because, you know, when we deal with people like Marco, you know, it's much easier to have a digital strategy. But this is clearly something that we are very proud of, because we really built what we think is maybe the first little omni-channel domain in Burgundy, and we are happy that, you know, it works. And this is the part of the business where we have the best margins, and where we are clearly creating a super strong link between the customer and the product and the team. So this is one of the examples. We have plenty. I think in our portfolio we have 10 examples of, you know, exactly. 10 different. But, you know, I think that experience today is also something that, you know, is absolutely key for the customers. We have we are the majority shareholder of a group called Kelda Showers, and we have a biofarm in Dordogne, another brand called Kelda de Neuvik. And the way today the customers are going and visiting the farm and visit the factory and touch the product and see, you know, how all the, I would say for this 10 years period, the animal has grown in this farm. And we have a joke basically saying that we have a spa for sturgeons. But this is, I think, the most beautiful farm that you would get today and that you will be able to visit today. So if you go to the Bordeaux region, please have a chance to go and visit it, because then you understand much better the product, the history of the product, the team, and the people that have been working for it, and you became curious. And this is part of, I think, you know, in tomorrow's luxury, part of this educational thesis that needs to be made is that now every single customer, of course, wants transparency, but he wants to be more educated. He wants to learn more about just, I love Chardonnay. He wants to know which year, which winemaker, where the grape is coming from, do you have sulfite or not? I mean, this is all the amount of details that, you know, is part of transparency, but it's also part of curiosity on behalf of the customers that they want to learn. And I think that the exchange that we need to have, you know, with our customers tomorrow is that we need to feed them with more and more information, because they want to hear all the stories, and they're very curious about that. And in the fine food sectors on which we have a part of our portfolio, I think that we can see that extremely strongly.
Absolutely. You touch on a lot of interesting themes here that are a big part of tomorrow's luxury. So you have the omni-channel aspect, which I'd love to ask you about soon, Marco. We have the experiential, and we have also what we've been speaking a bit about previously, the kind of narrative that a company will build. And I'd love for you to expand a bit on this because I thought you had some very interesting opinions on this.
Yeah, I mean, I just love what you said, Philippe, because people really want to connect with the stories. People really want to understand what you're buying, who are you buying it from, and what's in it for me. So sometimes, you know, we get so much data, and also in sustainability and ESG, you get so much data, but what does it mean? What does it mean to me as a consumer? What does it mean to you as an investor? And what does it mean to you as a customer? And I mean, storytelling, it's kind of something that we have done since we are babies. That's what our moms do to us. They tell, or dads, they tell us stories. So this is very much ingrained into humanity, into human nature. And when we think about what are and why luxury has been so successful for the last 40 years in terms of resilience, and it's not, you know, you can have one good year, 2 good years, 3 good years, 10 good years, but 35 years consecutively, you must be doing something right. And this is the idea that luxury is, this is what luxury does. Luxury tells stories. Luxury disconnects you from the reality, and luxury helps you to dream. Yet luxury, of course, has to be much more sustainable, but it's about what luxury does and what luxury kind of, how you can experience this. And we talk about experiences, you talk about experience, and this is really interesting because when you think about the LVMH group or even Kering Group and some of the big luxury houses, they are all moving towards experiential. So they are diversifying their portfolios towards a more experiential type of businesses. And this is because we are, big generalization, kind of rich, peak stuff. We don't need anything else. I don't need another pair of trainers. God forbid, I don't need another handbag. Yes, you heard that, right? Or another pair of shoes, by that matter. But I love to go and do, I don't know, a visit to the farm or have a great, you know, experience with the vineyards, but also learn, you know, how is this made, how is the people are treated, and feel proud about those experiences. So the world is changing. Millennials are too old. They're 40 years old. They're gone. They're past. It's over. You know, and now Gen Z want different things. And I think, you know, the alphas, the generation coming in, is, for me, is where I put the money. Because they are to sustainability what millennials were to digital. So I feel very excited because the world is changing and you can feel it. And I think storytelling, it's a massive, massive part, and that's not going to go away. That's going to stay, whether it's Web3, whether it's 2.0, whatever it is, this is going to stay because that is who we are as people.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's ingrained in human nature as well. And it ties into what could potentially be a difficult question, but I suppose you can't bring people to, you know, Liguria to have them look at the carpets being made because you're selling, I suppose, all over the world. Yep. So how do you guys manage to tell that story, and how do you create a customer experience being essentially an e-commerce platform, right?
Yeah, I think the storytelling is a core component of Artemis DNA. And when we started, basically trying to promote small craftsmen that no one had ever heard about digitally, we basically faced that issue front and center the very first day. Coming from fashion, where you basically promote brands that have been working in marketing for decades, and you just intercept the interest that people have built on that brand for decades, it's really very much transactional doing e-commerce for fashion. When you start promoting people who have zero history, zero recognition, zero awareness, you need to tell the story. Mm-hmm. Because what makes the product special is not the product per se, it's the story behind it. And even if it's not as rich as going to an artisan workshop, meeting them, talking to them, and seeing them making the product, we tried to select beautiful pictures that capture the essence of who they are as artisans, put them front and center. Unlike many marketplaces, we decided to put their name very visible, even if that can cannibalize our sales, because you know the name, you can go directly to them. But I think it's a way of being transparent and being a partner for them in the long run. And there's another element, though, which is the experiential luxury. We have been aspiring to that since we started with our adventure. And as a pure digital business for many years, we were seeking that connection with the client. And one of the, I think, more authentic experiences that we ever had was creating events where we were inviting artisans and we were basically putting them in the middle of the event, creating marbleized paper, and also giving that type of experience to the customers. They were able, with the guide of the artisan, to create a beautiful sheet of paper and learn the technique, and the joy in experiencing that very authentic moment was incredible. And so we did that many, many times over, and it's always a hit when we do it.
Yeah, great.
But the other interesting thing about your brand and the strength of the moat you've created is that in the last survey done, only 1 of your 10 customers remembered the original artisan. The rest all remembered you.
Yeah, because basically, as a marketplace, we also work as a luxury brand. We guarantee that all of the artisans that we have selected for the customer can deliver the level of quality that a luxury customer expects. And we are very hands-on in making sure that the end experience and the end-to-end experience matches that level of expectation, doing quality control, making sure that they meet the lead time that they promised. It's hard, but it's also a differentiating factor compared to all of the other marketplaces in the area. And the important thing that you were mentioning is that in the end, you are remembered as the brand and the one that guarantees for the quality of the artisan, despite the fact that the name of the artisan is always visible and they have full access to it.
Yeah, I see. It's absolutely a part of the curation and the experience that's becoming very central to what we all do. And we've now spoken a bit about kind of how to reach the new consumer. I think we should speak a bit about what defines the new consumer. What kind of values do they have? How do they shop? What do they want? Philippe, do you want to take the lead on this one?
I think it's more for the We have too many different customers.
Well, that's true. I mean, I think that, when you look at luxury, for example, the average age of a customer, of a luxury customer now is 15 years old. It used to be 18 and now it's 15. And the reason why is because the world has changed into linear to circular. And this is actually a fantastic opportunity for everybody to actually have access to luxury, even if you don't have a lot of money, because you can buy pre-love. And this is actually super interesting because, younger demographics are starting to experience quality and craftsmanship and beautiful stuff, and also mix and match with like vintage, which are not particularly luxury, but from other countries and so on. So, the whole experience of buying is different. Of course, fast fashion still plays a huge, huge role. But the mindset of the younger consumers is changing. It's changing to the point that now you have thrift trips, organized thrift trips to the US to actually buy from thrift shops, secondhand shops, because that's the new cool. It was cool when I was growing up, but now it's the new cool. And also, I think the mindset of consumers is changing because although, when you see in Instagram, everybody changing their clothes every 5 seconds and so on, people are starting to reject that and wanting to find slightly different. Obviously, this is a massive generalization because you have different levels of maturity from a sustainability perspective in different markets. But people want experiential, people want, pre-love, they want to experience quality much more earlier on. And more importantly, I think what's also changing is this kind of inside out. So luxury brands are becoming a lot more muted, less logo in your face, a lot more subdued in terms of the kind of the way they behave. And we are seeing a much more, I wouldn't say austere type of luxury, but less in-your-face luxury. And this is something that we are seeing in many, many different countries. And I think above all is, what we're seeing is across generation is like we actually all watch the same Netflix shows. We all, I mean, ultimately, we do the same thing, regardless whether you are 15 or you are 60. We're doing the same type of stuff, and we're doing the same type of stuff across the world if we're allowed. So the unification of taste is becoming a reality, and what is different is the experience of how do you access that. Whether you are at home with your friends watching Ted Lasso, or where you are, I don't know, on your own doing it. So it's changing how do you choose to have that experience more than the experience itself, if it makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what you're saying is that essentially building a brand narrative, at least to follow on from what you're saying, is now increasingly difficult because you need to hit all of these younger consumers, and they all have a specific ideas of what their own narrative is and how they want to actually be approached. So how do you then build a brand that actually hits all of this?
Exactly, and there's a guy who talks about brand me. So almost like now is starting to get inverted. It's like, how do you allow the brand needs to ask permission for you to wear it or use it or show it. So it's very interesting what's coming, especially with Web3 coming in. This is not quite sustainability, but this will enable people to have to buy less products and have a whole different type of world on Web3. So I think I mean, I'm probably the only one here, but I'm really excited about the future because I think that we have gone through it back in the year 2000, and only good stuff happened. When you have a crisis, you have the opportunity to reinvent the world, and this is why I'm excited about what's coming. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, there's opportunity out there.
It's very true.
I think also we haven't really talked about the elephant in the room, and I'm not a champagne socialist, or as they call them in South America, a caviar socialist, but all our clients, and that's why it's so resilient, are in the top 1%. And the top 1% over the last 20 years with easy money have still got a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, what I would add is that the access to these clients have been very specific in some cases. So for example, when we start the boat business, I mean, most of the customers were customers that were paying 500 euros per day for half a day or a day cruise on the Zodiac, and ultimately we started to offer more services, and now it ends up to have basically an access to customers that would pay 100 or 200,000 euros for a week holidays in Sicilia. So this is really something that has completely changed. That entering the little door, ultimately you end up to have your 1% customers that we all like. Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry. I'd like to ask you a question because I think this is like the second generation that has more wealth in the world. Like, basically the boomers have made their money, and now, the Gen X's and the Gen Z's are coming, and millennials are coming to money in a way that we have never seen in history. I mean, you can talk about this more than I can.
No, but exactly. But I think this is, typically in our portfolio, there would be two examples. Really, this platform, boats.com, who's the leading platform in Europe and in the US for renting and selling a boat on the internet, and Le Collectionniste, which is a high-end Airbnb. And it's really, I think, amazing how, basically you grow with your customers, and you end up to, as I said, have a very little ticket with an offer to your customers that is able to pay for a little boat or a little space, and you end up, for example, for Le Collectionniste, to have an average rent of 27,000 euros per week, and we do a pretty substantial volume on this one, and more or less for the two companies, the same volume, about 120, 140 million euros per year. So you're doing a lot of volume, and generating this volume, you increase your spectrum and the access to the different type of customer that you would have. So on our portfolio, it's very difficult because I would say the customers that we are dealing with are very different if we're speaking about the vineyard or the collectionist, and they're or TMS are very different type of customers. But what is clear is that I think that the spectrum of potential clients you're dealing with have never been that large. And maybe I think it fits with what you're saying, because it's that is also absolutely new. The customers have been on average richer than in the past, but also the people you're speaking to are global, and you try to adapt to each of their needs.
Yeah, and this certainly is a big part of the resilience that I think Jeremy and others have alluded to. And actually, quick anecdote, I was at a family office conference yesterday, and the opening opening speech of the whole session was a man speaking about how to survive Armageddon, in full seriousness, about how he's built himself a house with a basement, he's got weapons, he's got food, everything you need to survive a nuclear holocaust, essentially. And this is what set the tone, which I thought was quite an odd way to begin a conference. But then, obviously, as you guys said, the younger generations come in, and people that are managing money at the age of, say, 30, and they all speak about climate, they speak about VCs, they speak about impact, and they speak about new opportunities and how you can actually seize all these issues as opposed to just hide in your shelter, essentially. So I think that kind of frames what you guys are saying now as well. And I know also that you guys are doing a VC fund quite imminently. I guess this could be slightly relevant as well to this idea of seizing new opportunities and trying to build something for the future as well. Do you guys want to speak briefly about this?
Well, so there's the problem, which is what you talked about, which is the ESG issues. That 60-odd of the young clients want to know where it's made and it's not polluting and it's important. You've got the clients, which are all of the big luxury houses like LVMH and Kering, who've been unable to use Web 2 because it was too generic and not personalized enough. And the move to Web 3 and computer-assisted design and your thing done like that, and yeah, we'll be investing much more in those.
I think if I can build on that, there is also a fantastic opportunity to build on solutions. And sorry, I always talk about climate solutions, but also people solutions. I think, when you think about and read the newspaper and climate change is going to kill us all, possibly, but also, the reality is that we are, as humans, very innovative, very resilient, and I really do believe I have faith in the human race that we will come up with the solutions. So I really think that there is a huge growth opportunity for any funds to raise a fund, to look for those innovative solutions, whether it is materials, whether it's carbon capture, whether it is water. I mean, all of the problems that we have are solvable, and it just needs capital and access to capital. Innovation happened at a very small scale. That's where innovation lives. And only when it sees air and the light of the day is scalable. And for that, we need money.
And 10% of global emissions come from these clothing companies.
Correct.
And the richest companies in the world are LVMH and Kering, who are all going to spend money on it. So the capital will be there. And when they do it, other people will flow. I totally agree.
That's right. And Marco, let's go back to you for a second, because we've just spoken about innovation. And I think it's fair to say that you're in a sector which is not known for innovation. I mean, furniture is not traditionally where you go to see something completely new. But you guys are doing something quite new, right? Do you want to speak a bit about how you guys have been able to innovate?
Yeah, we've been basically building through digital tools what we believe was the only way of reaching that cohort of luxury clients all over the world. Coming from fashion, and the difference was very striking moving to design and furniture, because the system is very much underdeveloped. In terms of distribution, fashion is probably 10, 15 years ahead of what is happening with the design and furniture industries. One side is also rooted in very concrete elements, like the impact of shipping costs. It's very contained in fashion, and that allowed all the marketplace and online stores to create this escamotage where you can buy a product, try it on at home, and then return it. With furniture, you cannot do it. Shipping costs are so high, and it's not very practical to send back a sofa once you have purchased it. So I think the innovation there also happened very much slowly because of these inherent reasons. But on the other side, with creativity, we were able to build a platform that basically was putting front and center people who were completely unknown and made them look credible because of the history, because of the story of their products, the quality of their products, and the beauty of the products. And building on that, we are trying to innovate on all of the touch points, creating new touch points with the clients that are not only digital. We started as a pure digital player, but as we know, the appetite of luxury customers for experience, we are always trying to embed that element into everything that we do, creating events, opening a galleria in New York, so a physical space where we can bring the most beautiful items in front of the eyes of our customers, and participating in important events like Milan Design Week every year, and creating exhibitions that actually connect the customer with the product. But digital for us is mostly a tool. What really matters is the brand values that we have always brought forward, and the storytelling that we can bring to the table. Because in the end, a luxury customer cares about the values of the product and the brand that they're buying. And this is even more true now with younger clients, as we were saying before. So I think it's going to be intensifying the competition, especially in digital, and everyone will try to use those tools, the new innovation, to leverage on those new value sets of the clients and create new ways of connecting and telling the stories that matter to the clients.
Absolutely, and I'm glad because you managed to bring in just about everything we've been speaking about, and it really all comes from innovation, right? So you're completely right there. I'm seeing that we only have a couple of minutes left, so if there are any questions from the audience, this is certainly the time. Yes, please.
I have a couple actually. Before, traditionally, luxury has very high positive correlation with price. So my first question, has the concept changed or changed? Does luxury have to be pricey, or the relationship between the price and what's luxury has changed? And so that's question number one. And very quickly, question number two, you were saying about experiences, that now people are moving from goods to experiences, but people can also visit farms that many times before it becomes a bit repetitive. So what do you think will be after experiences?
Great question. It's very interesting, and especially the first one about price. Does anyone want to get into
No,
that?
but again, we have two luxury. If you're speaking about LVMH and Kering, this is one situation. But price, I would say, I would answer that we had a completely opposite experience with accessing the luxury sector, because mainly through digital distribution, we've been able to get clients that were, I would say, even low end, and we end up to have the top customers under the same brand, the same group, and the same team, and that has been mainly through the digital. And also things have been evolving so much in 10 years. So for example, we have a platform selling watches. Nobody would have thought 10 years ago that you can buy a watch that is 15,000 or 20,000 euros on the internet, not even touching it or seeing it, and shipping it into another country. So I think the word that I would say for it is that today it's just mainly a question of agility, and there's I think that things have changed, and it's not necessarily working the way it used to be before, or traditionally. But again, we are speaking about small and medium-sized businesses, and luxury in general is presented by huge groups that have a completely different approach and a very strong focus on fashion. So
yeah, I think also luxury's divided itself too. So you've got the super rich who want to be differentiated. So we had a bloke who rented a chalet in Verbier for 2 million for 2 months, and we had to get him his car sent there and his helicopter.
Sorry. That's all right, no worries. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Right, so next up on the stage for the pitches, we have Alexander, CEO at Potts & Co.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, sure. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandros Trakouridis. I'm the joint CEO of Pots & Co, and we are a premium dessert challenger brand. So we've started trading in the UK about 10 years ago with the sole purpose of bridging what we find is an unnecessarily big gap between the desserts found in Michelin star establishments and really what you can actually buy in the supermarket aisle. So you see, the unfortunate reality is that most products found in supermarkets, especially in the desserts category, are mass-produced for efficiency and ease, with low-quality ingredients to keep costs down, and therefore also requiring lots of additives to really kind of extend shelf life and stabilize recipes. So our mission, since we started, has been dedicated to the pursuit of dessert perfection. And we really kind of do this in 3 different ways. Yeah, so we hand make the products for an artisan finish. We only use the highest quality ingredients, and indeed we use what is called fino d'aroma cacao, which is, so only the top 8% of global cacao can be classified, can have actually this kind of classification badge. And we never use any preservatives that dull flavor, and again, just always kind of handmade. So we've come a really, really long way since the first trial that we've had in Selfridges food hall, actually about just under 10 years ago. We're now nationwide listed in the likes of Waitrose with a big range. We've got about 1,700 distribution points in Selfridges, and just recently, about 4.5 years ago, we've the word of our desserts has crossed borders, and we've kind of started a trial in the US, in Costco US. That small trial ended up being a nationwide listing in Costco US, and then later listings in kind of the likes of Harris Teeter and Kroger stores as well. So we've grown quite quickly. So we've just last year we've turned over about £13.5 million, so 32% higher year on year. But to be honest, the market size is so much bigger than that. So when you're thinking of the UK category, for instance, that's about £1.1 billion. In the premium segment, it's about 250 million. Now, we only cater for about 3% of that, right? So really getting into deeper distribution points, as well as expanding the breadth of our range, can really benefit us significantly in the short and mid-term. Now, from a US perspective, so that's, despite a population size of about 5 times the size of the UK, the market size is only about 1.8 billion pounds, only about 60% bigger than the UK. So we really believe that, Pots & Co is perfectly placed to lead the premiumization trend in the US, which just hasn't happened just yet. So our plan is to double our sales to 31 million pounds over the next kind of 5 years with a clear 2-phase plan. So in phase 1, we're currently in phase 1, we started last year, and we're really kind of transforming our manufacturing strategy with a combination of both in-house manufacturing that we currently have, as well as outsourced manufacturing. Yeah, so that's number 1, the first part of phase 1. And the second part of phase 1 is really focusing on the optimization of our product formats. And that includes a huge renovation project of our single hero SKUs in Q4 of last year, which saw all of our SKUs basically shifting from ceramics into glasses, and not only making them recyclable, but also increasing the base rate of sale by 25%. So phase 2, massive kind of step up of our breadth of range, which will help catapult that growth. So that's a picture of our senior team.
Sorry, I'm just cut you off, Alexander.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you've got 53 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
A bit surprised. Well, look, I'm going to be quite quick. So this is our kind of senior team. We've got extensive experience in the consumer sector. Myself, so I've been working
with several different brands for the last kind of 10 years. My joint CEO has been the pastry head chef of several Michelin star establishments, and we've got a really, really engaged and experienced team within FMCG as well. And then that's our plan, and that's my last slide, I promise. So we're raising £1 million out of a total of £3.5 million of a bigger kind of fundraiser. The first 1.5 have been already raised and completed last year. The rest, the other 950K have been effectively reserved for our current investors, and then that's kind of the last 1 million, which will effectively really fuel the growth of the two-phase plan. Thank you very, very much. Right on time.
Thank you very much, Alexander. So next up for the pitches is Niall, co-CEO at ClearMacro.
Hi, I'm Niall, co-CEO of ClearMacro, and thanks for staying at this stage in the afternoon. So the key problem that we, the key problem that we address is that most investors actually face a major challenge in keeping up to date with the dynamically changing big picture environment, and as a result, they suffer from suboptimal investment outcomes. And so we're really excited to present at this forum because actually we create investment decision-making solutions that address the problems that family offices and wealth managers have. And so we're keen to attract investment from people who can relate to our product and help us grow in the next stage of our business. ClearMacro is already a revenue-generating company formed by seasoned institutional investors and technologists back in 2015. And really, we aim to help family offices leapfrog an entire generation in creating institutional-grade investment capabilities. So we leverage technology to provide efficient ways of navigating the complex challenges of asset allocation, and so improve investment decision outcomes and the experience of our clients. After securing and deploying 8 million sterling since 2015, and now having proven points, we're now at the point of seeking a further 4 to 5 million to fund the commercialization and next phase of our growth. The overall investment universe is rapidly changing and very complex. Data doubles every 18 months. And it's really, really hard to keep on top of the big picture, as I think we found a lot of large investment banks, a lot of asset managers found in the last 18 months. And the problem is even bigger as you go down in terms of size. So most investment firms, though, spend a lot of time focusing on individual bottom-up stocks or investing in funds, but all of them have implicit macro bets in them, often without the advisor or the investor even being fully aware. And that's a really big problem because actually there's a vast body of academic research that would suggest that nearly 90% of the variability in investment outcomes actually comes from the top-down selection on asset as opposed to the bottom-up. Whereas most investment firms spend their energy on the bottom-up selection. So these suboptimal investment outcomes occur for a range of different reasons, and actually all investment firms are subject to them. At the bottom of the pyramid, most investors are subject to cognitive biases. They're subject to problems of bandwidth limiting scope, particularly as they rely on human processes, and the complex, rapidly changing market that's almost impossible to keep up with. As we go up the next leg to the family offices also face structural capacity problems because they lack the scale of the larger asset managers. They suffer from key man risk and also from the lack the efficient architecture to onboard some of the new techniques for investing that are lower cost, like ETFs. As a result, they suffer from suboptimal outcomes and experiences. So ClearMacro comes in by providing off-the-shelf capabilities that really improve the structural capacity of of wealth managers and family offices. And in fact, for newer family offices, because of the fact that we've really spent a decade codifying institutional processes, we help them leapfrog a whole generation in terms of bringing asset management capabilities on board. As a result, we seek to drive optimal investment outcomes, a better stakeholder experience, and enable them to grow and scale without the linear cost base. Our solution really relies on the fact that we have an investment framework that we use to help us seek millions of data points every day, both public and private data points, and we turn them into actionable insights that we then use to create forward-looking perspectives of the world and portfolio construction. One analogy would be to think about SatNav, whereby we leverage data to help us navigate the wood from the trees, as it were. But it's on a journey, and InvestTech is far behind where SatNav is. And we're not talking about replacing the human in the investment judgment, but really augmenting the information that they have available that's real-time and data-driven. The ClearMacro team is really set out by a team of people from the investment community who face these problems, and the solution we created is a solution to the problems we faced ourselves. In the room today and attending the stand is Mike, who's 25 years running over $60 billion for government of Singapore, one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. We have Zaki, who headed up technology at Winton Capital, one of the top quant funds in the world. And myself, I have 25 years experience running portfolios both for large pension funds and also for US hedge funds.
So thank you very much. Perhaps cut you off there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Niall. For our next pitch, please welcome to the stage Julian, CEO and founder at JISP.
Yes, hello, my name is Julian Fisher. I'm CEO of JISP. We're a marketing retail application. We've developed a service that allows brands to talk directly with their customers in convenience stores. It's a $200 billion market across the UK and America, operating 47,000 stores in the UK and 158,000 in the United States. Our application delivers an augmented reality gamified solution providing real-time delivery of a voucher, a discount in a store to the consumer. So here's a little video that will explain. Typically has sound. So what you saw there was a lady that was shopping, scanning a barcode in a store using the app or a web application, delivering a real-time discount. Some of the stores are offering anything up to £250 worth of discounts at any one particular time. Our company is run by retail experts. We have a combined retail expertise of over 150 years in the company. We have 36 individuals working out of our offices in Hampshire, and we're raising £5 million Series A. We're using the funds to grow the business and develop more connections in the United Kingdom, and we're about to open our first stores in the United States. In the American market, there are 148,000 stores, 48,000 in the United Kingdom, and we've just been asked to produce the same version of JISP for the genuine parts company selling automotive parts. This is the reason why it works is because of barcodes. We've also just got our first license from Coca-Cola in Japan to produce a white labeled version. And we're operating in a retail sector called retail media that is growing rapidly and is now estimated to be worth up to $100 billion. We work with about 150 brands in the United Kingdom. Some of the ones that you will recognize, are very familiar with in all of your stores, such as Coca-Cola, Twix, Mondelez, PepsiCo, and others. These companies are looking to spend money with compliance. In other words, they're looking to find solutions that can actually deliver them real solutions that they can follow and have insight, knowledge of who they are communicating with. We deliver that solution. We have the most incredible successes with brands, 94.9% conversion. So this is the rate that customers, once they've got the voucher from our application, are then going to purchase a product. So it's actually quite substantial. The highest return on investment was by Hovis. For every pound spent, they got £30.84 back in their advertising, so pretty substantial. One of the most satisfying elements of this has been the fact that we have delivered a solution that is providing repeat business at around 82%. Now, in terms of loyalty applications, Co-op, their application does around 27%, and the only application that beats us is Tesco's Club Card, which does 83%. In our solution, we delivered £1.7 million worth of extra case sales for NISA Wholesale. So we are delivering real results to our customers. Our turnover is coming up to £1 million for our current financial year. We're growing at around 20 to 25% a year with an anticipated revenue for 2023 at around £8 million, rising to 86. So we've got some pretty high expectations for the company. Thank you. That was my presentation in under 5 minutes.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for that, Julian. Next on the stage, we have Neil, co-founder and CEO of ZiO Health.
Hi everyone, I'm the CEO and co-founder of ZiO Health, and we've developed biosensor technology to bring lab testing to the point of use for to give results basically in 3 to 5 minutes. So we're using this technology for a therapeutic drug monitoring device, which essentially measures medication levels at the point of care and gives the concentration results in 3 to 5 minutes. So we can test a range of medications, but we're starting with vancomycin. Vancomycin is an antibiotic. It treats sepsis, and in the US, it's also used for MRSA prophylaxis reasons. And around 9 million individuals in the US are on vancomycin. The problem with vancomycin is it's very difficult to dose. If you give it basically has a very narrow therapeutic range. So if you give too high a dose, it leads to toxicity, and if you give too little a dose, it leads to ineffective drug treatment. So at the moment, around 50% of doses are within the therapeutic range. Around, basically, the remaining is either ineffective or in the toxic range. In the NHS specifically, around 35% is within the toxic range, and that leads to acute kidney injury, and that increases the costs for the provider and obviously poorer outcomes for patients. So what we've done is created a device. We have the point-of-care monitoring device, and this gives results in 3 to 5 minutes, as I said. One of the other key advantages is we measure the free unbound form of vancomycin as well as the total concentration of vancomycin. The free form is the pharmacokinetically active form. This is an advantage because not even hospital labs do this at the moment. They estimate the free based on total. So altogether, basically the value proposition is we improve patient outcomes, there's less nephrotoxicity, improved mortality rates, and we free up hospital resources. So depending on the market, that, in England, the significant advantage is we free up hospital beds in ICU, and in the US, we increase turnover of patients. Generally, even if we maintain a 95% margin for our cartridges, we would save around $13,000 US dollars per patient in the US, and in the UK around £3,000. So we've spoken to over 75 individuals. This number continues to increase, basically consultant microbiologists as well as infectious disease specialists and pharmacologists. They basically have confirmed, the key issue is the lead time between sampling and results. That's one thing we're solving, and also the free form that we're targeting. So our market size for the therapeutic drug monitoring precision dosing market is worth around 45 billion. We're entering the vancomycin market, and in the UK and US, combined, the market's around $3.4 billion. So where we are at the moment, we've created a device. We've completed our clinical performance studies at Johns Hopkins in the US. We also, and that means basically we are now in the FDA process in the US, and our shareholders include the NHS in the UK. We've been granted patents in US and Europe, and also been awarded grant funding. So the team members, me and my co-founder, I'm a medical doctor and have also gained an MBA from the University of Oxford, and Xiaolin has a PhD in biosensors as well as extensive network within the science of research institutes, basically. We have grown the team significantly since. We've been around 6-7 years. Our most recent advisors include the Chief Medical Officer of Medscape, as well as some NHS clinical pharmacologists, including Hussein. So I'll move on. So our product pipeline, the main advantage to our technology is that we can develop new tests, and they take around 3 months to develop. So we are focusing on medications at the moment. So we've basically formed partnership for overdose monitoring, specifically fentanyl, chemotherapy, medications, and we can also use the technology for compliance. So for example, an HIV medication that we're working on as well. The other area that is of significant interest is for drug development. Pharmaceutical companies have been interested in the device to basically include in phase 2 of clinical trials. And the reason why is because 50% of drugs fail due to a one-size-fits-all approach that is used at the moment in pharma. And so now, because we're able to personalize the dosing to different patient groups, more medications can be approved. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Neil. We now have a roughly 5-minute break until we have the Life Sciences panel, which will kick off at around 4:26. Right, everyone, we are about to kick off our life sciences panel. I believe we have everyone. We have everyone. Fantastic. Right. Brilliant. Let's kick off. We'll kick off now. Brilliant. Well, thank you everyone for joining. Let me introduce. So, moderating this panel is Maya Gone, early stage investor and advisor. Joining Maya is Uzma Chaudhry, biotech lead at Octopus Ventures. Konrad Dobbs-Scheutz, National Director at NHS Innovation Accelerator and Chief Enterprise Officer at UCL Partners. Ala Alanazi, Principal at Assertion VC. And Chris Rowe, Innovation Lead of Precision Medicine at Innovate UK.
All right, should we get started?
Can you get some more people in? Come on.
Can everybody hear me in the back? Ooh, I hope there's no feedback. All right,
Maybe
so let's get started.
That's going to open close.
Alrighty, well, happy Friday and good afternoon, everybody. I think there's a little bit of feedback in my mic, so forgive me. Thank you. And worst case scenario, I can try to project. But happy Friday and good afternoon. I know that this is the last panel standing in between you and happy hour and your weekends, and we're conscious of that, but we assure you that it is worth being here, and this is not the one you want to tune out for. We've got an amazing panel here today to talk about life sciences investing, especially for those of us, myself included, who don't have a PhD or a medical degree or haven't been in this space for decades. But regardless of technical expertise, I'm really hopeful this will be an insightful panel for you. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. First things first, before we dive in, I was thinking we could do very, very rapid speed 2-minute intros for each panelist, maybe starting to my left and then going down. Would love to hear a little bit more in 2 minutes or less about your background and your journey in the life sciences space. You know, where have you been and what are you focused on today?
Oh, that's me now.
Yes.
So hi everybody, my name is Konrad Dobbs-Scheutz. Almost, you got almost right. Our friend from the conference. So I'm currently National Director for the NIA, which is the NHS Innovation Accelerator. That's a 3-year fellowship program, taxpayer money funded, NHS England funded, and we help companies to expand their solution in the NHS and further afield, as well as grow their businesses. And second job is Chief Enterprise Officer on UCL Partners, which is an academic health and science network, AHSN. Won't go too much into detail around that one today, otherwise I'm not be finished tomorrow. And so my background is I worked in pharma for 6 years, Novartis and Pfizer, in a multitude of global roles. And as you can hear from my Arnold Schwarzenegger imitation, I'm from Germany, where I've run my own fashion business as well. I came over in 2009, worked here in e-commerce, as well as for MasterCard, dual citizen. I'm proud of that, making a difference here in the UK. Thank you for listening today.
Thank you, Konrad.
Chris Rowe. So I'm the innovation lead at Innovate UK. Innovate UK is part of a large organisation called UKRI, which is a lot of research councils as well as us. We get about £10 billion a year to spend of your money. Thank you. So a lot of it is research. The Innovate UK is kind of the financial wing of the organisation. So we don't fund basic research. We're here to try and take companies to market. So we do that primarily with grants, so free money. We don't take equity. But we don't fund up to 100%, so there are some strings attached. So we have companies like the Biomedical Catalyst, which you might know about, and Smart. So we do a lot of funding of companies. We do a lot of other things as well, which we might discuss around, I guess you might call it innovation literacy, sort of workshops and some other things we commission over time. We do a lot on the international stage, so we do a lot of bilateral competitions. I'm taking a group of companies to Taiwan later on this year. So we've got our fingers in lots of different sort of pies in that sort of area, really just trying to help commercialise innovations. My background, I used to design artificial hearts once upon a time, so I'm a medical engineer by background, worked for a company and had to do proper engineering, worked for one of the NHS innovation hubs, so a lot like tech transfer organisation for the NHS, and then I was kind of headhunted by Innovate because apparently I understood the NHS, or more accurately, I don't know it, which I don't think anybody else understood. And my area in particular interest in something we're calling self-driven healthcare. So this is more about sort of the prevention side of stuff. This is people looking after themselves more and sort of how we put money into that sort of space and try and champion some of those innovations. And I might discuss those a bit later on. And that's where I begin.
All right, fantastic. Hi, everyone. My name is Ala.
I'm a principal at Ascension's Life Fund. At Ascension, we're an early stage investor based in the UK, and we're an EIS fund. So we only invest in UK-based companies that are EIS eligible. As a principal, I lead on the tech bio side of investments. We invest in 4 different verticals across the tech bio space, which I'm sure we'll go into when we define it and differentiate it from biotech. And we've been going for 2 years now, the specialist fund, and we've made 16 investments in this space. By background, I'm a molecular geneticist. I did my PhD in the Watson Lab in Cambridge, where we focused on metastasis and breast cancer. So academic background, really. I got a bit of an entrepreneurial bug, so I went and did this really rogue internship at Amazon, where I was working with the business unit to try and understand more about, what it takes to make it in big tech. After that, I got headhunted into EIT Health, which is the largest healthcare consortium in Europe. They run an accelerator, and I looked after the London branch of the accelerator, expanding to look after the UK and Europe before Brexit took away my job. After that, I joined Ascension, and that's where I am today. It's really a pleasure to be here to share what I've learned along the way with you.
Happy Friday, everyone. I'm Uzma. I'm also an academic by background. I have a PhD in biophysics and synthetic biology. And my story probably into the world of venture started with work with early stage spin-outs from the university, so a lot of the engineering, deep tech, and life sciences efforts and research that was ongoing at the university. If there's any exciting opportunities that could be spun out, we can put sort of early teams around them and get them funding ready. And then before I finished my PhD, I was hunted by Octopus Ventures to come and join them. Over the last 3 years, I have put Octopus on the map for biotech and life sciences. So before I joined, they never did biotech and life sciences. I've built out their entire portfolio in that space, including our investment in Ori Biotech, which raised one of the biggest Series B rounds a year ago, raising 100 million in Series B, as well as 11 other investments across, mainly across biotech, but also some that go into more deep tech areas. I'm probably one of the earliest investors in the tech bio space as it was evolving and helped shape some of that ecosystem in the UK and in Europe. And now I'm leading up a team at Octopus trying to really scale that and put a lot more capital behind biotech and life sciences. Most of my role involves sitting on boards of a number of companies, as well as meeting entrepreneurs at events like this and finding exciting opportunities to work with founders. And even when I haven't invested, I've still looked to work with them on other initiatives and help them out through other ways. So yeah, great to be here. And hopefully I'll get to speak to some of you later through the day.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. First, I'm just going to pass this down to Uzma. Can you pass this water down? I noticed you want it's fresh. Just need to make sure we're hydrated before other kinds of hydration later at this conference. I would love to define tech bio and as it's differentiated from biotech. But before we even do that, just to make sure we're all kind of level set, can somebody just define what does life sciences mean in health tech? What are the bounds of that? What's in and what's out? Very briefly, just so we're all talking about the same place, same space. And I'm sure we probably each have slightly different definitions, but just broadly, how can we have kind of universal understanding? Anybody want to jump in?
Looking at me now, so if I understand that. So I think from health tech for us, from an NHS standpoint, in both of my roles is really whatever can move the needle for patients and help the NHS to improve as a system as a whole. So that's and that's sort of that all-encompassing piece. I mean, I was asked the question the other day is, well, what's medtech? And that's sort of the same kind of spiel, and under that umbrella, it's anything that goes alongside a pharmacological intervention, for example, any companions, patient support programs, or standalone digital therapeutics. So that's where we play. And 95% of the NIA fellows are under that. 99% probably. There's probably the odd one out that isn't tech something. So that for me is that dividing. There's this dividing line that's the companion to a biological intervention.
Okay, thank you. Anything others want to add?
I'll just say, well, we don't get too hung up on the term. I mean, when we do stuff, we tend to say, is there a healthcare challenge? there. So that's our main driver. Medtech, you could say, is a sort of a subcategory of life sciences, really. So, life sciences goes beyond people. We're worried about people more than anything else. So as long as it fits into that, and obviously medtech, there's a technology side, so we don't tend to call pharma and stuff like that in that sort of space, but we have quite broad.
Yeah.
Apart from that, is there a healthcare challenge? That's what we're really interested in.
On. Thank you, Chris. Ala and Uzma, anything you'd add?
I think maybe it really depends on the industry that you're talking to. So I think in VC, we're starting to see it crystallize a bit more. And when we talk about life science investor, we generally talk about people who are investing in therapeutics, assets, drug development, stuff like that. And it's an established industry, life science investments. People like Syncona, people like Sofinova have been doing it for 50 years. Whereas when we talk about health tech, we're talking about the leveraging of the newer technologies, AI, machine learning, to solve these problems, whereas we don't see as much of that in the life sciences space. So I think that's kind of how it's shaping up, but I agree that it's very much fluid depending on who you're talking to. But in the VC world, I think that's generally how we see it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think everyone's doing a bit of everything now. So there was probably a bit more delineation between your traditional investors, doing biotech and single asset therapeutics, versus, I guess, some of the deep tech folks that then came into it with an angle of leveraging compute, AI and ML to really, accelerate drug discovery or to solve some of the problems in biology. But I think in the last year and a half, and in the craze of all of the last 2 years of super high competition, lots of funding rounds, lots of big funding rounds, everyone's done a bit of everything. I think people are now going back to their own camps and starting to get a bit more vary of going into a completely new area. I would say that one of the, you'd see sort of the health tech as Ala defined, and then there's traditional therapeutics, which is more around assets and single assets, and then in the middle, tech bio is just continuing evolving. Some people will add synthetic biology in there. Some people will say it's just AI ML driven platforms. Some people would take it even far to say, well, it also includes life sciences tools. So it's very fluid, and every fund that you speak to will have different boundaries and what that looks like.
Yeah. And building on that point, for the kind of tech bio versus biotech, what is the point of that differentiation, essentially? What is tech bio that biotech isn't? And how can you kind of share more about that? And I'm also curious about the emergence of that term. Kind of where did it come from and why did it emerge?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to avoid buzzwords, and this was one that we all saw coming a while ago. But I think the key differentiator here is that tech comes first, bio comes second, as in there is some sort of a sort of computational platform or technology platform that really helps you sort of build some superiority into the biology or the science that you're doing. So that's the difference with tech bio, whereas biotech may include no use of AI, ML. It may just be, we know a lot of stuff about this particular protein or this target, and so we're just going to go and spin out 5 different inhibitors or targets against that. So it's a very traditional approach to biotech, whereas I think tech bio is more around, well, how do you leverage technology, engineering, AI, ML to really accelerate what we can achieve in bio. So just the focus of where it's centered.
Yeah.
Is BioNTech then a good example? Like that German company that did the Pfizer vaccine, they're a tech bio then, right? Because they have the platform.
Which one is this?
BioNTech.
Not necessarily, I don't think, because I think they are.
Sorry.
You can be a biotech and you can be a platform as well.
Ala, can you repeat the company name just so everyone's on the
BioNTech. So these are the guys that helped with the vaccine development. Based in Germany, fantastic company. They are a biotech, but they're a platform, play. But they're not necessarily tech bio in the traditional sense. But you'd be completely forgiven for confusing it. It's a very novel term. I actually think I met the guy who claims he's the first person who put it together, and he's based in the US, of course, and he's trying to trademark it. But I think what we say with tech bio is almost a signal to the market. When you talk about biotech, people are expecting commercialization timelines of 20 years. Like, when is this actually going to hit the market? But what we do when we say tech bio is we're trying to emphasize that these investments that we're making are companies that have solutions today that could help facilitate, shorten, augment all of these traditional biotech timelines that we see. So when I talk about tech bio, it's over the next few years, you're going to see segmentation within this big term. Today it's umbrella, but tomorrow it's going to start segmenting. And part of that segmentation is, as Uzma said, synthetic biology. The way that I define it and what I like is the tools around it or the infrastructure that can help expedite traditional biotech models that we see today. So really the emphasis is on the order of the words. It's the use of technology to augment, to expedite certain processes, but it also is saying that these companies, as they stand today, are ready to go now.
Super helpful. Thank you so much, Ella. Chris, I know Uzma alluded to this a little bit, but can you share from your vantage point how you've seen the investing ecosystem emerge for startups in the life science space?
Yeah, so I think the question that we had was around, what are the sort of big mistakes you can sometimes make? And, we talk to a lot of companies. I think the biggest mistake companies make is trying to frame their innovations in terms of technology, make it a technology question. If I can do something, here's my criteria, if it's a diagnostic, if I can achieve some sort of sensitivity, specificity, I've kind of won the game and I'm going to be a success, which is certainly not true, unfortunately. And certainly, sometimes around money, I guess each industry has its own quirks, but the medical NHS healthcare system has its own unique things. And again, it's very, we've seen lots of companies will develop something and then go, why didn't the NHS buy something off me? Or if you see a company does a presentation and the last slide that they put it in is this will save the NHS millions of pounds. My advice would be get up and walk away and never talk to them again, to be honest, because they haven't really understood the real sort of things around value proposition. And again, why would somebody buy this off you? So there's plenty of things around, point of care diagnostics. But again, if you're trying, a GP doesn't buy point of care diagnostics because they have to pay for it. And it doesn't make any difference. And okay, you can detect something within 5 minutes, but then they get stuck on a waiting list for 3 months. Does that really make a difference? Again, you have to understand what problem you're solving, really. And again, I think we tend to refer to it as the so what problem. You go to the NHS, I can do this, and they go, so what? Well, I can detect somebody's got a disease in 5 minutes, so what difference does that make? And it doesn't really do that. And again, a lot of healthcare systems have a unique way about how they purchase stuff. So again, you can have something that sounds really good on paper, ticks all the boxes, but again, if you go to the NHS and go, well, we don't have a budget for this. Actually, the only way we're going to pay for this is we make savings out of year one. And if we don't do that, then we can't buy this sort of thing. So, and this is something that we try and help companies with. I commissioned a guide around NHS finances for SMEs to try and make them appreciate some of these issues. Purchasing levels and sort of, how you pay for stuff. So, although the NHS isn't the only healthcare system in the world, I think you have to be very careful in healthcare not to make it a technology question. The first thing I always say when I talk to companies, and I talk to hundreds of companies each year, is, technology is 20% of the exam question. And a lot of people we talk to go, is it? If you don't even know that that's an issue. And again, a lot with university spin-outs, unfortunately, tend to be very bad about this. They've got a bit of technology. There's various areas they put it in, they go, let's do medical rather than aerospace, something like that, automotive. And they think the problem is a technical thing, sensitivity, specificity for a diagnostic, we've won. No. So try and understand your value proposition, ultimately try and understand why somebody would give you some money. And if you don't do that, it can be very difficult. So lots of different minefields, and unfortunately it's not an area where common sense helps you. It's experience. You can't work it out just by trying to be clever, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, and that's a great segue to my follow-up question, which is, beyond the innovation accelerator that you're leading, how can people get that feedback from the NHS? How can they kind of shape the value proposition and make sure that it's actually practical and feasible, regardless of logic or rationality? And to follow up to Chris, just based on what he just said, but of course, Conrad, if you have things to add, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I guess you should answer that, but I've got some other comments afterwards, perhaps.
So, I forgot the question.
The question is, for folks, so I think what we're hearing Chris say was you have to get real about your product's value proposition beyond what intellectually might make sense or the cost savings. And I was saying, in addition to the NHS Innovation Accelerator, which is great but has limited capacity, for other companies who are trying to gauge the feasibility of their product in real life, quote unquote, what are their options? Because the NHS can feel very opaque and hard to kind of engage with.
Well, the NHS is hard to engage with. It doesn't just feel like it. So I think I'm a bit careful about this. So the HSN is my other job. Their sort of mandated task is to help pilot these things and help co-create value proposition for startups and scale-ups. But the HSN themselves have an access issue into the NHS. So, that's, there's a huge regional variancy, whatever the word is, in that space. So some HSNs are really, really good, and the other ones are not as good. And depending on where you are, you might get in touch with somebody that isn't that good. And we, you know, I can say that because that's half of my sort of bipolarness job, Chief Enterprise Officer. We do have issues that innovators approach us, SMEs, and they don't get a response for 3 months, you know, and you get frustrated. And the last bit I say about this whole space that frustrates me is we're plowing all that money, not just from this side, Innovate UK, but all the other grants, everything we have, SBRI, all the funding mechanisms in these great companies. And then what we do, we can't find 100K to adopt a solution in the NHS. So what do? They go to the US or UAE and create employment there. And that's where the funding pyramid is completely the wrong way around. And that's, for me, that's the real issue, where adoption and scale has to be the focus, and not let's have thousands of companies test and pilot their ideas. We're never going to get anywhere. So we need to be more brutal and shut some ideas down and shut some genuinely stop doing things and focus on single-mindedly on some issues. Backlog is one of them. Early cancer detection is another one. If we tackle those 2 problems, we can save the NHS probably about £5 billion a year.
And who can give them that feedback? Sorry, Myra, I don't want to take over.
It's great.
Who can give them that sort of feedback? Because you're right, there is a sleuth of people out there who are building and they don't know, right?
Yeah.
So is it you guys? Where do they go?
So the HSNs are there for that, but the HSNs are patchy. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And the skill set is not there. So what, for example, without wishing to lobby UCL partners now, but I am, what we're doing, we've reset our complete operating model. We're genuinely now saying your thing doesn't have legs.
Okay, great.
And that's a helpful no, right? We say why, and then people can still run around. And I joined 6 months ago from Novartis, and I've seen so many companies hopping from one accelerator to another. Digital Health London, the NIA, blah, 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 blah.
All the roundabouts.
And 5 years later, there's still no commercial model. What are you doing? Like, get a hobby. Seriously, you know, I mean, that's the problem. And that's where some people think, oh, you guys, you shouldn't be doing that. You should help all those innovators. No, we can't. Yeah. We need to go low-hanging fruit. What can help the NHS right now? Not in 5 years, right now, because the house is on fire.
I understand. And I guess a no from the NHS doesn't necessarily mean a no in general. Maybe it's a system that works in Europe or the US, but I guess from you they can get a quick no, which is quite helpful.
Yeah, they get long yeses. They've been getting long yeses for 5 years. Still no money. I mean...
Also, there are the groups like the sort of head of costings in an NHS trust. They're quite important people. They have access to their healthcare data, and there's things called PLICs, patient level costings, which are quite useful. And again, ultimately, you're making a financial argument for the financial director. And again, you know, if you, as you mentioned, backlog. I mean, it costs the NHS about £500 a day to keep somebody in. So if you can stop somebody coming back, then I mean, that's basically the only game in town, to be honest. In the game, throughput and backlog and stopping people coming back is how you save money in the NHS.
Right.
And if you've got something in that space, then you've got £500 a day to sort of work with. And if you can say, well, if you give me £200 and I can stop them coming back once, you've saved that money already. Yeah. So, and again, so head of costing, patient level costing, and again, the other big problem is that the people who pay for things aren't always the people who benefit from it. So classic one being bed blocking is, why would the NHS put a load of money in something which saves the social services money? And again, we're doing lots of that sort of stuff, and there's integrated care boards and stuff like that who are looking at those sort of issues as well. So that's a bit of an issue. But again, it's just understanding all these big issues are very important.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll get back to public-private partnerships in a second, but just to shift the tone a little bit, Uzma, would love to hear more about what are you excited about and optimistic about in this space? What gives you hope in this space?
Yeah, I think it is a really interesting time for bio, and I say bio because I avoid that sort of tech bio, biotech lingo. So I think we're probably at like day 0 of the bio-revolution, and we'll see lots of impact across many different sectors, including fuel, food, materials, energy, as well as, you know, what we typically think of bio to be related to, which is therapeutics and pharma. And a lot of that is catalyzed because of where we are with respect to our understanding of biosciences today, the tools we have computationally, but also the bioscience and molecular tools we've got today. And essentially the amount of knowledge we've managed to build on that sort of, I guess, initial basic layer of omics, so genomics and some of transcriptomics. So I think that definitely is an interesting time. I think the markets currently are obviously very unforgiving, which will play out to be an interesting scene over the next year and a half, given a number of biotech businesses went public over 2020, 2021. A lot of them aren't profitable, aren't revenue generating. They will need to tap equity markets again. And it probably won't be a very pleasant time in the markets, and we're seeing some of that already. And that will continue, which means that later stage companies like Series B companies will probably struggle to raise the bar gets higher. And so we'll see some of the talent being freed up from those companies that got funded and valuation got thrown up as they get back to normal, and there is a bit of a bloodbath. I think some of that talent will get freed up to, you know, essentially go and work on exciting opportunities. Saying that, I think there is lots of capital in the market. There's lots of cash, especially at early stage. The competition is still very high. So I think seed, Series A, pre-seed, still looking great. I think if you're a fund that has plenty of cash in the bank, it's probably it's the best time for you to be out there, because you can pick up some really brilliant companies at a fraction of the valuation. But I think over the next year or so, we'll see valuations sort of start tumbling down, which will be quite painful. But we did see quite an interesting sort of, you know, the seed, pre-seed investors enjoyed great uplifts on their portfolios. I think it'll start reflecting the reality now. But I'm excited. I think there's lots of opportunity. I just think that the market correction was also impending and important. It's just otherwise unsustainable. I also expect a lot of the tourists in the market are probably going to leave.
It's an interesting concept, the tourists. The generic investor, the generalists.
I mean, that's probably why the valuations ended up where they ended up, was the tourists and the kind of competition.
The stage tourists, the like industry tourists.
Exactly.
All of them.
Exactly, all of them. Everyone and their dog was doing tech bio at the stage, and you'd run into like a company that's got, you know, a platform, and that's fine. It's got like some computational platform, but you still got to develop clinical assets, and then you see like a tech valuation on that clinical risk business, and a lot of times they wouldn't be able to explain that away as to how. And the thing is, it's not because someone wants to dilute down anyone. It's just people are trying to figure out how do you sustainably fund these businesses and you don't screw the businesses up. Which is probably lack of discipline over the last 2 years that we're probably going to see more discipline now.
I think some more repercussions. Super
growing pains, I would say.
Super quickly, before I'd love to ask you a question, Ala, Usma, when you talk about it being day zero of the bio revolution, why is this an inflection point? What's changed that has catalyzed the beginning of the revolution?
I think, like I said, I think it's where we are with respect to like innovation and the tools we have today, where compute power has gotten to today. I think where the novel gene editing tools that we have, the knowledge that we've gained from all these years of like genomics, transcriptomics, and also tools in proteomics that are starting to actually help us better understand some of the biology. I think that's one part of the reason, and I think that's where AI and ML and even quantum would see their first applications or big applications in drug discovery, in biotech. And so I think that's why the timing is great. I also think there's a lot of capital in the market, and I think in Europe we're going through that, or in the last few years we've gone through that transition of Europe's historically been in venture capital, European venture capital has historically been software enterprise focused. In the last 5 years, they've hired people like Ala, myself, to build out their deep tech, biotech arms and strategy. So I imagine that a lot of those individuals who are now building that track record in a few years will be ripe to go raise their own funds, which will be essentially what the direction of travel in the US has been. You know, you start off with that
Yeah.
wave from generalist, you get few individuals that build that track record,
Mhm.
prove themselves out, and then you've got basically just
Dedicated
specialist,
funds, yeah.
dedicated funds off the back of that.
Yeah.
So I think we're probably, you know, heading in that direction.
Very interesting.
The big block there for me is the amount of capital in Europe. So biotech and tech bio takes a lot of capital, and we don't have pockets that deep. And the second is execution talent. So by execution talent, I mean the CCOs, the CEOs, the, you know, operators within the business that have that deep expertise and, you know, background. A lot of that still sits in the US when you come to Series A, which is why we see a lot of businesses from Series A onwards in Europe transitioning out to the US. A, because there's more capital there for biotech. They're more risk on. They're happy with that kind of binary risk that exists in bio. And 3, because there's the executor talent out there that they can attract. So
super interesting.
But there's also regulatory environment.
That was me.
I
think so.
There's also regulatory environment. My mic is off now, I think. But whatever, I project. Regulatory environment, which is friendly in the US. You know, so if you look at the UK or Europe, still similar, identical regulation for that matter, it's just much more difficult to get this stuff going. So there you go. You know, but it contributes to the brain bleed, which we're seeing, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, even today, even in the US, there's a oligopoly of like, I can probably name on one hand the investors that make or break biotech companies.
Yeah.
And that's a very small pool if you think about it. So I think it's time, and we'll start seeing that go through the evolution that tech did. And now if you open up the, you know, sort of books for tech investors, there's so many tech investors who are doing that well. So I imagine we are probably going to get the same evolution over in bio, where I think there's, you know, 3 or 4 investors that once they're on the cap table, they will will a business to success. And, you know, they'll put 500 million or 800 million into a business at a time. And I think in Europe, we need capital of that kind. We definitely need LP appetite and LP, like, deep pockets that do want to play into that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Al, I'd love to hear more about, for those of us who are newer to life sciences investing and either tourists or, you know, want to eventually be more dedicated, what guidance do you have for, you know, investors that are earlier in the early stages of life sciences investing? How can they navigate the space and get to know the space and make mindful investments?
So answering this question to an audience of like new investors or people who want to get into the space? Like
It's existing investors who haven't done a lot of life science investing specifically.
So if we talk about, you know, these generalists who want to get into this space, it's quite difficult. I think the answer is that there's a lot of, it's not like this monolithic kind of life sciences, I'm going to invest in it. It's so nuanced and so complicated, and there's layers in it. And I think, you know, we're lucky to have a real life case study of people who've tried this in a, you know, this massive like bull market, and it hasn't worked. So these people who are generalists who've come in and been like, well, we understand business models, we can understand SaaS profiles. All it takes is for us to get a few industry experts or call up a few knowledge networks, and that will, you know, DD a product for us, and then we'll take over on the business side. It just hasn't worked. And the reason it hasn't worked is that there's just so much, you know, you can't learn a network that quickly. You can't understand the politics, the philosophy, the nuance that goes into it. So I think the best thing that you can do if you're serious about the space, and it's a space that people should be serious about and get excited about because it's future-proof in a way, is to really launch a dedicated team. And there's no way around it. I mean, this is what Octopus has done right. This is what Ascension has done right. And I'm completely tooting my own horn here because I'm like, hiring me is the best thing you guys done. But the reality is you need dedicated resource with people who are multidisciplinary. So you definitely need diverse teams. But it does require a lot of resource put into it and in-house knowledge. In fact, there was this paper that was published, I think it's quite some time ago, it's 2008, so the academics are cringing in the room, right? But it only gets better. In this 2008 paper, they tried to look at over 10 years Silicon Valley bets, where they, you know, outsourced their knowledge or their technical due diligence and whether they had it in-house. And in this paper, they found that those investments that were done in-house, where the knowledge came from the investment team, that were permanent, were more successful than the outsourced one. And that's because there's a consistency in decision making. There's a knowledge transfer that happens versus an inconsistent input that's not necessarily aligned with the values or the projections of the funds. So I think that's the quick answer. It's not easy, but it's doable, and it's something that we are seeing more people do.
Yeah, there's also a lot at stake, right? When you are tied in with an LP and you know that your performance relies on it, rather than you being a consultant who sort of says, yeah, put money into this, put money into that. It's your reputation, your brand, and you know that this is important.
Yeah, for sure.
And
skin in the game and everything.
Exactly, and like you said, the network in bio is so incestuous and so hard to penetrate. So hard to penetrate. To get into, actually, the top 10% of the best deals, they don't come to the market. They happen off market. You hear of them once they're closed. And there's no way, the only way you get access to those deals is if you are part of that investment club. And it's very hard, even as new entrants, and it's taken me some time to kind of really penetrate into that network over the course of the last few years. And that's required a lot of social capital. But, Ala would probably, second me on this. It's very incestuous and very closed off group of investors.
And let's be honest, it's a little bit snobby as well, right? And they're a bit elitist about it. So if you're a generalist who doesn't know anything and you're coming in and you're like, oh, pick me, put me into this round, and they have some big, Goliaths around the table, they're like, what do you bring? Right? So I think it's super hard, and you need to have people who have that credibility and who have that track record to win the competitive deals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Conrad and Chris would love to shift gears a little bit as our time starts wrapping up and hear more about what you see as the role of public-private partnerships in life sciences space. You talked a bit about some of the challenges and what you've seen with the companies, but what do you see as the role, and where do you see things shifting and moving?
So if we go back to the logic of why Innovate UK exists, essentially we're not here to fund good ideas that will work anyway. We're here to try and address a market problem or a market gap. So it's those ideas which have some good value to them but weren't being picked up. And it's also the idea that we invent a lot of good stuff here. We don't get it out. We don't market it properly. So, even things like MRIs we invent here, and then there aren't any UK MRI manufacturers. So one way we try and think about what we do is what we think we're doing is trying to make innovations investor ready. I mean, that's what we're really trying to do, is answer the fundamental questions, so that instead of going, oh, I'm not going to touch that with barge pole, we've de-risked it. So a company, a VC can go, okay, they've done some technology development, they've done some market assessments, they've done clinical trials, they've answered the real value proposition questions, and then we'll invest in it. So we can't take big products to market. We can spend, £2 million on a project, but some big stuff. You're looking at £50 million. We're not going to do that, and we're not here to pick winners. We used to do that in the 70s, and that didn't really work. So what we're trying to do is really try and find those things which we think are a good idea. Maybe a bit too risky. What do we need to do to them? What information do they need to try and de-risk it? So obviously there is that public-private thing. The public bit does will de-risk it, and the private bit then have to pick it up. Again, that's one of the metrics we look at, is really about follow-on funding. We don't get things to market. So if our metric is how many things you fund are on the market in the next 2 years, we're not going to look very good. And if you look at things like the BMC catalyst, biomedical catalyst, and the reports, we had Ipsos Mori did reports, it's, for every pound we put in, VC will put in 7. So that's the real thing. So we're by definition of catalyst, I think it gives the game away what we're trying to do. So there's a huge need for public-private, that's the very essence of what Innovate's all about.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before we move on to Conrad, I was curious to hear more about the MRI example you just shared. So you're saying it was invented in the UK?
Yeah, I was going to say. So yeah, I had... unfortunately, he's died now. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but yeah, the guy who invented it. I was at a conference with him. I sat next to him on a dinner, which was very interesting. But yeah, he invented it, and well, you don't even know that. So that's one of the most important inventions in the world. Come to the UK, and we don't know that, because if you think of MRIs, you think GE, you think Siemens. You don't think, well, that's partly because we didn't have the companies to exploit that technology. But again, there's no reason why we shouldn't have done. And again, there's countless things that we do in this country, and again, that's always been the problem we've had, is we invent good stuff, and then America
gets transported.
Which you know, is fine by them. But again, that's not really helping us. So it's trying to get those good ideas and make sure we benefit from it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Conrad.
So, I mean, from an industry corporation standpoint, so PPP is extremely important because the NHS overall doesn't have capacity to solve all the problems that we have. And the way to look at this, especially in the health tech space, is at both sides have skin in the game. So it's like value-based pricing, and that's pretty much the conversations that we're having with everybody now in both of my roles. If you rock up and you think you can just get a commission from the NHS XYZ somewhere, and you get paid, that's not going to happen. So you need to have skin in the game. You need to either bring resources in to get the thing going, or you co-invest, right? Or you get measured on outcomes after a year or two, and then you get paid. So, but it's that industry knowledge that is so important, because some of my fellow NHS peers, they do work in that space for 20 years. And they have not stuck their head out or their foot out into industry. So that's why this is important. That's what is in the long-term plan of the NHS, is industry collaboration. And that's what HSNs are for, is that to foster that collaboration.
Thank you so much.
I'm conscious of time as
yes.
well.
Our last question, which we're going to run the whole panel through, is what's an investment area or maybe an application of the life sciences and tech that you're really excited about? And bonus points if it includes the step changes in AI that we've all been reading about or not. But that would be really interesting to hear as briefly as you can.
Sure.
I would love to start with you, Conrad.
20 seconds, really easy. It's a convergence of any RNA technology, generative AI, and digital twins out of either EMR or EPR. Where you can trial medicine using EPR and then spit out personalized medicine using generative AI. For me, that has to be the way forward, and you should invest in those companies.
Awesome, thank you, Chris.
All right, well, mine's pretty clear. It's something we're calling self-driven healthcare, and I got a paper published in the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine a while ago in this area. This is very much looking after yourself. This is more consumer facing, more public health facing. And again, the one good thing about COVID, I guess, is people understand they need to reduce the pressure on the NHS. And there's a lot of new stuff coming around, sort of home diagnostics, or strictly speaking, home triage stuff. And, you know, things like nutrition, wellness, you know, there's a lot of stuff. You know, we've gone down a bit of a cul-de-sac in thinking we can treat illnesses better. The future is prevention and wellness. And again, and that by definition means non-NHS, non-healthcare systems. It means people by themselves. So I think there's going to be a huge consumer market. I think companies like Boots and Lloyd's are going to be much bigger players in our healthcare system. And AI has huge potential in that sort of space.
Oh, you put AI in now at the end.
Yeah, well, again, I'm very interested in sucking up just a lot of, you know, your data. And again, there's going to be, you know, online AI like diagnostics as well. So that's where I'd put my money.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Or theirs.
That's super interesting. Yeah, that's where he'll put your money.
Well, I've got different ideas. I've got different ideas where we get the money from.
Thank
so.
you, Chris. Ella?
I think for me, the latest rabbit hole that I've gone down and I still haven't come up from is this idea of a synthetic patient. And, you know, my big mission or my big vision for the future is this idea that none of the drugs that we see on the market will ever be tested on humans. Instead, would have these synthetic models.
Right.
The final frontier for that is the brain. The brain is something we still haven't completely hacked. But you guys will see in the news coming up over the next few years that there's going to be a few more dedicated funds. In fact, EQT Ventures dedicated a new fund, 250 million, to understand the brain and how it works. And I think with that, we're on our way towards this digital synthetic patient. And for me, that's just incredible, both from an impact point of view and from like impact meaning green and humans, but also from the idea of accelerating and creating more accurate drugs. So synthetic patients is where you're going to find me over the next few years.
I can't wait. Fascinating. Thank you.
I feel like that's a very bold move from EQT, trying to figure out how the brain works.
250 million.
For how long? Not sure if that's enough, given how complex and convoluted and how long people have been chasing and trying to solve.
You got the blinking clock now. Look at that.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry.
You got some time.
Let her finish.
Don't worry, Usma, you'll be the final note.
Do take your time, don't be stressed.
I'm not stressed now.
Okay, good.
So I think for me, there are two things. One of them that I have been looking at quite closely is a lot of what we know today about proteins is still by proxy and not direct. So we're still using methods like X-ray crystallography, VAX and SAX, and all these different types of methods that we then have to do a lot of calculations and kind of back out of a solution of, well, what does the protein look like? How can you drug it? And a lot of it is still sort of very static. So I'm quite interested in that next wave of proteomics tools. So I think we had such a great, we had a revolution on genomic side and, the sequencing technologies and how much that enabled. We're now at a point where in proteomics, so genomics is still quite static. It's information that, you don't quite know what then happens in the cells. Whereas when you go from genomics, transcriptomics to proteomics, you start seeing more live as to what's happening in the cell. And so it's very important for us to get more live information on how these proteins are behaving in situ, without being frozen, without being crystallized. And so ultra high resolution microscopy is one of those ways you can do it, but I'm sure there's lots of other bets being made in this space and interesting innovation coming out. And I think the second one for me would be, I guess, what BitBio is trying to do. I'm still fascinated. There's a bunch of
You're backing
companies.
your portfolios, eh?
I never invested in BitBio. Weirdly, everyone thinks I'm an investor in BitBio. So they have, essentially, they're trying to figure out the operating system of life. So trying to actually computationally be able to predict how cells are going to evolve from being absolutely pluripotent to then actually going down the lineage of developing into a cell, like endothelial cell or gut cell. So so that's the second fascinating area that I've spent quite a bit of time in over the last few months.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for sharing your insights with us. And I'll pass the mic back.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Now we're going to continue with our pitching. So thank you very much, guys. Next up, could we have the slide out? Because I've lost my sheet, actually. So it'd be great to see who we have next. Right, so next on the stage, we have James from Recce Pharmaceuticals.
All right, well, thank you everybody, and pleased to present to you our unique technology. So I'm James Graham, CEO of Recce Pharmaceuticals Ltd. This is our typical corporate presentation. Just by way of brief introduction, if it's not obvious, unlike many talented people in this room, I'm not a scientist. I'm a business guy taking a product to market, a product that is founded upon a new class of antibiotic technology. A technology was former head of research of Johnson & Johnson Australasia of about a decade, who looked at the antibiotic resistance problem and said, bacteria mutate, antibiotics don't keep up, and designed something beginning with the end in mind to overcome that hypercellular mutation, and that is what our company is built upon. We have the likes of Dr. John Prendergast, who's a specialist in bacterial blood poisoning, chairman of a New York Stock Exchange biotech company and similar. I'm not supposed to pick favourites, but I will, and that is Dr. Alan Dunton, by example, who was former global head of Janssen Research, which is J&J's research arm, and we're very well supported. So what is our company about? We are the most advanced new class of antibiotic in the world. It's a surprise, but it's true. We are the most advanced sepsis drug candidate in the world, that being obviously in the human clinical stage. We have multiple phase 1 and phase 2 studies underway at this moment. Sepsis, which is the #1 most expensive condition treated in health, double the second most expensive, and surrounding topical applications and similar. We only go for two things. One, unmet medical needs, meaning not serviced by existing drugs, and price monopoly opportunity comes with that. And two, large patient populations. Our market is enormous. It's about $40 billion in size, and it's growing annually. And we have multiple near-term clinical catalysts over the time ahead. So the technology is wholly owned. Patents are granted out to 2037, in fact, a bit beyond, composition of matter patents. And the uniqueness of our technology is basically that it works and keeps on working with repeated use. The time-consuming diagnostics that allows infection to continue to spread can be a thing of the past due to our broad spectrum nature of activity. We've recently completed a phase 1 study intravascularly infusing our compound with a focus on sepsis. And the other point I'm misnoting there is we're the only QIDP designated, which is an FDA designation under the Generating Antibiotic Now Act, for bacteremia or sepsis, which means we have an additional 10 years of market exclusivity above and beyond our patent position for our sepsis drug candidate. So we've completed our phase 1, at least 6,000 milligrams intravascularly infused without any undue side effects. We identified in doing that our compound has a 20-fold concentration residing in the human bladder, and we now move into a phase 1b, 2a for those indications, which the near-term catalyst should present. This is obviously representing the market need and market challenge. Basically, we shut down the ATP synthesis, or the beating heart of bacteria, regardless of its gram stain, regardless of its lipid outer layer, and we shut that down faster than any other antibiotic known to date. We shut it down irreversibly, and we also stopped the cell division process. It's a technical term, but basically where the cells split, it's infection. We stopped that happening as well, and we stopped that irreversibly across any bacterial stain. This may or may not play. I know it's not that compelling from a commercial perspective, but I love it because what it shows is on the left-hand side, you've got those big buoyant cells, which are the healthy cells, and the bad cells, the E. coli cells. With our compound, the big buoyant healthy cells growing, multiplying, uninhibited, but the bacterial cells are dead. That's a specific mechanism of attack, avoiding healthy cells whilst fully engaging with the unhealthy cells. So the one I wanted to jump through to as a final point is really our upcoming clinical milestones. There we see multiple indications, all representing major patient populations, all clinical stage. So we've got a diabetic foot ulcer study out of a leading New South Wales teaching hospital, as you may tell by my accent being Australian. Sepsis patient results to flow through. UTI studies across, of course, that vulnerable patient population, which creates near-term catalysts. Our company is listed on the Australian Stock Exchange. It's about 100 million Aussie, or about $70 million US, as well as the Frankfurt Stock Exchange and stock exchanges, being that there's multiple there. So we're getting ahead with these major unmet medical needs, and it's a pleasure to be here and meet you all.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you. I'm not sure who's next, so just if you could slip to the next slide, because I've lost my sheet, sorry about that. Brilliant. Right, next up on the stage we have Isat from Tarabios.
Hello everyone, I am Esat Oğuz, I am CEO at Tarabios. We are a biomedical company focused on developing blood coagulation monitoring and diagnostic systems. And with the help of the portable PTINR coagulometer, CORITE, you can monitor your blood coagulation status anytime, anywhere, and you can prevent your health with the help of the lab equivalent results. So, firstly, I would like to mention about the pain point, and then I'm going to mention about why PTINR coagulometer is needed. So the people suffering from the cardiovascular diseases are mostly having blood clotting issues. It's a very frequently seen. Most of us will be seeing it from our family members or from our close friends, and they need to use an oral anticoagulant therapy. And warfarin is the commonly used medicine for the oral anticoagulant therapy, but it has a variable individual response due to different reasons, like the age, dietary, medication status. So the improper dose adjustments of the warfarin will be unfortunately causing to excessive bleeding or the increased risk of thrombotic event. So it needs to be regularly monitored, and the dose adjustments of those patients needs to be done accordingly. Right now, the patients are mostly going to the hospital, waiting for the queue, and giving a 1 tube of peripheral blood and waiting for the results. But with the help of our device, this is why, as Tarabios, we believe improving the efficiency of healthcare professionals and also the patient's quality of life is a must. And we have developed a portable remote monitoring blood coagulation platform in order to produce the lab equivalent results. No need for the patient to go to the hospital. From home, they can easily monitor with the, producing the lab equivalent results. So we have 2 patents all over the world, and it's based on a unique optomechanical measurement principle that's using the microfluidic and Lebanon chip technology. It is somehow a fiber optic-based sensor technology that we have patented, and it gives us some advantages that I'm going to share with you later on. So how our product works is we have a reader. We have a reader, as you see in the left-hand side, and a disposable cartridge. Our cartridge uses a passive capillary flow to fill the microfluidic system, and there is a vibrating optical fiber over there that is measuring the viscoelastic state of the coagulating blood. That is how we understand the blood coagulation. So coming to the features of our product, I would like to underline again and again and again our technology that I have mentioned as the patented technology. Being as the viscosity-based measurement gives us 2 advantages. One, it is the World Health Organization recommendation. It's a direct measurement method, and it does not affect it from any drug-drug interactions or other clinical symptoms. The second one is we are not gonna monitor the blood coagulation, but we'll be moving to the other fields like the viscosity measurement of agricultural, environmental or industrial fluids, or diagnostics of viral and bacterial infections as well. So our product is, ease of use is really great, as you can see over there. It's ultra convenient. It's a touch screen so that 50+ patients also can use it. We're gonna build a mobile application so that the patients and the healthcare professionals can communicate between each other. In the right-hand side, you see the awards that we have received. The last one was from the Medica Trade Fair. We were one of the top 12 startups. Coming to the milestones, till to the end of this year, we're gonna finalize our technical documentation and send it to the CE notified body, and then we'll be waiting for the CE approval. The second stage after that is hopefully to receive the CE approval in the second half of next year. We're gonna start with the hospitals first, and we're gonna focus to the patient home use in this last quarter of next year. Then, after the European market, we're gonna target US market with the FDA clearance. I would like to give some brief information about the market. It's the second biggest market after the glucose testing market. It's sizable, $1.2 billion right now, and it will be reaching to $3 billion in 2031. Because the CAGR growth is 11%, mostly coming from the growing demand from the preventive medical care and also the rapid testing availability and also the need of the people for the increased test frequency. This is the competition. Again, the technology that we are using is giving us the advantage not being affected by the drug-and-drug interactions, and we're gonna move to the other research fields, as I have mentioned to you. And all the usability built-in quality control parameters, we are greater than the competition. This is our R&D pipeline. We're gonna focus PT-INR coagulometer first, then later on for the APTT and ACT and DOAX monitoring, and then to the other fields as mentioned, because the innovative technology gives us that potential for the optimization and versatility and also the application in the other research fields as well. We have a very capable team. I have worked for more than 15 years in healthcare industry, in Pfizer, US company, and Recce Pharmaceuticals Ltd, British company. and very proud of creating the healthcare business from scratch for Recce Pharmaceuticals. Our founder, as you see in the middle, is amazing. He has more than 50 patents. He has more than 5 spin-off companies and 1 exit, and he has an ERC grant as well. And my last slide. Okay, last slide. Just giving the summary. We are focusing for the blood coagulation at the first time, from anytime, anywhere, by using the remote monitoring device. It is a fiber optic based sensor technology, fully patented all over the world. Koç Holding, which is one of the giants in Turkey, made a seed investment of $3.5 million to Tarabios. Right now we are in Series A fundraising phase and looking for minimum 5 million. And last but not least, we are working with the reputable European medical device developers and manufacturers. Thanks for listening to me. You can reach me via this email address or the telephone number. I'll be so happy to deep dive and talk about the details with you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you for that, Isat. So we are on to our second last presentation of the day. Please welcome to the stage Shashidhar, co-founder of SurgiBox.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I know that last but one standing between you and the drinks later, and it's very hot here, so I bet the drinks will be refreshing. So let's talk about surgery. Today, surgery is the forgotten child of healthcare, and it actually lack of surgery kills more people than all types of cancer combined, and you can imagine it kills more than TB, malaria, and AIDS combined. So annually, 18 million people die due to lack of safe surgery. And today, according to the Lancet Commission of Safe Surgery, 143 million surgeries are needed each year. This lack of surgery is affecting the economy, and an estimated $12.3 trillion is lost in productivity from the lack of safe surgery in deaths as well as DALYs, so disability-adjusted life years. Patients are not only at risk, you have providers who are also at risk, and 85,000 providers get infected by patient bodily fluids each year while doing surgeries. So today, when you think of surgery, for example, my Turkish colleague here was here before, and you think of the earthquake, and the best solutions today are operating rooms in a tent, in trucks, or laminar airflow systems. And these solutions, they're bulky, they require a lot of energy to work, and they don't really protect the providers. So we have developed a solution that is actually an ultra-portable operating room that fits in a backpack. So it's a bubble that you stick on a patient and that you inflate with clean air. So the bubble that you can see here inside is actually cleaner than a Swiss operating room. Why I'm saying Swiss? Because I'm coming from Switzerland. This technology is patented, and it's actually a spin-out from MIT and Harvard. So the company is based out of Boston. And how it works, so you stick the bubble on the patient, you inflate with clean air, and then you access the surgical environment through arm ports. And material ports exist to put in instruments and the Mayo tray. So currently, the whole system weighs less than 5 kilos, and it has been developed with top-notch surgeons from Massachusetts General Hospital, as well as more than 50 surgeons actually have been trained to use this. It can be used for multiple applications, such as OB-GYN, limb surgeries, and the top right pictures is in an ambulance, as well as general surgery. So we have multiple surgeons from all around the world, and we have also some UK blood, and we have a comment from the former Secretary of State, Penny Mordaunt, who has actually quoted us in the Telegraph. So the market opportunity for mobile surgery is total $8.3 billion, and we're going to approach it in 3 stages. The first stage is NGOs, and we are working with Doctors Without Borders, who have more than $1 billion of budget. The second is sales to governments. So one of our customers is the US Air Force, and we're working also with NATO and the UK Ministry of Defense. And the last one is mobile surgeries. So that's the biggest market, and we are working with multiple distributors in the EMEA region. So we have raised in 2019 actually a seed round from the Wellcome Trust, as well as the US Air Force invested 1.7 million in grants. And then we are an ISO 13485 certified company with patents granted in multiple jurisdictions, US, Europe, China. And last year, actually, our revenue was $1 million from the US Air Force by delivering prototypes. And we are active in Ukraine, so we have deployed in Ukraine in this year as well. So if you are following Ukrainian news, we're all over that because the general has actually seen it and is ordering much more. And this is actually a picture in Ukraine. So this is at the hospital in Lviv in an OT. And we have actually compared the cleanliness, and inside the bubble is like 100 times cleaner than the OT in Ukraine. So we're raising 2 million Series A to be able to reduce the manufacturing costs and deploy the product across EMEA and meet the intense demand in Ukraine, because the demand is really crazy there, and they're asking more than what we can produce right now. The team, I mean, I don't have much more time, but we're from Harvard, MIT. I'm a Chief Development Officer. I don't know what it is exactly as a title, but I do a bit of everything in the startup. And we have advisors from all around the surgical space and the medtech space. And we're in the news. And this is an investment that will not only impact many lives, but also make money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sashidar. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sashidar, for that. We are now on to our last and final pitch of the day. We have SocialPro, Junior, founder of SocialPro, probably one of the youngest to ever do a pitch at a Wholesale Investor event, 17 years old. Quite incredible. So, brilliant. Please welcome Sage Junior.
Hi, everybody. I am so excited to be here today. In fact, if you knew what I went through in order to be here, you probably wouldn't believe me. As you can see, I'm the last one here, so that means I contacted the owners quite late. However, look, I'm going to address the elephant in the room straight away. You're probably wondering, how old is this guy? And like he said, I'm 17. I'm probably the youngest in this whole event. However, I'm a 17-year-old with a vision and a solution so vast that it has the potential to be a unicorn. My name is Junior Makami, and I'm the co-founder of SocialPro. And me and the team are solving one of the biggest problems to ever face the social media creators. And this isn't just creators, this is businesses, this is brands, anybody who wants to make money from social media. Growing. In fact, something I hear a lot in my day-to-day job is the social media algorithm hates me, right? And as a expert in the field, I know this obviously is not true. The algorithm does not have feelings, and I'm sure the tech people in the room can agree with me. So this just doesn't add up, but creators believe that the algorithms hate them. And what these struggling creators and brands will oftentimes do is go ahead and hire an agency or a consultant. However, they can be very expensive, charging $500 to nearly $5,000 a month to give you a strategy that most of the time isn't even personalized to your niche. What may have worked to grow a gym niche might not work for your brand specifically. And on top of that, the strategies that they're giving you are delayed. Let's be honest, social media algorithms are changing constantly. So how is a human meant to keep up with all the data in your niche and advise you on the most strategic content plan moving forward? And that's exactly why we created SocialPro. SocialPro is a tool that removes the guesswork from growing on social media. In fact, it's a tool that uses AI technology to understand exactly why certain pieces of content in your niche perform better than others. This isn't a generic plan. It's not a generic script provider like ChatGPT, the next elephant in the room. This is a scripting tool that generates all of its content based natively from the platforms. So you can be confident that the scripts that SocialPro is generating you are already being watched by your audience and by the people who you want to target. Now, to explain a little bit how it works, if you join SocialPro, and when you do join SocialPro to grow your brand, SocialPro will then take all the information you've told about your niche and who you're trying to target, and then go ahead and look at the competitors in your niche who have the best performing videos. And then it's able to take this data from more than just scripts. It's visual, using computer vision to understand exactly what's happening in the video. SocialPro then uses all of this competitor data to create a comprehensive plan for you, a 7-day strategy that's weekly generated around your brand. However, SocialPro can't just give you scripts. That's not what a strategist does. It does more than that. Our tool tracks your content 24/7, one-on-one, in order to understand the performance of that content to advise you better. So, for example, it gives you suggestions like this. Based on competitor analysis, we recommend increasing your speaking pace in your videos. As a creator, you won't usually pick up on this. As a strategist, you definitely won't, because you don't have the time to look at someone's content 24/7 and build a strategy for them, unless you're getting paid enough, of course. Now, the next suggestion is based on the analysis of your niche. We recommend that you keep your videos between 45 seconds and 1 minute in length. Usually, this piece of data that a strategist or an agency would give you is generated from another niche with a different type of audience that might not be interested in your content. But this is a data-driven solution. Now, you're wondering, who is SocialPro for? Before I answer that question, I would like to talk about a short story. A musician came to me a few months ago, struggling with growing on social media. She was a musician with a beautiful voice and goals to be a successful artist. But she came to me about to give up on her music career because she didn't know how to promote her music. So she paid me $99 to solve this problem for her. And in just the first 4 videos she posted on Instagram Reels, she went from not being able to break 1,000 views to now being able to break 430,000 views using my strategy. Now, my strategy took ages. It took about 3 hours to generate it. I sent it to her after 5 days. So I fall into the pit of those social media strategists that waste your time. But to answer the question now for who SocialPro is for, this is for anyone. And anyone who wants to make money off social media. This is for the hairdresser who wants to get bookings. This is for the music artist who wants people to grow, who wants to get people to listen to their music. This is for the businesses who want to make more sales. SocialPro is the way to grow. And because of our positioning of our solution, it solves nearly all needs of this massive $100 billion market. Now, to reiterate on our current progress of the product, in fact, in the first 8 days of us launching the waitlist for SocialPro, over 1,100 struggling creators joined our waitlist and validated that SocialPro is a product that they need. From the likes of BBC presenter Taylor, from the likes of best-selling author and owner of agency Nikita Dronov, there is so much diversity in the need for this product. It's not just musicians, it's for anyone who wants to grow on social media. We've started the MVP development of this product as well. We've conducted our technical feasibility study, and we know that this is possible. We've taken the stride, and it's time to bring SocialPro to market. So we're offering an opportunity for a £50,000 investment into this early stage startup. We aim to bring our MVP to market in 2 months and focus it directly to TikTok to begin with, as one of the fastest growing platforms in the world. However, giving us room to diversify to all social media platforms. Now, if you're interested in revolutionizing the creator economy with us, and if you're interested in investing in our vision, and you believe that SocialPro is the way to grow, feel free to chat to me right at the end. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. Great way to finish the day. That is us. The day's not over yet. We've got drinks out in the main hall. Really appreciate everyone's time, everyone pitching today, all the panelists. And I hope to welcome you back very soon. Thank you all.